Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Run like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn distant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. There's enough of love, fear and this pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they get to find me. There's enough of love, feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they get to find me. Rising up above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they get to find me. Rising up above. Feels good. No point in fighting. It's hard pretending. Wake up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come back no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
She make music with a body called a Pandora Spotify. Dude's got the lyrics to that body all memorized. Mama get that job done. In fact, she overqualified. Boss lady, hot sugar, come alive. Oh, watch her dance off. She putting a spell on whoever she dance for. Everybody wanna touch it, they can't though. Rules are hands off. Still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down. Girlie got that fire, like she camped out. Dudes popping tents like they on the campground.
She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Bunch of sexy ladies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grip spin that. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing them make out. She make music with her body, she that #1 single.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn distant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtains fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste taste. Now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. There's enough above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can define me. There's enough above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can define me. Rising up above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can define me. Rising up above. Feels good. No point in fighting. It's hard pretending. Wake up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. again. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. Someone set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in. Feel like a flood coming. You got my blood rushing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. I feel my pulse racing. You got my mind chasing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Oh, 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 just one call on my name, and here I go again. Oh, here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my
body called a Pandora Spotify. Dudes got the lyrics to that body all memorized. Mama get that job done. In fact, she overqualified. Boss lady, hot sugar, come alive. No. Watch her dance off. She putting a spell on whoever she dance for. Everybody wanna touch it. They can't though. Rules are hands off. Still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down. Girlie got that fire, like she camped out. Dudes popping tents like they on the campground.
She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She makes music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Bunch of sexy baddies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grip, spin that. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing them make out. She make music with her body, she that #1 single.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn distant in a shower, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch.
We're always looking for ways to do new, fresh things, especially around holiday-themed skins. One of the approaches that we decided to take was Lunar Revel. We've tried a bunch of different things in the past, and so we wanted to try something wildly new and bring something fresh to the table.
So Mecha Kingdoms is a new idea for us that we're exploring. It's a different way of looking at our League of Legends champions and presenting them as giant mechas that are protecting the world.
For Mecha Kingdoms, we wanted to tap back into the fantasies of this kind of Asian-inspired mythology, drawing a lot from history, such as Three Kingdoms and Chinese history, but also incorporating this really cool futuristic sci-fi twist. So the story is that there are these three kingdoms and outer territories as well who fought to rule across the land. And suddenly, sort of these giant leviathans came up from the sea and they were invading humanity. Just with their sort of normal human armies, they weren't able to defeat these monsters. And so they were blessed by this technology that they're not exactly sure where it came from. And with this, they're able to construct really immense, huge, towering mechs. And so with all the kingdoms united, there's these mechs going into battle against these monsters.
The Mecha skin line traditionally has been for more creature-type characters.
Mecha Kingdoms are piloted robots, but they're not just robots like the Praetorian skins, so we want the pilot's personality to come through.
We went through multiple rounds of iterations on, like, what's the technology behind this, right? Like, what's driving these things? Once we figured that out, then it locks in a direction for how we can build the mechs around them. Aside from that, the actual visual language that we're using, it's a blend between the organic, flowy shapes that we've established in our previous lines for Lunar Rebel, layered into not only the silhouette, but also the surface detail and filigree that you see on the mechs themselves.
Some of our biggest challenges were conveying that sense of weight and scale.
Because in League of Legends, you might be coming into lane like a giant mecha, but then there's a Teemo there who's tiny.
And so we're able to kind of tackle some of those challenges in the VFX or the animation. So a lot of it is marrying these elements that ground it in the real world, like dust and debris, and are kicked up by these huge mechs. For Jax, we went into a lot more detail. So for his recall, we see him landing in a small little village, and so we get to see what that town looks like. And same with when he respawns, he's being carried in by these little floating armada ships that are like literally delivering the mech there. When he's running into battle, you got the ships flying with him as well. So all these tiny little details.
Selling the size was the hardest thing. We can't make something sound massive in League to the point where it pulls away from the gameplay, because gameplay trumps all, even in our designing. Since we don't have an established idea of what this sounds like, it was kind of like, let's figure it out. It was a lot of experimenting with different types of metal sounds and a lot of different types of heavy impacts and metal movements and stuff like that. One of the things I wanted to introduce to Mecha Kingdoms is kind of like a magic influence. So when you toggle ultimate, you get the sparks and the electricity and stuff, but you still feel like there's magic that's kind of influencing the ability. That's kind of like what's helping separate the Mecha Kingdoms from like the regular mecha.
Because this is such an anachronistic but unique sort of universe, we wanted to see how we could make the mechs feel that they are empowering and fit that mech fantasy while making them feel like they were built in this period that was heavily inspired by East Asian mythology.
We get to really invent that universe together. Artists are working with narrative, we're working with designers, and making sure this all feels like a cohesive package.
I hope players feel like this is something different, and that they also feel the sense of scale and grandeur of these big mechas, and that they see them that they're not just mechas, but because of the way they look, the way they move, so there's something more.
You've been doing cool things in League for years, but now there's a way to track and celebrate your sick plays, mad jukes, and calculated long-distance secured kills. Introducing Eternals. Every champ has 2 Eternal sets, with more to come. You can unlock a basic starter set with Blue Essence, or one that's more unique to your champ with RP. You'll find and unlock Eternals in the new Progression tab, where you can track your journey from Meta Chaser to Master Main. Unlocked Eternals are all tracked in real time, and you'll receive an in-game call-out whenever you pass a new milestone. You can also check your Eternals progress via the Eternals panel, or on the progression page between games. Complete 5 milestones of a given Eternal to rekindle it and unlock your per-game personal best. As for your opponents, they'll get a loading screen preview of your chosen Eternals and a friendly reminder upon death. It's not just about stats. Completing milestones will upgrade your mastery emotes so you can further flex on your foes. Every champion has a unique Eternal designed around their signature plays. It's not enough to play the champion a lot. You need to play the champion well. Eternals are live now on PvE and set for launch soon. Check out the FAQ and /dev article on lol.com for more info.
Feel like a flood coming. You got my blood rushing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. I feel my pulse racing. You got my mind chasing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins.
战斗重燃 ，LPL 全新启航，精彩继续。再度站在路上，回首过往时，我们在谈论什么？是昔日的黑暗势力，还是绝境下的英雄之路？辉煌散于历史，不甘人后的意志贯彻始终。是无人企及的统治力，还是星星闪耀时的聚光灯？竞技应是纯粹的，全力以赴是对对手最大的尊重。是不弃的雨，还是信仰的红？凡是过往，皆为序章。功劳簿上枉少年，荣誉与英雄才是我们追逐的方向。我们曾踏足山巅，占半壁河山于沪上争雄，也曾跌落谷底，追光划破，求而不得。重建之路荆棘密布，义无反顾地走下去，是我求胜的初心。Keep your dreams and never give up。所有将来，皆为可盼。把红色的希望交于后辈，让满是伤痕的人稍作歇息。新的故事等着我们去书写。听，敌军还有30秒到达战场，
全军出击。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a long hiatus to the LPL English stream. My glasses are steaming up like crazy now that I'm talking aloud.
Best of luck.
My name is Munchwills. I'm joined by not Hysterics today. It's Apathetics. It's his colour counterpart, his alter ego.
That's right, and I'm meant to be okay with everything, but I'm still Hysterics. Look, I decided I'm going to colour, at least temporarily. Let's not make this a thing. Only temporarily, and I thought I had to change my name and change my game for the time being. So we're going with Apathetics.
Yep.
But I'll be back to Hysterics sometime
Yeah,
soon.
the rest of the gang's still in self-isolation. They're not allowed in the studio just yet, but Dagdo will be back tomorrow.
That's right.
With
but
some
we're
colour.
here.
We're
were
going to
allowed
double
out.
play-by-play it.
Yeah.
And if there is a league in the world that double play-by-play can work, it's definitely the LPL.
100%. We fight all the damn time. But look, it is good to be back. That break was too damn long. It was too long. 2 months of waiting to get back into the league. And finally, the English returns in a big way. Munchables.
It certainly does, and I'm excited to get into things. But before we kick the games off today, there is a little bit of an update in terms of the league in general that we need to deliver to you, and that is that because of all of the shenanigans with the spring split, the champion point split has changed. And Jake, I'm going to need you to talk through the numbers because I can't see the screen
So,
anymore.
2019, we saw a lot of points put towards spring. Remember, Invictus Gaming beat JDG. They pretty much secured regional finals through spring itself. This time around, we've reduced the points coming into spring. We're now looking at summer at that auto-qualification of 180 points, and summer having more weighting towards Worlds itself.
Yeah, I mean, the auto-qualification itself, I think, is a fantastic change anyway. I'd be happy with that in a normal season anyway. I think first in summer, they should be at Worlds, realistically. But I'm excited to see how this is going to change things up, especially once we get towards summer. But still 60 points for first place. It's a good chunk of points, and it's pretty much going to guarantee if you do well in the second half of the season, you're still going to make it to the World
Pretty
Championship.
impactful change. I think consistency across the year still pays out, though. At least 60 points matters. So that's the point change there. We are moving forward. Now, I know Munchables, a bit of a change in the English broadcast as well.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, we're going to be doing I wasn't sure where you were going with that one. Let's take a look at the English schedule. We're doing 5 days a week here. 3 best of 3s most days. Tuesdays, it's going to be 2 best of 3s. And take a look at some of the matches that are happening on the screen right there. Look at the bottom right. JDG BLG, Top Esports IG, FPX RNG. We have some huge matches ahead of us.
We really do, and we're testing our new team in E-Star there as well with BLG. We get some of those behind runners like OMG, Suning, LGD, trying to catch back up. But we've got a heavy schedule ahead, 5 days a week. Tuesday is the only reprieve out of those 3 series days that we get. But 5 days, we're catching everything. We're catching as many series as possible.
Yeah, Thursday, Friday, there will be no English stream, but the LPL does continue. There will be a Chinese stream of those games, so keep your eyes peeled for that. We'll be tweeting links to all of those kind of situations, so make sure you keep your eyes peeled. But with that said, let's take a look at what these games mean in terms of the standings, because if you guys haven't been keeping up with LPL so far, we have a new team on the block. E-Star Gaming, currently 4-1 in that.
And they're kicking it. 4-1 start for a brand new team in the LPL with new players who are debuting in the LPL. Shalsi from LMS, Wink and Cryan, who are shattering RNG for quite a while. These are unknown players who have taken the league by force coming into spring. And whether it's that first week or now returning after a long, long break, E-Star are still leading the pack, even after getting defeated yesterday by EDG.
Yeah, another notable teams that I'm sure you guys at home have heard of. You got IG near the top of the table. RNG have got 1 loss on the board, and I'm sure you've heard of FPX. Currently, they are 2-2. They had a really rough first week.
They were 16th after week 1.
Yeah.
They were 0-2. So the fact that FPX came back with wins on the board is like, well, no longer a world's curse returning to your own league, right?
Yeah, they had a really good vacation, it seems. But one of the really nice score lines I've seen is obviously OMG. They're 2-2, but in terms of game score as well, they are 5-5. They are exactly a middle-of-the-table team.
I love that. I'd never pick out OMG, but look, you got to give them some positivity here, and they have been climbing the rankings. But Munchables today, I'm looking forward to this. Starting with Road Warriors and IG, the undefeated versus the climbing Warriors is a good way to kick us off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, IG, if you didn't see the games from them earlier this week, the Shy is an absolute madman. We'll get into that in a few minutes' time. But following that game, we're going to go into World Elite up against RNG. They're currently tied on the standings, and World Elite, they actually look pretty strong this year.
Low expectations for WE, losing Xie, losing Mystic, losing the core roster that made them get to the semi-finals at Worlds in 2017. So WE had to reset, and surprisingly, with this reset roster, they're putting up a competition against RNG.
They certainly are. Strength of schedule certainly comes into the conversation, but then as we move into the final series of the day, it's going to be Top Esports up against LGD, and Top I mean, the name says it all. They are looking top right.
Well, hey, top can't be stopped. That's what I was saying a lot last year. But against LGD with Peanut, we have to see if that roster finally comes together because we've been waiting. We had expectations that LGD would hit that top 10 or even top 8 towards playoffs for spring. They haven't shown us anything yet.
Yeah, I mean, even outside of the LPL, when you look at that matchup, it's Casa versus Peanut. Two legendary junglers, international success on both sides of the table. I just can't wait to see them go toe-to-toe. But first, we should talk about our first series of the day. It's Rogue Warriors against IG. Now, Jake, I know you love talking about IG. It's the Lane Kingdom. It's the old story, and the Shy hasn't changed.
The Shy hasn't changed. 2 games in a row of Kalista first pick top. Just made me think, wow, okay, I guess IG are back, but have they really ever left? Now, in this matchup, we will be talking a lot about the solo lanes as we do with Invictus Gaming, but I want to start on the new element of IG, and that is Puff and Southwind, the Vici Gaming 2019 bottom lane that shifted, moved to IG as a group, and we see this rising duo that are just taking the Rift by storm.
Yeah, and when we look at them as a duo, the power picks have been Varus for Puff, and we've seen a lot of Braum for Southwind. If that kind of duo is available, they will lock it in. They're more than happy to prioritize those picks, and they are showing not only more prevalence on those picks than we've seen out of other regions, but also sheer dominance in that bottom side.
It's the synergy in this bottom side, right? They've been together since 2017 LSPL Summer Promotion Tournament. These guys have played together for almost 3 years. We're jumping into band pick. Who cares about looking at the Shy B-roll or anything like that?
At the bans Rogue Warriors. Kalista is off the table. The Shy has been first picking Kalista for the top lane. It's been removed completely. Look how far through the draft we are already.
Okay, so look, let's set some things straight as we go into game 1. IG have been a predominantly blue side team at the end of 2019 and coming into 2020. They first picked top side or leaving that bottom lane up and available for them. This is a new side to Invictus Gaming. This is the 2019 Spring IG, where they saved those last picks for counter picks in their solo lane.
Yeah, they have been saving them, and it's interesting to see things like this set band away as well. It's something that these teams love to go for, but the Shy isn't really leaning towards those kind of picks. And notice that while these power picks are banned away, they're not going for a top lane pick, which is something they prioritized elsewhere. But another massive pickup is going to be the Olaf in the jungle coming out. Incredibly strong on the current patch.
Wei Yan has a very limited champion pool, and people that remember him from last year will remember Karthus, and they'll remember Olaf. Now, Olaf being priority here in the meta does help, but for Wei Yan, that is going to be the go-to. And I want to shift gears because we are really speeding through this pick ban. The Kalista first ban just kicks it right where it hurts for the Shy, who still would pick that on the red side first pick.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's happy to pick that no matter the situation, to be quite honest. But take a look at the bottom side as well. We were talking about the Varus, we were talking about the Braum for the likes of Puff and Southwind. They're going to be going with Aphelios as their red side pickup, which is just shows how high priority Olaf here is in the LPL. But it's going to be alongside the Thresh, which makes it a very, very safe duo.
So now we're going to our solo lanes, right? Syndra already banned away. The Shy, which is a flex between Rookie and the Shy. So there's been a lot of focus towards Rogue Warriors on what is going to be coming through now. Safe blind through the mid lane at the moment has been things like the Rumble, the Zoe, but IG already banned that away, and Rookie loves this Rumble pick so far in 2020.
Yeah, Rookie's been putting up a performance and also playing against Rumbles. We loved seeing his Echo going into that, but over on the other side of the board now, Rogue Warriors need to look towards their solo lanes, and one of them will be blind, one of them won't be. The Taliyah.
Okay.
Interesting to go for the Taliyah, though, without that Pantheon when that's banned away. That's usually the duo we see together, but Rogue Warrior is comfortable just going for it anyway.
That or the Renekton in the top lane, right? And Renekton, as far as I can see, is still available. They are going to be going towards the Mordekaiser. So for Ruby, a roaming mid laner here alongside the Olaf. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on the solo lanes to match Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, typically we have been seeing the Taliyah in the jungle, but it looks like it will be going towards mid.
That's right.
We'll have the Mordekaiser up in the top lane. And then we'll see where IG want to go with this one. And it's actually going to be Rumble heading towards the top side. Typically, we've been seeing Rumble in the mid lane. I was expecting Rookie to go for that. He's going to bring out his Orianna instead.
Not a stereotypical the Shy pick, but actually matching that top lane pressure well. I can already see a lot of AP coming through from the solo lanes of Invictus Gaming, and it does fit what we were talking about, where Puff and Southwind, the rising duo in the bottom lane, they do tend to sit on an island while the pressure goes from Ning to the solo lanes of Invictus Gaming. That's how they were so dangerous at 2018 Worlds. It's how 2019 came to a close in spring, with Invictus Gaming taking it out. The solo lanes carry this team, and it's built for success here in Game 1.
Talia going up against Oriana in the mid lane. Not a matchup I was expecting to see here today. And also, going to see Rumble, the Shy on Rumble as well, which, you know, when we've been seeing the Kalista coming out from him, we're used to him bullying people on these very aggressive lane matchups. Rumble, you can have some good matchups, but against a Mordekaiser, you're going to struggle to bully too much.
Yeah, you really are. And I think, look, this game, the expectations, if we want to set it out, is that Rogue Warriors, their solo lanes are under a lot of pressure to deal with the ex-world champions, one of the toughest teams in the LPL. I like that we're coming into Holder and Wei Yan setting up a duo. It is going to be quite difficult, and they are going to have to rely on Wei Yan to step up and match Ning a lot more.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they're going to do on that one. And I'm very curious about when we look at the jungle side of Rogue Warriors, where Harrow is going to be looking in this matchup, because he's going to have his work cut. Oh, sorry, Wei Yan, not Harrow. He's going to have his work cut out on which lanes he pressures here, because, you know, when you look towards the top side, typically they've been running crazy. Holder loves the Renekton. Mordekaiser, a similar kind of champion. And with the Olaf, you can snowball that lane. But in the meantime, you could try and punish the likes of Puff and Southwind. Is that when you look to the solo lanes, those are the strengths for IG.
Well, we're getting into Game 1, Mr. Munchables. And I tell you what, it is a pleasure to be here as your Color X play-by-play, whatever you want to call it. With both new name, new game. And I am so glad we're back at the LPL English.
The LPL is finally underway again. We've got an English broadcast for you guys, and it's Rogue Warriors versus IG to start things off, as Rogue Warriors going for a little journey through the enemy jungle, and you can see the sweeper already coming on out.
Wouldn't be LPL if we weren't invading, wouldn't it? We've seen already a couple of games, about 6 game days of the LPL already, and we've seen so much aggression in that time where, if everyone will remember, back in 10.1 at the start of the split, we were playing games really, really slow. We were getting towards those 40-minute games where a couple of kills here and there, and it would just one team fight to decide everything. We are back to more the skirmish-heavy league, which, like these early invades, to play around the champions like Olaf you see here on Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, you say early invades. This is a late re-invade almost coming out from Rogue Warriors. They kind of cleared the area with the sweeper. Now they're going to go back in for the blue buff. Ning knows what's up, though. He's going to be able to trade buffs here. Holder just going to walk on by and make sure that his team has knowledge that this is going down.
Let's come back to what we talked about in Champions. Like, Ning will be focusing their solo lanes of Invictus Gaming. The vertical jungling here for Invictus Gaming, I love, because it focuses on the Shite, focuses on the Rumble lane to get that early snowball going. So for Ning, the condition is still there for Invictus Gaming, and for Rogue Warriors, it means that the Olaf has access to the bottom lane. We'll be clearing the topside jungle here, but bit of a trade there from Invictus Gaming's bottom lane.
Yeah, but very nice play coming out from Southwind just to deter the engage coming out from Lei. Perfectly executed from this bottom lane duo. And this is a team that we're looking at in this game, or a duo we're looking at in this game, is Puff and Southwind. We talked about it before. They've been playing incredibly well on generally very defensive matchups. But actually with Aphelios, you can put a little bit more aggression in the lane.
You really can. Around those dragon fights, when you have that one item as Aphelios, really easy to pressure, and it's always about the weapon choice with Aphelios. As we've seen in LEC, LCK, and I guess the LCS as well, the weapons you have in fight dictate the pace of the game and dictate whether you can actually take those fights. So that's what we keep our eye on for Puff. I do want to transition a little bit here as Wei Yan comes towards the mid lane. They are looking to pressure and dive bot here, Joe. You can see the rotation already coming down. Rogue Warriors, they can dive this, but it's about execution.
Yeah, 4-man strong here for Rogue Warriors as they head to bottom lane, but IG are fully respecting.
Oh, they're coming back in, though.
Oh, I say that. They're not fully respecting this. Lei's going to go in. He's going to be tagging tower, though. Has to flash immediately root onto Buff, but the knock-up is huge. And that is the power of the Talia pick.
I thought that Flay was going to save it for IG, that we were ready for an outplay here for our first blood, but it's the seismic shove from Ruby that gets that first kill. It goes over to the Nautilus, but Rogue Warriors simplify their game and simplify their composition by getting an early kill.
And it's so important that they get this kill early into the hands of Zhang Wuji, because Puff, look at the CS numbers. He's died while there's a massive wave under the tower. He's going to fall so far behind in XP because of this play.
We've seen Misfortune Lane snowball out of control, and already Rogue Warriors are set up for success. So from a team that is going to be focusing on these solo lanes, Invictus Gaming now, they might have to try and slow the pace here from the bottom lane of Rogue Warriors.
We'll have to see if the pace will change up at all throughout this game. But the roam did cost them. Now Holder's going to be in trouble. Not sure about the flash there. It does mean he's going to go down, and the Shy happy to pick up the kill for it. And I mean, that's just textbot from IG.
Yeah, tried to dodge the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike combo here from Ning, but well held from the IG top laner. It is flash for flash, kill for kill, but let's do bot again, Munchable.
Welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. Puff going to take the Lantern to try and get to safety, but Lei is just going to waltz on over towards him. Southwind might have to be the target. No, they do get onto Puff in the end. And in fact, they'll have a double up. Buy one, get one free here in the LPL. And they both go into the pocket of Zhang Wuji.
And that trade goes over to Southwind, so that is such a big win for Rogue Warriors. Wuji stays in lane, will be able to shove out this wave, and this is such a big lead for Rogue Warriors, and is playing against what is the island of IG really well in game one.
Phenomenal start coming out from Rogue Warriors, and especially in a matchup like this. When you look at IG, this is a powerhouse squad. This is the 2018 World Champion roster with just a couple of little changes coming in on the bottom side. But ultimately, they still have that same reputation. They still have that sheer power behind them, and they're 3-0 in the LPL so far. Rogue Warriors doing absolute work to match them in the early game.
Out of the bottom lane, that was their core identity after Rogue Warriors fell apart in 2018. We all remember the Do and Be roster that came through from RW that were headed towards Worlds, that went to Rift Rivals and shocked and awed the Asian region. And now for Rogue Warriors, after 2019, they've built around Wuji. They've tried to implement new junglers. If they can play around Wuji, he is the core component that has made Rogue Warriors refreshed and recharged.
Well, if that's the case, then they're going to be rubbing their hands together with delight, because Wuji, 2-0-1 with 40 CS. He's doing great, but Holder not having a fun time in this top lane. This is what we've been talking about. The Shy, no matter what he gets, he will bully in the top lane. And you know, Mordekaiser's great on the weak side. He's great just surviving under tower. But if there's any top laner that will punish your weak side, it is the Shy.
And now that he's got Equalizer as well, serious kill threat onto the Mordekaiser. It will be about when Mordekaiser uses the Death Realm and when the Equalizer can follow, because as everyone knows, Death Realm, Equalizer on the outside means that he will not get damaged by it. So the Shy really winning in the trades top side is getting the shove, and it just feels like this game will be top and mid versus the strength of Wuji's early snowballs.
Yeah, and very much how will Rogue Warriors be able to
leave him
transition
alone.
This? Shy proxy
Oh
farming.
my god,
now
he's not
going for
even
a dive. Six hasn't been available yet for Holder. The Shy just waiting for it to tick out so he can walk under tower confidently. Dodges the obliterate.
Oh, no.
The Shy is styling on Holder.
Ning just comes over the wall and says, "Do you need a hand?" But it's already done. And this is now really getting ahead of itself. There's a Rumble with a free lane. Gets the solo kill. Wei Yan's like, we need to dive bot again.
We got to do something here because top is already out of control. And every time you hear people talking about IG, everyone always talks about the strength of the solo lanes. They talk about how good the Shy is, and it sounds repetitive, but it's just so true. Look at the scoreboard already, and he does it by himself.
We use two phrases here in the LPL. Water is still wet and Uzi is still Uzi. Now, the Shy is also still the Shy, right? 2-level advantage in this top lane, and really the core identity when it comes down to Invictus Gaming. We always talk about him for a reason, and he's so damn consistent, split after split. One of the best top laners in the league for a reason, and we'll shout his name again this game.
And I want to bring the conversation back around to the early roam that we saw coming out from Ruby. Now, it was a really nice play. Obviously, managed to net themselves the kill early onto Zhang Wuji. But it did mean the rookie was able to just sit in the mid lane free farming for a little bit. You could see that CS lead has built up a little bit for him, but most importantly, the experience advantage there as well. Just take a look at the gold graph right now. The Shy is so far ahead. Holder is on 2,000 gold to the Shy's 3,500.
I'm waiting for this TP to come back up, and I'm waiting for that full 5-on-5 around the second dragon. First one was taken here by Rogue Warriors while the Chaos was going top, but Wei Yan, with an extra pressure with the ability to skirmish, has started to challenge the Rift Herald, but Ning is aware and has level 6 while Wei Yan is level 5.
Ning wants to contest this one. Wei Yan going to have advantage. There's going to be a route, though, onto Ning. They're going to force him away. Oh, Sonic Wave nearly got that one.
Yeah.
Wei Yan will get the objective.
That's what's important here for Rogue Warriors, speeding up the game with the Misfortune lead. And the bottom lane of Rogue Warriors did make the rotation top, so that helped secure the objective here, which is always smart timing. In the LPL, 8 to 9 minutes, we do see that bottom lane making the trip up to top. He changed around, and now the Shy clears out the wave. Should be backing to match Holder and put himself back in that favorable wave.
Yeah, wants to head back down into the 1v1 situation. And in the meantime, we're going to have a bit of pressure on towards this top tower as the bottom lanes head on up to that side of the map. But Dragon not going to be spawning for another 2.5 minutes, so they don't have to worry about moving around again for a little while. But once that objective is back on the map, you'd expect the bottom lanes of either side to move on down, and I'm expecting skirmishes for contestation.
But while we do have a bit of time, and while things have slowed down for the first time in about a year for the LPL, I do want to come back to what we were talking about in Champions, like just with Puff and Southwind. The reason that we haven't seen people like Baolan and we haven't really seen anyone else. No,
Shockwave mid onto Ruby. Ignite is ticking as well. Rookie wants to find a solo kill and forces the flash away from Ruby. Everything burned on the side of Rogue Warriors.
That CS lead's going to grow. Bit of turret plating available here for Rookie in the mid lane as well. And severe kill threat is going to come back up once again because that Shockwave isn't too long of a cooldown here at the level 6 mark. And I really don't envy Colors in this league. They get no time to talk about anything at all because look, IG aggressive move again.
They're looking for something top side. Lei going to tank the Sonic Wave, but they're not going to continue on that one. I want to go back. No, I don't have time for that. Holder's going to go for the 1v1 onto the Shy because Wei Yan is nearby. Holder still has his shield available, so he'll be able to survive for now. Equalizer goes down after the fact, but it's going to be a kill for Wei Yan.
Well, the Equalizer was held onto until he came out of the Death Realm, so damage was withstanded by Holder, and that's a really big kill, stopping the biggest snowballing part of IG in its tracks.
And the most important thing is this is so that they can use this Rift Herald in the bottom side. They're going to be able to get a bunch of plates, give them over to Holder as well, so that he can match the Shy just a little bit further.
And you look at the trade in the top lane, it's not going to come nearly as quick, nor is that full turret going to go down. Dredge line.
Oh, we're going to see the bullet time coming through onto Southwind, someone we've been complimenting coming into this game. And actually feeling the pressure a little bit from the side of IG. I'm so impressed by Rogue Warriors early game.
I mean, this is not what I expected. IG were the clear favorites coming into this matchup because of the strength of their solo lanes. But now that they've been stopped and pulling up on that mistake from the bottom lane, IG are getting caught out hard. They're down in gold for the first time in this game, and getting the first turret onto Rogue Warriors pushes them really far into this mid game.
And now with the way that things have been panning out, with the fact that Jungwoo gets another kill in the top lane, even though the gold went over to Lei, just denying the pressure on that top tower. It's Rogue Warriors that have the tempo. And the only lane that's not getting an advantage here for Rogue Warriors is going to be Ruby in this mid lane. You can see IG looking to punish that.
He dedicated his time to moving down. It was part of that dive that got bottom lane ahead, so that's just the sacrifice you're going to have as Talia mid versus Rookie, who's stayed in his lane all game long. Now, Munchables, we see the Dragon spawning here. IG do have priority for now, but Wei Yan is bottom side and has been farming up a storm. He's got Cinderhulk. He's almost towards that Black Cleaver as well, so accelerated because of Rogue Warrior's advantage.
Now, Rookie is very low mana right now, but will have the Shockwave available for himself. So if the fight does come down, you'd expect IG to have a pretty significant advantage with all 5 members there. Because of that, Rogue Warrior is just going to allow that to happen. Teleport coming out from the Shy just to stop the pressure on this top lane tower.
Yeah, big minion wave to catch here as well. Bit of solo time here for Holder to catch back up in this game, though, in the top side of the map. We do have an Infernal Rift here, so Hot Fire brings us back into the LPL English.
Love to see it. You love to see the extra damage, but 1,000 gold lead for Rogue Warriors. And let's take a step back and figure out how we got to this point, because IG, they're not a team that you often see fall behind in the early game. They're not a team that you often see fall behind at all. Rogue Warriors with some fantastic play around Jungwoo.
IG were the fastest team in 2019 as a whole. Under 30-minute games, both spring and summer. And right now they're being tested in this early game. They play off the snowball of Rookie and the Shy. The strength of the solo lanes carry them to an unbeatable late game, if you even want to call it that.
And I think one of the most important things as well is, you know, we're talking about the strength of Rookie, and he's been showing it on this Orianna. He does have a bit of a CS lead in the mid lane and nearly getting that solo kill. But the fact that they don't get the solo kill, and so far they haven't punished Ruby for using that flash in the mid lane, it does mean that Rookie isn't really been able to get much of an advantage in the mid lane right now. Their biggest strength is the Shy. He has a huge CS lead, but the question will be, can they transition that into more as we head towards the mid?
Well, coming back to Ruby, I mean, they are trying to punish him. You can see that Ning has been here consistently for the past 3 to 5 minutes, looking for Rookie to catch out Ruby. But the thing is, he shoves, he leaves, and Ruby's just in such a good position that Ning can't achieve the goal, which is push Rookie further ahead.
Well, the Rift Herald will be spawning once again in just a minute's time, or just under that. And you can see that Rogue Warriors already sending their bottom lane towards the top side of the map. They want to contest objective. After IG get the most recent Dragon, they know that they can't just allow IG to take control of the tempo of the game, because that is where IG shines.
Well, they're moving towards it. The Shy has Equalizer and is level 11 with Liandry's Torment completed. So even though Mordekaiser has the same item, it's that 2-level advantage with the extra level on top of the ult. That is going to make the difference in this next fight.
Rogue Warriors stacking up in a brush right here. They're the ones with the advantage when it comes to the turret plays. Shy's going to face check this one, and this is bad news for IG. Flash having to be used so early. The CC chain is there. Zhang Wuji with yet another kill, but it's a shutdown as well.
It was Lei who secured that. That was a beautiful flash over the wall and just goes right on into the Shy. So much burnt. This opens up the Rift Herald, and we were just talking about this with IG moving towards the objective. Now that pick opens up the map again.
Rookie's on the bottom side of the map right now. He's going to go for a shockwave onto Holder, but that means there's no CC for the teleport if he wants it. But Holder wants this fight. Flashing forward for the 1v1 onto IG's mid laner. One more obliterate will do the trick, and Rookie might have found his match here. Gets on into the brush, does have a good amount of damage, but there's a fight for Herald in the meantime. It's stolen away by Ning. Gets the Herald, gets the Lantern, and gets on out of there.
Or Rookie dodges.
Obliterate doesn't quite land, and Rookie still wants this one. He's so low on mana, but he gets it anyway. Rookie is indomitable.
That's my LPL, baby. Welcome home, ladies and gentlemen. A fight again.
Ooh, nice little flash there from Ruby. Keeps himself safe in the mid lane.
All right. Are you ready to calm down? I don't think so. Rift Herald in the mid lane after all said and done, but that is an IG win across the board. Rookie with a solo kill after that elongated 1v1. Rift Herald going to get the shove here as well, and IG clawing some of that gold back that Rogue Warriors started to take.
I don't know if this is overall an IG win. Yes, they get the Herald. If they can turn this into a turret, it will be a big win for them. But the minion wave is going to be cleared. Southwind's in trouble. The Ignite ticking away, but he's going to go golden to keep himself safe from the turret there. Turret survives. Equalizer not enough. And Rogue Warriors hold on.
Okay, holding the turret. Maybe you're right there. And Rogue Warriors hold the lead. But boy, what do you want to break down first, and how far are we going to go back in this next replay, Munchables? Because that was a series of events.
I mean, we've got a little replay in the bottom left of Ning just doing magical things there. It's the fact that he gets to steal it and also gets the Herald. So often when a Herald is stolen, you can't actually pick up the objective for themselves. But being able to grab that, such impressive play from Ning.
Well, he was able to do a bit of damage to the mid lane turret as well. So for IG, able to push out, but it's around this next Infernal that Rogue Warriors are starting to come around. Aphelios resets in the base with an Infinity Edge Seal, so Puff has a bit more damage to add to this next fight.
Rookie getting slowed on down here, but they don't follow up. Ruby's going to be in so much trouble. Rookie, 1v3 gets a kill. Southwind's here to support him now as the Ignite ticks away. Lei should be able to find some CC onto the enemy mid laner. And yet again, another kill for this misfortune. Zhang Wuji is massive.
We just don't stop, but no shockwave around the neutral objective is massive here. Ruby's ultimate is purely about zoning, but the wombo from IG is now gone.
Ning's been caught. Surely will go down here. Bullet time through, and that's one going down. The Shy could be next as it's a trade onto Wei Yan. The slow is there, though, and Holder will pull the Shy back in. That's the biggest lead for IG taken down.
And now the objective is yours. Rogue Warriors. This is a brand new Rogue Warriors we're seeing this game. They're matching IG pound for pound, penny for penny. And they're just looking so damn good.
This is an absolute treat that we're witnessing right here as Rogue Warriors putting up a massive fight against IG. One of the favorites for the entire LPL. Now with an Infernal Drake as well. They're the ones with the tempo advantage for themselves. They can reset and get back onto the map.
In the past, we've seen teams try to take it slow against Invictus Gaming, and that has always failed. But Rogue Warriors matching the pace. In the past, teams like Top Esports have been able to defeat IG in that same fashion. So for Rogue Warriors, I think they're taking a page out of their book, and so far, so good.
So far, so good. Let's take another look at this fight as Ning gets caught at the start. Great equalizer to split them, but ultimately the damage is just too much from Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, at this point, the front to back is so hard to deal with. And you notice, even though the Mordekaiser is 0-3, Holder this game, the Death's Grasp, has so much utility to bring them closer towards Wuji, who is 5-0, who almost has 2 items, and who is pounding anyone he comes into contact with.
Yeah, take a look at the items for Zhang Wuji as well. He's not been back since all of that fighting. He's about to finish off his Infinity Edge, I'd imagine. And that is a massive power spike coming out for Misfortune. The amount of damage that Zhang Wuji is going to be doing in the follow-up fights here is going to win them the fight by itself. The question will be, what can Southwind do about it? What can Ning do about it? Can they get onto the back line? Speaking of the back line, Rookie is going to be completely alone here, and with Lei just to sacrifice, or just to finish that kill off, it's going to be Rookie going down.
And now the pace continues. Top turret goes down for IG, but after that kill, they're going to be looking for the inner turret down the bottom lane. I'm not sure if they can get this, but Puff is going nowhere near, so that's just given up by Invictus Game.
Yeah, they're going to be trading a tier 1 in the top side for a tier 2 in the bottom side of the map here. Fantastic play coming out from Rogue Warriors. Just got to wait for that next minion wave. But if you look at the mini-map, they have the positioning to be able to force this objective. But their mid lane is being threatened by IG, and maybe even the Baron itself. Bear in mind, this is an Aphelios. Aphelios does have the damage to just force this objective.
Okay, well, they're doing it. They're looking towards it. 20 minutes on the dot.
And it's all down to the crescendum. You can see that's the weapon he's using right now. The closer you are to your target, the faster your attack speed. Ruby's going to spot this out with his ultimate. Or at least he's going to block them off. And it means that he can walk on forward. It's been spotted, and IG not going to get away with the cheat.
Yeah, they had a bit of a guess there. The Weaver's Wall used means that, okay, IG are just going to back away for now. They don't need to force this objective yet. But Rogue Warriors are trying to find something after the fact, while IG are trying to bait them in.
Wei Yan uses the sweeper at the last second, spots them out and goes, actually, maybe this isn't the best invade of my life yet. But when you look at the kill participation across the board right now for Rogue Warriors, a lot of it is down to Wei Yan. He's been part of just about every single one of these fights. And this is the power of the Olaf in the LPL. He loves these skirmishes. He loves this early battling that we get to see.
They bring in Wei Yan when it feels like Haru and Holder can't get enough done. In this game, Wei Yan has performed perfectly. With the bot side pressure, I think we can say that Wei Yan, the composition itself, they know what they're doing here is equalizer.
Gravitum onto Zhang Wuji. We'll get a bit of damage alongside the equalizer, but the MF survives in the bullet time onto Ning. Ignite ticking away, and it's going to get the kill there for Lei. Now a knock up onto Southwind. Make that Rookie as he's pulled on in. 3-man shockwave, though. Turns the fight around. There's going to be 2 into the pocket of Puff, and now Holder finds himself alone. He wants the 1v1 with Rookie. He wants the rematch. Gets it for himself, but at what cost? Another kill for Puff. A triple on the Aphelios.
Everyone loves a big shockwave, and Rookie gave it to Rogue Warriors hard. IG, the heal comes through.
Oh no, Zhang Wuji caught out here. Will walk away in the end, but the Shy wants the dive. Gets one onto the AD carry. Wei Yan finds himself alone. Southwind happy to tank this tower up as Puff walks forward and gets himself a 4.
An unofficial quadra here for IG's Puff, and a full-blown ace. I tell you what Aphelios does well. He fights
everything.
Or everything as well. So IG, when you match them fighting, sometimes you get burned, and that time Rogue Warriors ran into the fire.
40 seconds until this Infernal Drake will spawn as well. I don't know if he just didn't mean to click the lantern there. He's like, wait, hang on. I didn't finish the red
Let's go
yet.
back and get that.
But tempo is going to be in favor of Rogue Warriors.
Well, what did we set up early? The equalizer is everything. It starts here, but there's only one ult I want you to pay attention to. Rookie comes in slowly, but surely. Shockwave is held for so damn long, and that makes the fight. The damage that comes out means that Rogue Warriors can no longer chase it, no longer dive, and Southwind is the nuisance that keeps Holder nearby.
And you see the flash coming out from Puff as well. He sees the opportunity. He's happy to flash forward to make these fights work. And look at his inventory right now. Well, let's take a look at the damage first. Rookie, even though he was only there for the start of the fight, gets 3,000 damage off, pretty much in that combo alone. And then Puff is able to follow it up. Now, the Dragon going to be started up by Ning. This is going to be a huge fight, but IG have a massive amount of power on their side.
Oh, good lantern, though. Equalizer to come through.
Equalizer onto everyone. Holders here on the Dragon, though, and Rogue Warriors should be able to finish the objective off for themselves. Ruby's been caught in a 1v1 by Rookie. He's going to go down in the Infernum onto everyone from the Moonlight Vigil. Another double for Puff, and Holder finds himself alone. Make it a triple, just as a cherry on top.
Season 10 in a nutshell. Aphelios is 200 years worth of champions into one. 8-2, and all you need to do is give him space and he'll do the rest. Not only is Rookie destroying the backline of these fights, Puff is taking on the rest, and they start up the Baron.
And look at the items that he's gone for as well. Going for an early Phantom Dancer just makes him that little bit tankier, makes it a little bit harder to kill this Aphelios instead of going for the double BF sword build with the Essence Reaver.
Yeah.
I like the adaptation, and it's working wonders for him.
And now with this Baron, everything's shifted. The Shy has hit his point with Void Stuff, with the needlessly large rod. Good things are happening for IG, and after what was such a strong early game from Rogue Warriors, now they have to try and turn this one around and bring back that lead.
And we have to take a step back. Maybe we don't have time to take a step back here, because Lei wants the Shy. I swear, Lei. Oh my days! What a hook! That was absolutely magnificent. The Shy. I mean, he's going to go down. Let's be honest here. But he wants to kill. Lei just about gets away with it. Lei he's had a target on the Shy this entire game.
He really has. We're taking a quick look at this replay, because what started at the back was Rookie just solo killed Ruby outright. Yeah. And then Aphelios with, no, never mind, your turn.
Wait a second. Speaking of Rookie, he just got 2 kills to answer for the Shy in this bottom lane. Everybody is here from Rogue Warriors to answer. Ruby gets himself a kill.
And close to getting a third for Rookie as well. Meanwhile, Puff with Baron.
That was 2v5. Rookie and the Shy, 2v5, and they allow Puff to walk forwards and take an inhib turret in the mid lane.
Munchables, I did so much work on my story notes. What did I say? Rookie and the Shy are the core of Invictus Gaming. Puff and Southwind are the island that are meant to be consistent, and towards this mid to late game, yes, they have been consistent. So now the Shy and Rookie accelerate it themselves with pure raw skill, apparently, as this Baron is getting money.
And the really crazy thing about that Dragon fight that we saw is Rookie, in the mid game, was able to use his Shockwave on a single target during a massive team fight, and it's still not even remotely close.
Yeah.
IG still absolutely obliterating that fight. And this is the double kill in the bottom left there.
Oh,
beautiful
okay.
Shockwave.
Rookie is just so far ahead. He went Spellbind a second. And why shouldn't he? He's doing so much burst damage that no one can really touch him on a one-on-one situation. And even pushing this wave, the wave clear means that Rogue Warriors have to back off after getting the mid inner or outer.
Yeah, and you can see he's just building as much AP as he can. Whatever gold he had in his inventory when he recalled, that's the AP he's going for. Get the Haunting Guys, and then the needlessly large rod as well.
Well, from here, Munchables, I'm looking towards the soul for Rogue Warriors, because if they are going to take these fights, you want that misfortune with the Infernal Soul. You want the burst to come out and look for the pick onto Rookie before we get towards a second Baron or the potential of IG stealing away the soul themselves.
And when we look at how these teams have been playing so far in the LPL, in their previous series, going into this game, you don't expect Rogue Warriors to be a favorite. You don't expect them to be able to put up much of a fight against the likes of IG. I mean, they lost. They managed to beat Suning Gaming, but they lost 0-2 to both eStars and OMG. OMG, a middle-of-the-table team. And yet against IG, this squad is managing to put up such a ridiculous performance.
We wanted to see how people would come back after the break, but hang on, Death Sentence.
Hook onto Lei. It's not really the target they want to be onto, though. And it means that the fight will be deterred in the end. The Shy gets a tier 2 in the bottom lane in the meantime. That Dragon going to be spawning in just a minute, but IG have their eyes on this inhibitor first.
They don't even want to look towards the Infernal or the next Baron. They're going to get the inhibitor here. Southwind keeps looking for picks. Weaver's Wall.
Weaver's Wall going to split up the team here, but the Equalizer just stops Wuji doing anything with his ultimate.
The problem is, Puff has Infernum here, though. So if a fight comes through, Infernum with the Aphelios, almost level 16, the Moonlight Vigil could literally just end the game in a group.
I mean, that's what we saw in the last fight as well. It wouldn't be surprising at all. But Dragon, 20 seconds till that's up, and they're going to go for it. Rookie once again against Holder in the Death Realm. This time, Holder doesn't stand a chance. The fight going down. Rookie the target, and he gets a Lantern to safety. 3-man knockup coming out from Lei, and there's one kill onto Rookie. Ning, the next target, gets onto Wuji, but can't finish off the kill.
Puff,
in the meantime, though, Puff is cleaning up the fight. Ruby's going to go down. Puff with the aggressive flashes. This man has cojones.
And that's the full ace again, because Puff, while everyone was focusing on Rookie, while they committed everything in the kitchen sink, Puff said, it's my time to shine. And Aphelios says, no, IG game 1.
And there you have it, Rogue Warriors with a strong early performance, but when it comes down to it, it's all about IG.
After what was such a great early game from Rogue Warriors, individuality strikes true. Aphelios apparently strikes true as well. And the Shy and Rookie cannot be understated.
Puff especially, and yeah, I had to mess about with my mask, so I turned my mic off. Puff especially in this game really impressed me, and it's the flashes. The confidence that he has on this Aphelios, knowing that he can flash forward aggressively, doesn't need that summoner to play defensively. There's not that many AD carries in the league that will flash so aggressively in the fights.
That's really true. I mean, this kind of shows you why we were heightening Puff and Southwind, and even with Jackie Love leaving this roster at the end of 2019, I think Puff is really good side grade. I won't say downgrade, I won't say upgrade. Puff looks like a good side grade to Jackie Love. And the synergy with Southwind, you can see game after game why this bottom lane gets towards fights and is just so on the ball.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the damage. And the Shy in the early game. Just the sheer solo presence that he has. And I love that Rogue Warriors were able to put up a fight, especially in the early game, making sure that Zhang Wuji was set up for success. Great presence from Wei Yan on the Olaf, but ultimately the sheer power coming out from the Shy in the top lane and Rookie, the amount he was able to put into this game versus Ruby, when you look at their individual impacts in comparison, the Rookie was making plays happen all game long. And on a Talia, you've got to be able to match that.
Because at least the pressure came through early from Rogue Warriors. But if we continue to see that, then the side lane of IG would be caught out. Then the Shy wouldn't have had as great of an impact. Rookie as well wouldn't have had the same feeling that he had this game. And I think I'm impressed with Invictus Gaming. More so, I want to say I'm impressed with Rogue Warriors. That game, they need to be complimented. Because this is a roster I thought was going to be 15th or 16th in the league. I expected a bottom presence from this team all year round. Not even split, all year round. And if they play like that, if they can match the tempo of IG and actually know how they're going to play their composition, then I think I give this team a little bit more credit, and I'm curious to see where it goes from here on.
Yeah, this, honestly, Rogue Warriors have impressed me in game number 1. I want to see more of this in game number 2 as well. And when you look at the draft especially, they clearly focused on the Shy, getting rid of the Kalista, trying to remove some of the power in that top lane. And Rumble's not a champion that you usually see people solo diving on. But it doesn't really matter what champion the Shy gets.
He dives anyway.
It's like, yeah, you can take the Kalista away from him. He's just going to pretend that Rumble is Kalista.
Yeah, look, every time the Shy plays a new champion or adds one to the pool that we haven't seen this split, we're like, I wonder how this is going to go. But he has the same play style. He's always a menace. Kalista, Rumble, it doesn't matter. And I don't know. I feel sorry to be Holder in that game because it is a real test when you lane against the Shy and if you can actually withstand the pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, not very many top laners can, and Rookie as well in the mid lane, just layering the pressure onto Ruby, who had some good roams early, but once it came to the later team fights, that's when Ruby wasn't really able to get the damage off that he needed to, but Rookie consistently on this Orianna, getting the 3-man shockwave in the early game as well, that just, it kind of stopped the snowball for Rogue Warriors.
It really did. It was that 30 CS lead at the start, around Dragon as well, the big 3-man shockwave mid lane as well. You put Orianna against a champion like Talia, if Talia doesn't get that burst, that seismic shove combination with the electrocute, then you go, okay, now Orianna's going to continue to harass the fight, and she has a lot more versatility, and IG played around that beautifully.
Now, my curiosity is, as we head towards game number 2, is how does the draft change for Rogue Warriors? When the bans are focusing on a player like the Shy, on such a niche pick like the Kalista top, maybe you go for the Kalista yourselves. Put that in the AD carry position. We know that Zhang Wuji is a great mechanical player. Change up the draft a little bit. Change up the bans so that you free yourself up a little bit, because the Shy's going to win lane no matter what.
Do you want my expert color or my play-by-play opinion?
Give me both.
Ban Aphelios. Just plain and simple. Aphelios, red side. I mean, Aphelios is still first pick worthy. We're still in patch 10.4. Aphelios, even you take away the infinite calibrum. Doesn't matter. Or the infinite range, whatever. It doesn't matter. Aphelios is just so good in the hands of a good AD carry. Puff is a great AD carry.
The thing is, though, they just fall back on the Varus. We've already seen them dominate teams with it. We'll have to find out in a few minutes' time. We're going to head to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're back with game number 2 in just a couple of minutes.
过刚才的话，其实拼一下的话，稍微浪一点点的话，可以尝试一次。不过打得很稳，没有任何问题。然后在这边交一个闪现想秀，伤害直接看不懂，还想再换。朱比这边的话也是被打退，同时亏子这边也没有什么作战能力。先肥的一个老贼啊，这波秀翻了。
双招交了，我再出最后这一勾，
而且
上路也对拼起来了。
死角这位置点进去，莫干这边先往回绕，开大招，悲伤也来了。
这一波出来就是2v2了，特意哎不对，小航怎么来了？
但是小航来感觉就多送一个呀。这鳄鱼太肥了，远古史诗究极老鳄鱼，小航来就是多死一个。OE 啊，
对。
又来了，
黄城 PK 被反推抢了
啊！出来要被顶起来了，小天这边也是及时赶到，再勾到蜘蛛，对面这边杀疯了呀！
直接锁链爆杀了，老牛这边的话没有闪现情况下，硬伤害要直接灌死，
刷新，中路可能要被开了，EQ 闪挑起2个，蓝波大大的很不错，哇！
这一发大招天崩地裂，崩出了3个人，所有人被框在里面，塞拉在旁边没有什么办法，刚刚落地的这边的。Cube 也只能一个人
点一个厄菲琉斯，然后打不过，被闪现躲掉最后一 Q。开车过来，想强行开。这波也知道自己坐以待毙是绝对没机会的，偷背羊小年过来一脚踢开了皇子，卡定一个 R 闪，直接先秒掉一个，再 R 进场瞄准了残血的塞拉斯，再一个 R， 塞拉斯也倒，2个人头入袋，再往前追，没有人能跑得过这个16级的卡萨丁，3个人，刚才已经被人拿了一个了，5杀应该是没机会，但4杀还是有的。
天下诸国征战日久，旧乱未平，新患又起。唯当死战不却，方得天赐神兵。巴山盖世，唯我贾克斯。
She make music with a body called a Pandora Spotify. Got the lyrics to that body all memorized. Mama get that job done. In fact, she overqualified. Boss lady, hot sugar, caramelize. Oh, watch her dance off. She putting a spell on whoever she dance for. Everybody wanna touch it, they can't though. Rules are hands off. Still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down. Girlie got that fire, like she camped out. Dudes popping tents like they on the campground.
She makes music with a body, the ballers they spinning money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She makes music with a body, the ballers they spinning money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers they spinning money.
Bunch of sexy baddies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grip spinning. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing them ankles. She make music with her body, she that #1 single.
She make music with a body, the ballers they spinning money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers they spinning money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with a body, the ballers they spinning money.
Welcome back to the beautiful city of Shanghai, China, as we jump back into more LPL action. We finally got an English stream, and we're excited to bring you more of these games. We're halfway through IG versus Rogue Warriors, or at least you'd expect, because IG look hot in game number 1. And when you look at the standings, you expect it to go 2-0.
But we got such a good start out of Rogue Warriors. In that hot start you mentioned came from both sides. I'm impressed to see that Rogue Warriors actually dominated the early game, or at least took charge. But it's Invictus Gaming solo liners that we always talk about who brought back the response, right?
Yeah, and once we got into those team fights, it was all about Puff on this Aphelios. He's going to be the one grabbing the MVP for game number 1 in this series, and I think rightly so. Such aggressive play coming out from him. As soon as he had that Infernum available, he'd flash forward and get the damage down. And just 11, 2, and 4, got himself the unofficial quadra as well. Just phenomenal.
He got 2 triples, as far as I saw. 2 triples and a quadra kill. Puff was bullied as well as the bottom lane of Southwind really, really early on. And so he didn't die. He kept that KDA, and I'm pretty impressed. They got into their team fighting stage, and Puff is still Puff.
Yeah, Puff doing amazing things there on the Aphelios pick. And that's, you know, this is not something that we've seen from him a ton during this season so far. But let's take another look at these team fights, because the rookie Shockwave followed by Puff flashing so aggressively.
I mean, you could have given MVP on this team to pretty much anyone at this point, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe not Ming, but the 3-man Shockwave, the 2-man Shockwave, the solo kill from rookie also really dictated these fights. And from Invictus Gaming, you see compositions like this every once in a blue moon where their team fighting is really accelerated, where they can rely on people like Rookie and Puff to be the cleanup crew.
Look at this fight especially. Puff just obliterated them with the Moonfall. I mean, there's not a lot else you can say about that kind of fight. That is just Aphelios doing Aphelios things.
Okay, that's the second triple. You ready for the quadra? We're just going to go again and again. Puff wasn't touching this one. I mean, everyone committed onto Rookie. They saw the Orianna and they thought, okay, let's go and kill him. But as soon as they go all the way in onto Rookie, the turnaround is just massive, and Southwind keeps Puff alive. Puff fronts to back, and then Aphelios says, I have Infernum. Are you ready?
Yeah, and that, again, another super aggressive flash. Happy to go underneath the turret to make sure that he's getting those Calibrim shots, because he knows that he can get a double kill off of those autos that will bounce off one another. I think we're already ready to jump into game number 2.
We're going like this.
We're going to have to see what Rogue Warriors are going to do. They've picked blue side once again, and again, they're just going to ban the Callista, keeping the bans exactly the same as game number 1.
Most notably, though, this time we have Crazy in the top lane. The SKT shadowing top laner, as far as I was aware. Information out of Jordan there. But remember that Crazy has been playing the majority so far. He's been balancing with Holder, and this time, yeah, they've learned from their quote-unquote mistake. First pick Aphelios.
But it does mean that the Olaf is going to be available for the side of IG. That's what they first picked last time to get it into the hands of Wei Yan. And he did have an incredibly strong performance on that pick. We'll see where IG want to go with this one, because typically we have seen a lot of Varus early prioritization. And when the Varus is locked in, they almost always go with the Braum as well.
One of Puff's favorite champions as well. So do they just go ahead and lock in the Braum here instead of looking at jungle? Remember that they will get that up, but Ning does like Lee Sin and has looked at it first over other junglers. So maybe they don't look at the LF. Maybe they don't care.
Yeah, it'd be surprising to see the prioritization moving away from the Olaf, but perhaps IG not thinking it's too strong. Obviously, Wei Yan had a good performance in that last game, but it's not like he ran away with the game. It's not like IG couldn't deal with the Olaf. So maybe deciding that the Lee Sin, the Jarvan 4, is going to be just about fine for Ning.
Means that Wei Yan can go towards this Olaf, as we're talking about. And if we look at priority junglers, Lee Sin, Olaf, the Gragas kind of touches in there as well. But Wei Yan, limited champion pool, as we're talking about before. It's that or the Karthus. And this time, taking away the Rumble I like, because for Rookie and the Shy, I just do not want to see this in their hands.
Yeah, absolute power pick for IG in game number 1. So was the Aphelios, and I like the adaptation from Rogue Warriors. They're basically saying, okay, these are the things that won you the game last time. We're going to take them away from you, but we're going to keep the strength of the Olaf in our draft. And I'm curious if Rookie will still go with the Orianna once again. Now that he's paired with the Jarvan, it's an incredibly strong
But
call.
remember that on red side, Invictus Gaming leave their final 2 picks towards their solo lanes. We saw this so heavily in 2019, where IG prioritized red side each and every game because Rookie and the Shy got their counter picks, or they left the counter pick for that top lane.
And interesting that they do go for the Thresh for Southwind, not sticking to that Braum that has been the comfort pick alongside the Varus so often. But Thresh still fulfilling a similar role to Braum. The Lantern is going to mean that Puff can play completely safe on this Varus.
And now they can play around banning around those other supports. Time Kench is still available, but usually only paired with the center and the fasting lane. Nautilus is really S tier. The Leona is there as well, but as a lot of people know, the Flay can kind of disrupt her and stop the engage from Lei. So I want to see what direction he goes in, because at the moment with the Aphelios, he can literally be paired with anything in that bottom lane.
I'm really wondering what the Shy is going to go for in this top lane as well, because when it comes to top lane bans, there hasn't been all too much. Obviously, his Rumble's been taken away, the Kalista was banned away from him, but you've still got things like the Aatrox, things like the Renekton that you can just take a lane away with.
I mean, both these top laners love Aatrox. Both these top laners love Renekton. The Shy used to be playing around with the Flex Akali, but we don't see that anymore, so really,
I mean,
they share.
Obviously, Ornn has to come into the conversation as well, but both of these players kind of stray away from Ornn a little bit. But the Quinn ban...
What do Rogue Warriors know that I don't?
they know that they... I mean, they're banning Quinn, which means they want to pick Renekton, right? And they might just be able to get away with it. The Syndra are going to be locked in for the side of IG.
Also, we know that the Shy in the past has had a heavy priority on that matchup of Quinn versus the Renekton too. So you're exactly right, Munch. Rookie back on his stock and standard in the Syndra. But you know what I like in this comp? I wouldn't mind a Yuumi here. We're going to see the Renekton come out, but they were hovering over the Pike with the Olaf with the Aphelios. I'm just going to say, as my first ever color performance, let me just throw that out there. Don't do Bard, make me right.
Just throw out a bold prediction
Throw
of the Yuumi. I'd love to see the Tarek, but that's not going to be locked in.
Oh,
it's
cares?
going to be a Blitzcrank, though. Here we go, Lei.
Not even mad.
Let's see if he's going to be able to pull in some significant targets here. And actually, it's a pretty good team to play Blitzcrank against. Nothing too tanky on the side of IG.
Have fun for Puff, that's what I'm going to say. Southwind's going to do a lot of blocking this game, but solo lane time, we already got rookies. Syndra.
Uh-oh.
It's a cannon from the Shy.
Well, we've got a target that you definitely don't want to pull, because you bring that slicing Maelstrom into the team, you've just lost the team fight for yourself. The Shy has a ton of cannon in his match history. We know that he can dominate a game. And up against a Renekton, he has a very nice match.
We got AP solo lanes once again. The difference is, though, for Rookie, he already had a good time in the last laning phase. He's going to try and simulate that once again. And for the Shy, it's team fighting cannon, but with a twist. In the past, I want to put a caveat that the Shy has gone for more of the Hextech Gunblade build, the solo lane pressure, as we know that the identity of the Shy is to win lane, win game with the rest of IG.
Yeah, once again, you see the difference in the priorities for these two teams. Yeah. You've got the Jarvan coming out for Ning. You expect him to be focusing on towards the top and mid lane, as they have really good lane matchups for themselves. On the other side of things, with the Blitzcrank lock-in to go into the Varus, way on this Olaf once again. You got to expect the Rogue Warriors. They say, hey, it kind of worked in game number 1. We got Wuji fed by just diving bot at level 3. With a Blitzcrank, you can expect that they might just do that again.
They're doing what they love, but they also have that flair of adaptation in their draft as well. So it's good to see Rogue Warriors have added a bit of change. I think it's really important for these growing rosters in the LPL to show us that they can adapt within a series. A good example of that is in the past, with JDG series, we see similar drafts game after game after game, and sometimes it really, really hurts them. For Rogue Warriors against IG, a success in the early game, heightened by this game, the ability to snowball harder and really put down IG so that they stay down instead of getting back up and fighting back.
We'll have to see. Puff and Southwind are used to playing on that weak side. They're used to not getting the support from their jungler. And we'll see if Rogue Warriors can put on a little bit more pressure this side. And whether Crazy is going to be able to deal with the Shy, because that was ultimately the weakness for Rogue Warriors early game. In game number 1 was Holder getting solo killed by the Shy underneath his tower. This time around, it's down to Crazy to see if he can batten the hatches and just hold down that top lane.
Now, our newest caster in the LPL, Mr. Lyric, says that he rates Crazy. He says he's a good top laner. However, Crazy, I will correct myself from draft, we've only seen a couple of games out of him for this split. This is his debut in the LPL alongside Ruby, the 2 Korean imports for Rogue Warriors filling out the top and mid lane. And in that way, they're very similar to Invictus Gaming, where they try and put strength into their solo lanes, but Ruby and Crazy have a different level of experience. compared to the Shy and Rookie.
I really do. I mean, I like talking about the solo lanes, and I'm sure we're going to have to because, let's be honest, we've got the Shy and Rookie here, and they're going to be making plays. But while we have the chance, I do want to go back to this bottom lane because Lay's locked in the Blitzcrank. We've seen a little bit of Blitzcrank already in the LPL.
We've seen quite a bit, actually.
Sneaking in more and more. And against things like the Varus for Puff, it can be massive. But there is a caveat there in that Blitzcrank's pull is sort of indirectly countered by Southwind's Lantern if he can get it out. The question will be, can they burst down the Varus quickly enough? Already onto Southwind here. Puff going to back it up. Just a little bit of a trade.
Not a bad trade, but Severum is starting here for Wuji, of course, on the Aphelios, so he'll be able to heal that back up. Puff going in for the more aggressive trade when Lei doesn't have the hook, and that's what it's going to be about, punishing the timing of Rocket Grab being down and Puff and Southwind winning out that way.
See if they can abuse that timing, and League of Conquest once again on the side of Rogue Warriors, and actually going for the Conqueror on Zhang Wuji on the Aphelios. You do sometimes see the press the attack down on the Aphelios, but Conqueror, obviously, if you do land a good Moonlight Vigil in the fight, you pretty much instantly get your 10 stacks.
I mean, Conqueror is just annoying. Dylan, what would you call it? League of Conquest.
Yeah.
I like that.
Lots of conquering.
Hey, I tell you what, look, I'm play-by-play, so I'm going to steal that at some point. This is the trouble. You're going to be casting with me, and then in about a week or so, I'm literally going to be taking everything you say to me and using it on Dagda.
Do you know what? That's okay.
Oh, really?
I'll give you permission.
Thank you so much.
I'm just going to call you out every single time.
Okay, well, you're never going to be color casting with me, so we've got too much to give away. We're taking a quick look at Rookie on the phase rush here. Now, a lot of the time in trades like this against the Rumble, we see the electrocute from the Syndra, but Rookie optimizing the movement speed here, and Ruby getting a good trade back, but there you go, phase rush.
It does get a little burst of movement speed during those fights, and it can be really impactful to be able to reposition, especially against things like the Equalizer, where if you can't reposition, you're going to get toasted alive. But I want to focus in a little bit on our junglers here, because Wei Yan gone for an early recall, and in the meantime, Ning going to go for his first Scuttle Crab, but once again, Ning focusing towards this top half of the map.
Yeah, Wei Yan being there, going towards bottom side means that Ning has the option here. On the other side of jungle, Lei has roamed up at level 2.
Ruby trying to bait this one. He knows that Ning is here. He
Rookie
had
not
that ward
mana.
in River. Rookie incredibly low, misses the stun, and Lei is here. Level 2, but that's enough to have a rocket grab. Flash comes out from Rookie. I'm surprised.
What?
Oh, double flash to follow as Rookie goes down, and it's Wei Yan with first blood.
I was worried about the double flash, but they make it work. The undertow lands, which is a key ability there. And first blood going to the jungler this time around means that Wei Yan is set up to succeed here in Game 2 once more. He's even going to the top side right after the game.
The Shy going to try and get away with his little lightning rush, but Wei Yan is here. Doesn't have his boots just yet. The undertow won't quite land onto
Ruby's
the
coming
Shy,
up.
but he gets the slow down. Ruby's here to meet them halfway, and the Shy will surely go down. The lightning rush, though, is not enough, and Wei Yan gets yet another. Now the flash from Lei in the bottom lane keeps him safe from Ning.
And Ning only getting a flash versus another kill here for Rogue Warriors in the early game. Rookie had to back and use his support because he had no mana, because he just got destroyed for first blood, rather. And so Ruby just walks right up. He didn't even reset at that point. And Rogue Warriors give 2 kills to Wei Yan in this early game.
And we have a complete role reversal from the junglers here. It's Wei Yan focusing on the top side of the map, and Ning tries to make a play happen onto Lei and Zhang Wuji. It doesn't work out for Ning, and for the second game in a row, Rogue Warriors start off with a lead.
But it's a very different early game, as you mentioned. The solo lanes are what gave IG that Game 1 win and pushed it against Rogue Warriors. Here now, the pressure relies on Puff and Southwind to help with the help of Wei Yan, or excuse me, help of Ning, utilize the flashless Blitzcrank and get the summoners out of Wuji in the bottom lane and try and make something happen.
But we have seen that Lei already liking to roam a lot this game. He came up to the mid lane at level 2. Even without that flash, will have his Hextech contraption. So,
Hextech contraption? Come on, you're the play-by-play. You got to get it. What do you want? Mobility boots?
Flash.
Hey. Hextech Flash.
Hextech Flash Straption, is it called?
Hextech,
the rune
just
is...
call it Hextech Flash.
It's not what it's called, though. It's not what it's called. Anyway, he's going to have the Hex Flash available to him.
I like your adaptation, no worries.
And it means that he can go for these ganks. He can still make a surprise impact on the Blitzcrank.
Hey, it's been 2 months, don't worry. We've been out of it for a very long time.
I'm about 80% sure I'm right that it's Hextech.
Okay, all right. Time with the equalizer. Flash burnt by Southwind. And Mr. Munchables, I tell you what, Southwind tried to match Lei, tried to match the Blitzcrank who's constantly been roaming. He gets punished for it, but Ning heading towards the top side, looking for the dive, but Crazy has 6.
Oh, flashes for the stun hit. Dominus down onto the Shy. The stun will be there to counter it, but Crazy has a lot of damage. One more Q will finish the job, and it gets him the sustain as well. The stun might go down onto Ning. This will be huge if Crazy can do it. Ning gets away with the EQ combo, but Crazy makes a statement.
Ning needed Cataclysm there for that to be successful, but the Renekton, people know, don't dive him at level 6. It's not going to work out, but take it a step further where Crazy says, I'm just going to flash on top of the cannon. Real confidence play coming out of the top laner here of Rogue Warriors.
And if you're going to play against IG and you want to make a statement, you beat them in the solo lanes, and that's exactly what Crazy is doing here on the Renekton. Phenomenal start, and Ning just cannot get anything done this game, no matter where he goes, no matter what he does. He just can't have an impact.
That's right. Now he's still that level behind of Wei Yan. And the difference in game number 1 was that Ning was still farming heavily while Wei Yan was trying to get towards the bottom side and trying to get through these solo lanes. This game, Wei Yan has been keeping up in CS. He invades, takes the blue buff here as well. And he's ahead in levels and CS and even gold over the 2018 World's MVP jungler.
Ning certainly having a hard time. Wei Yan, for the second game in a row, getting his Olaf. But we're not going to see that tanky Olaf that you sometimes see. He's going for the warrior enchant. He's going for early aggression and pressure. He wants to fight.
Popularized by the LPL. I'm just going to throw that in there. That in last year, when we saw a lot more of the Olaf, everyone was going for Cinderhog. But here in this region, we don't back down. We don't want Cinderhog. We go straight for the Warriors, and that's going to push that lead even further. Wei Yan can now 1v1 pretty much any of these lanes, walk in and be a threat. It's just about where he goes next. He's positioning around mid. Control Ward will spot him out here, but he's looking for those solo lanes once again, or even just this repelled start.
And you can see Wuji has swapped up towards the top side so that they have priority. They were able to get that shove down in the bottom side, and you can see that Puff is nowhere near this objective. This will go the way of Rogue Warriors, and the Shy might go down as well as he's pulled on in, rooted on up, exhausted, and Wuji stunned, but the Moonlight Vigil will finish the kill.
Really nice grab here from Lei. Yet another one goes to Rogue Warriors, and when there was going to be a contest around Herald,
Puff going for a solo kill onto Lei, but he's going to sacrifice his own life for it. Puff has to flash away. And the Herald did reset. They've at least delayed the situation. Lei, you're stepping way too far forward, my friend. Gets the silence onto Ning, but it's not enough. Flash forward coming out from Wei Yan. This is so aggressive. Equalizer does nothing. Ning gets a kill onto his opponent, and now Ruby charges forward alongside Crazy. They answer with one as Rookie is on the wrong side of the situation. Wuji forces the flash as they head towards the bottom side of the map. The Shy is going to be there to meet them halfway, but I don't think Rookie will make it that far. Burnt on down, and now into the wrong jungle. Wuji gets another.
Aggression match gets aggression from Rogue Warriors first. After what was some good pickoffs for IG, they push too far. They walk into the den of a fed Renekton and a well-off Rumble, and they pay for it harshly.
And that was a fight that started at Herald, and it finished at the red buff in the blue jungle.
Because it's LPL, man. We fight all across the rift.
Nobody gets the objective in the end, even though that's what they were fighting for in the first place.
Well, I know I'm going to get a replay on this, and I'm going to give you my best analysis, but I'll tell you now, that was so scattered, that was so crazy. No, we're not going to get anything in the bottom lane, but around the Herald, remember, it didn't go down. So we could pretty much just do that again. It's 10 minutes in, and Jarvan's heading there, and eventually Wei Yan will too.
And before this fight starts, look at the scoreboard right now. We always talk about IG, the strength of their solo lanes, the strength of the Shy and Rookie. Who are the ones that have been focused every single fight? 0-3 the Shy, 1-2 the Rookie.
And in the past, when the Rookie or the Shy... I know, we do it all the time. When the Shy gets punished in the past, we saw this a lot at Worlds, where people punish the top lane of Invictus Gaming, and a lot of the time, that force of momentum, that stopping of the best player on Invictus Gaming, nets wins. And for Rogue Warriors this time around, they've set themselves up really, really nicely. As you mentioned, the Shire's having a terrible start. Rogue Warriors trying to push it again. We've got the Rift Herald started, and IG are nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and you can see Crazy moving up towards the rest of his team. He knows that there's a good chance IG would try and force a contagion here. Doesn't have the TP, so moves up to his team. Realizes the Shy is not going to do the same, so he's going to go back down to the bottom side, try and meet the Shy at his tower. But the stun won't actually quite be completed from the Shy. Does finally get that, but just gets a good amount of damage and backs away. No, Dominus now, as the Shy is in serious trouble. Crazy, so aggressive on this Renekton. Realizes the rest of the squad from IG is coming and backs away.
But also doesn't have that first item to really kill the Shy. So surviving here while Rogue Warriors get the Herald and they're looking for the push mid. But there's ult from Puff.
It's actually going to force Wei Yan to use that Ragnarok as well, just to keep himself safe, make sure he's not in too much trouble. And now down towards the Dragon. It's spawned on the map. It's an ocean. Rogue Warriors got the first one of the game. They'd love to get number 2.
Wei Yan is spamming his taunt in front of IG. That's what you can hear. Chinese Olaf is so noisy. Chinese Brolaf, I should say. So Rogue Warriors taunting them in front of this Dragon. They have full river control.
Hook onto Southwind. Does have a stopwatch, but it's only going to keep him alive a little bit. Infernum onto a couple of them as Southwind flashes to safety. Lei still alive, but only just as Ning finds the back line. He's not going to finish Lei, though, with a very nice flash from the Blitzcrank. And all in all, once again, Rogue Warriors get the advantage.
Not sure what I should say about Ning. He had Cataclysm, but yeah, probably not the play there after everyone gets burned down.
But Lei manages to get his ultimate off and silences, I believe.
True.
I think.
Well, either way, Rogue Warriors get the Dragon. And at this point, we're in a similar position, but even better as they want to capitalize further.
Crazy wants to go for the dive. Flash for the stun onto the Shy once again. He's so low, but no flashes are available. And the Shy walks away.
But you get the turret. You get priority over the bottom lane with a moment of plating still available. So more gold available as well to Rogue Warriors. And they're already leading by a significant amount here in the second game.
Now, it has to be said that in game number 1, Rogue Warriors got their first tower much earlier into the game. They do have a huge gold lead, though. 2,000 at 13 minutes, as well as 2 dragons. And I was expecting IG to come back stronger in game 2.
Well, let's go back, though, first. Have a look at this replay. Early flash from Wuji gives IG a bit of confidence, but the hooks from Lei this game have been great. And Lei in the first game with Nautilus was already going massive. But the equalizer to zone means everything for Rogue Warriors. And Ning does look for a quick kill, but Lei still has his flash. So for IG, pulling the trigger one by one, and that trigger was a bit of a dud.
Yeah, and I was wrong as well about Lei using his ultimate. Didn't need to. Just flashes away, gets knocked up by the rest of the team.
Because he's the chief this game, look.
Oh, Rookie sat on top of the equalizer. Another kill for Wuji, who's been so good this series. And the pressure just unrelenting from Rogue Warriors. This is your 2018 World Champion, and they are falling apart.
Yeah, and 2018 Rogue Warriors starting to give me some flashbacks in a weird way. But Wei Yan wants to make another dive. We ain't stopping.
The Shy just can't get enough this game. He's going to get the stun onto 2 of them, but the regen is so much from Renekton. Does finally go down.
But a trade and a shutdown to the Shy. Now remember, IG are not out until they're out of the game completely. And this game, even though there's a gold lead for Rogue Warriors, even though they are controlling the momentum right now, well, that's a hard word to say, IG are still within striking distance. So 15 minutes in, keep your eyes on the first item buys that are coming through from IG, because they are starting to match, and they're forcing a play.
That's the aggressive flash we love from Puff, but it doesn't work when there's a Blitzcrank available. Puff goes down. It's AD carry for AD carry.
How chaotic. Blitzcrank is just such a nuisance. Everyone's sitting at home and saying, my solo queue games. This feels about right, and even a trade kill there, that's going to stop the mid-turret push from the AD carry. And Rookie pretty much the only one to get success out of it.
And I just love that Puff, no matter the situation, if there's an opportunity for a kill, he will flash forwards, no matter the cost. And, you know, he does get the kill, and granted, Wuji didn't get the kill. It was Lei who gets the counter kill. So, all things considered, that is a positive trade for IG. But with Flash down on Varus, you're going to be in a real tough situation against the likes of Lei.
And all you have to defend you is Southwind here as well. So we'll see. Puff is just going to be sitting in the mid lane, pretty much farming it up, looking for that second item. Whereas you see Wuji, he's on to his second item just about with triple dagger in his inventory. Now, at this point, Munchables, pretend you're the color caster. What do you want to see? What would you be saying
play
here?
roots coming out?
Yeah, no, now I'm like, oh boy, I'm really in it, aren't I?
Well, I'd love to see 1-3-1, I guess, from IG, but I've got to say this isn't my speciality. But obviously the Shy, the longer this game goes on, the more this cannon is going to come into things.
We can make a defined statement here, right? That there's a lot of pick here from Rookie and for Southwind, and if these full-on mid-lane trades keep going on, even though Lei is so dangerous, even though the follow-up from Rogue Warriors puts a dent into IG, Southwind and Rookie can do the same.
All right, I've mulled it over in my brain a little bit more, and I think what we're going to see next is a dive onto Ruby in the bottom lane. We'll drop an equalizer onto himself.
You're a god.
Clears away the minion wave. The Shy still wants it, though, and they're just going to walk under. They're just going to tank for themselves. Ning going to be the first one going in. Nice flash from Ruby, but it's not enough. And now fighting the mid lane. Puff has the lantern.
Wow.
Lei gets death sentence, and Southwind is a monster. Lei goes down, but Infernum is too much, and Wuji trades it.
A 1-for-1 trade after what was an exceptional play by the duo lane of IG, but fought right back by Jung Wuji. Still one of the better AD carries in the league, in my opinion. And he has shoved towards the mid lane, so I hope we have a look at that one because Puff and Southwind tried to flex.
Yeah, but we may have another fight before we get a replay here. Rookie's arriving in the mid lane, and it's 2 versus 3 in favor of IG. Looks like they're not going to force the issue just yet, but pings on towards the Herald here from the likes of Rogue Warriors.
But it's Herald versus Infernal Dragon. Rogue Warriors already have 2 Elemental. IG might be willing to give this one away in an attempt to slow the game down in a way of taking away Soul.
The Shy's in base. He's on his way to the rest of the team, but he doesn't have his teleport available. Crazy does. So maybe Rogue Warriors can find some kind of cross-map pressure before these objectives, but I don't think that's happening. I think we've got a team fight on our hands.
Again, look, it's 17 kills in 18 minutes. What do you expect? Crazy's looking for Ning, and the Shy might be caught out here. He has flash.
I mean, I think we're getting to the point in the game where the Shy is no longer caught out. The Shy's just looking for a 2v1.
Okay, well.
He's going to have the Slicing Maelstrom. He's got his Oblivion Orb as well, so his damage is going to be absolutely disgusting. But despite that, it looks like the Infernal Drake will go the way of Rogue Warriors. IG want the fight, though. The Shy's so low. The Lanterns have been amazing, though.
They really have, but the Shy is low, which means Rookie sticking around here should die.
Wei Yan on towards Rookie here. Puff just trying to protect his mid laner as Crazy uses the Dominus. Deterred once again, Rogue Warriors retreat, and there's pings on towards the Herald.
Good decision-making from Rogue Warriors to look for the fight after that Dragon. They burnt down the Shy, and essentially the cannon was out of the fight, so it was a perfect 5 versus 4. Herald should be free as well for Rogue Warriors, depending on when the Shy, or if the Shy gets there.
Ning is going to be nearby. He's on a ward, though. Oh, Ruby nearly gets the red buff for himself. But now, priority on this Herald in favor of Rogue Warriors is Wei Yan. He's just reset. He's got himself his Black Cleaver and his Merc Treads, and now he's going to be heading towards this objective. But IG want to force the issue here.
My bad. I guess Rogue Warriors wanted to reset here and just go back to their jungle. And IG starting up this Herald when no one is really on the map means it's going to be a trade of objectives in the end. Depends on Lei.
Easy steal for Lei this. Ruby, though, is going to get caught by Southwind, and there's the follow-up with the Chains of Corruption. It actually lasts a very long time, but not long enough. Shy's TP'd in. Has his Slicing Maelstrom, and that's going to be enough to deter the likes of Rogue Warriors. Lei could get hooked here. Nice little sidestep. Keeps him alive. But the Herald goes the way of IG.
Good take here from Invictus Gaming. Jung Wuji wasn't there. He was still walking to lane, so IG knew they had the numbers advantage and forced it. Herald's going to be dropped mid, and for Rogue Warriors, without Ruby, I think they just have to back away.
Yeah, you just can't contest this one. Tier 1 for sure going to go down. Can it be more, though? Lei managing to dodge all of the CC. It's going to be Shy going in with a stun onto Lei, but everybody's surviving for Rogue Warriors. They clear the Herald. What is that damage? Crazy trades it, though, straight back into the fight as Wei Yan trying to chase them down. Ning goes for the Cataclysm, flashed away. Ruby coming in the back line now. Equalizer is not going to be available for them, but it's massive damage onto the Shy. Ruby biting off more than he could chew here, or am I wrong? Gets one for himself. Wei Yan charging as well, but they're going to have to back away.
Puff gets so much peel, and that's the danger here for Rogue Warriors. If Puff is allowed to free hit just like game number 1, it has the same effect. Crazy only just survives, but now Rogue Warriors with the damage can push mid, even that gold up once again, and that could have been so much worse for Invictus Gaming.
It really could, but Wei Yan gets a small consolation prize here of the blue buff, but importantly here, while the Herald obviously went the way of IG and they do get one tower off the back of it, look at the Dragons. 3 in favor of Rogue Warriors and the next one spawning in 2 minutes. IG have to fight for that objective.
Another Infernal Soul here in game 2. I told you that rift was hot, Bunchables, and it's only just heating up. 2 items on Zhang Wuji as well, so this next fight is going to be big for both AD carries. As you can see, Puff has gone for the Guinsoo, so it's the on-hit virus, of course, that was doing so much work in that last fight.
And I want to quickly revisit the items before we get to this team fight, because look in the inventory of the Shy. He has his Morella Nomicon on top of that Proto Belt, so his damage across a whole team will be ridiculous. If Lei lands a hook onto the Shy, he's almost forfeiting the fight at that point. On the other side, look how far ahead the Shy is to both of the solo laners of the likes of Rogue Warriors.
1-5 start here for the Shy, so it's good that he still has an impact in these fights. I mean, the cannon is for team fighting. We don't see the Hextech Gunblade build because the Shy has been pretty crucial to these fights so far, but around Baron, IG getting super aggressive in this enemy blue.
Baron is on the map. They're not the ones with Aphelios this time, though, so they can't try and cheese it at 20 minutes. And we don't see any of that coming out from Rogue Warriors. Ning's in position. He wants to go for the engage.
Southwind burned his flash in the last fight with a flash hook engage. He cannot do that once again. Big timer on that summoner spell. So IG continue to try and make a pick with the Syndra, with the Thresh flashless, and see who they can get from Rogue Warriors.
Got to keep your eyes on Ruby for this fight. He needs the... Oh my goodness, the hook onto Southwind is going to be an easy kill for Rogue Warriors. And with 40 seconds until the Drake, this opens up a lot of opportunities.
Gotta drop some wards in the Raptor area. Blitzcrank's going for more.
Rookie going to be sat on an equalizer, and he's pulled on in for a hook from Lei. And now, with the mid laner down and no TP, this Dragon is almost guaranteed.
20 seconds to sit around and wait, but look, Rogue Warriors could just keep going.
Ning in trouble next. And this Blitzcrank pick from Lei just doing absolute wonders. I was questioning it when it came in draft, but they want more fighting. Ning the next target as Lei finds the hook for himself. Flag and Drag will be available, but not if he's silenced. Yet another pick for Rogue Warriors. Shy wants a 1v5. He's straight onto Wuji. Has the damage to get 1. Can he turn it into more? Puff goes down in the backside as Wei Yan says, if you're going to dive, so am I.
They're going to double down and keep on going. The IG way with a massive question mark next to it. Rogue Warriors say finally it's time. It's Infernal Soul on top of all the blood.
That is the most setup for a Dragon I've seen from any team. They're like, we need to pick every single member of IG individually, but they are rewarded with a plentiful bounty of an Infernal Soul.
You speak of reward, the audience gets the English broadcast back, and in the very first series, we have a killer minute in both Game 1 and Game 2. And both teams testing each other here, as IG often like to do, but I don't think I've seen this form of Rogue Warriors so far in this split.
This is a new reformed Rogue Warriors. Ruby really stepping up on the Rumble as well. His equalizers have been really great during the fights. But Wei Yan on this Olaf. If this goes to Game 3, I really feel like IG have to change things up and ban this pick away, because he's been so instrumental, and his decision-making to go for a dive onto Puff rather than try and protect Wuji, so smart.
And while we are in this quick lull of action before we get back into the, as the LCK call it, the POG state, Wei Yan, the decision to bring in this jungler over someone like Haro, I know in the break, Munchables, we were talking about this, where Haro's success recently has not been great. I think Haro has been a negative effect on the Rogue Warriors roster, and Wei Yan seems like he's that refresh player that is having this burst of energy.
We'll see if he can keep that burst of energy going as we head into yet another fight here. IG over towards the bottom side, but it means that Rogue Warriors, they have priority on the mid lane, but both teams just going to trade. They're going to proxy the mid waves, so no towers can be taken on either side. Lei misses the hook, but he's just going to charge on forwards. They're straight onto the side of Puff, who's walking towards the turret. he gets taken straight on down. The Shy's forced out of the fight as well. Ning's rooted up, does get the Lantern to safety, but Rookie's in a 1v1 with Ruby. In comes the slicing Maelstrom, but the damage isn't there. Southwind walks away. Rookie just about gets away with his life, and now onto the Baron.
Decision-making from Rogue Warriors again trumps over Invictus Gaming. You can imagine that fight with the slicing Maelstrom and the Shy at full health could have been a different story, but Rogue Warriors have been targeting him again and again, and it's paying dividends, and this dividend is going to be a big purple worm.
And there's absolutely no contest here from IG. There's nothing they can do. Even if they try to make a miracle play, it could just sacrifice the game entirely. It could snowball into so much more. So they respect it. Rogue Warriors managed to get a Baron for themselves, but with all 3 tier 2s still available for IG, we have to figure out where they're going to go next.
All right, we're going to have another look at this replay. Puff is so far down the enemy side of the lane, and he almost manages to carry, but really good stopwatch there from Crazy, keeps him alive. And as I was mentioning before, if the Shy was at full health here, maybe a different story with the Jarvan. But Rogue Warriors have snowballed so far ahead. They've got so much damage through their side lanes and the Aphelios that point IG taking fights is going to go badly. Especially with the Infernal Soul.
Especially with the Infernal Soul, but most importantly as well, with that Elder Drake coming up in 3 minutes' time. If Rogue Warriors can grab that objective for themselves, the game will be all but done. With the Baron buff though, we'll see where they want to pressure. You'd expect it to be towards this bottom side, so they're in the right area to control that Drake.
2 minutes 30 to find out. Baron still has a minute 50 though, so which lane do they take it up? They've got control through mid, Lay on the side clearing vision so he can find that blind spot and look for the pick that accelerates the inhibitor take. Bottom lane looks to be the play, and for IG they're relying on the wave clear of Rookie and Puff at this point, seeing if they can get a reverse kill from Ning and the Shy.
Yeah, and this is one of the weaknesses of the Varus pick when you go for the on-hit build. You just don't have the same wave clear. And especially against the Baron, there's nothing you can do. That's going to be the tier 1 in the bottom lane going down. And I completely agree with IG here. Just sacrifice a couple of outer turrets here because you're not going to be able to protect the tier 2.
Sorry, I was just having a chuckle at Lay Hex flashing in front of the turret simply to get the extra range to look for a pick. We will talk about this as we come out of this game, depending on how Rogue Warriors go, but Lay is really stepping up to the plate here, and IG are so scared of him.
And rightly so. Hook comes out from Southwind.
There it
won't
is.
Find a target. The Shy's hooked in, and he's taken down again. Slicing Maelstrom isn't even able to come out. And once again, the Blitzcrank is just unbelievable.
That's a point and click. I'm telling you right now. I don't know how Lay changed Blitzcrank, but that is a point and click ability for this game, and he's running for more.
You called them the reworked Warriors earlier on in this game. I feel like they're reworking champions as they go. Inhib now going to be going down in favor of Rogue Warriors, and they're going to be more than happy to walk away with that as their prize. In fact, maybe they go for a second.
Who fed Rogue Warriors? Because this game is insane. Quality control coming through, and Crazy's so tanky.
Crazy happy to tank that hookup. 10 seconds until the Shy's back up. There is a ward behind Rogue Warriors. We've seen the Shy do miracle teleports before, but with the inhib going down, I think that Rogue Warriors get away with it.
Things are coming down in the mid lane, so I don't think it's going to be the case. A Baron enhanced recalls means there's a lot of safety here on the Rogue Warriors side.
A couple of the recalls are going to be delayed here, and Baron's now run out, so not everyone gets that enhanced recall.
Very true.
They need to get the reset off. Wuji is in no man's land right now, but Ning is not going to check the tri-rush, so he gets away with it. But only 20 seconds until Elder Drake, and Wuji's only just recalled. This could maybe be an opportunity for IG.
But what do IG do? Because there's so much vision there, pings are going down. But for IG, there's a teleport there from Rookie, I believe. But the reset has come through from Rogue Warriors, so if anything, it's going to be a fight. Rogue Warriors are ready for it, and this will put the nail in the coffin for IG and take us to a Game 3 if they can get this.
Wei Yan's shoved mid in. There's going to be supers that will pressure the base of IG. Great macro presence here from Rogue Warriors. The Elder already started Equalizer onto Rookie. He has to run away for his life with the Lantern. The Shy gets a huge Maelstrom, but he goes down to pay for it. Southwind with a play onto Lay. He won't get the kill, but that's going to be finished off by Puff in the end. Crazy trying to get onto the backline, but he doesn't have flash available and is slice and dice on cooldown. It's 4 versus 4 now as the fight sort of resets. Southwind going to be tanking, but he's happy for Crazy to go in with a double kill. And now we're teleporting to the back line, into the base rather. Crazy's going to go for the end as Ning will fall. They don't want the Elder Dragon, they want the game.
Rogue Warriors stick it to the 2018 World Champions in decisive fashion. They outplay them, they outfight them, they outmake them, and take us to that epic Game 3.
What a performance coming out from Rogue Warriors here, as it's going to be Ruby the one to finish the job, and Wuji there to help him out in the end. Rogue Warriors push Invictus Gaming to a Game 3.
And am I jealous of you, Munchables? This game has been wild. And I say it every single time. The LPL loves blood, but that was a new level. Each team pushing each other to the extreme. And more specifically...
I need you to put your mask on, mate. You're putting me in danger right now.
Okay, sorry. How's this? Are we better? Is that better? Am I in trouble? I don't know. Either way.
Slap on the wrist for that one.
Either way, my point is that at this point, Rogue Warriors are able to challenge IG, and not many teams can do that. They can't match the aggression, they can't match the fighting, they can't match the strength of individuality that I think that game Crazy definitely did.
And look at the difference in the way that the junglers played in the early game. We had a switch in roles from Ning and Wei Yan. Last game, it was Wei Yan diving in the bottom lane, making things happen for Wuji. This time, he focused on camping on the Shy and Rookie and making sure that his solo laners could get ahead. We saw Ning try and do some stuff in the bottom lane, but he just couldn't really get anything done in the early game.
He burned an early flash, but apart from that, we didn't really see him succeed in revisiting that lane, putting Puff and Southwind ahead, and putting his focus into this AD carry, who by the late game was doing a lot of damage, doing a lot of work, but unfortunately there were no other elements of IG that were threatening to Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, and just this sheer objective control coming out from Rogue Warriors, especially in the early game. A single Herald went the way of IG, but other than that, all they could get was 3 towers. All of the Drakes going the way of Rogue Warriors, and the Baron as well.
And don't be deceived by this damage. Crazy was a really key part in this game, even though Wei Yan, I think, would be my MVP vote straight away. I don't know if he goes on a boat, but Crazy really played the fights out well, used his pressure, and I think that's hard to say when we've seen so many Renekton's in the league flop, but Crazy is... I think...
as Crazy does.
Yeah, well said. Very well said.
Yeah, honestly, the draft changing up in game number 2 here for Rogue Warriors. The Blitzcrank pick, I was not expecting to see, but it paid absolute dividends for them. And also, the Aphelios first pick changed up this matchup entirely.
What did we say last game? Like, ban Aphelios or first pick him. And on the red side, IG weren't granted the exact same thing that this time Rogue Warriors took away. I was just thinking, I'm like, maybe it's the Blitzcrank MVP for me, because Lei was impactful like he was in Game 1.
Yeah, he certainly was. And Puff got his signature pick on this Varus, but just wasn't able to have the same impact in these later game fights, because every single fight, Wei Yan just went Ragnarok and just charged him down. There's not a lot you could do as Varus in that situation. And I have to say, Southwind really wasn't able to do as much on this Thresh as we've seen out of him in previous games.
Yeah, no, there were some really good plays towards those mid-game fights, but you're right, Southwind was less impactful than Lei was. It was support versus support, and the Blitzcrank won. So really good adaptation from draft from Rogue Warriors, I think we'll say, because at this point, we had so much riding on, okay, are you going to give away Aphelios again? How are you going to change coming into the second game? Because Rogue Warriors had the early game in Game 1, but this time the snowball kept on going, and they didn't let IG come back in.
And I just want to say, game number 2 here is a perfect example of why you can never count an LPL team out.
True.
If they find the right situation, they find the fights, which is all we saw that game. Rogue Warriors proving that they can still take games off the very best. IG now losing a game, that's going to really hurt their game difference record, because they were on a massive streak. They were barely losing anything. So fantastic to see Rogue Warriors, a team that's over towards the bottom of the table, taking a game off of the champs.
The only time we've seen IG drop matches is against FPX. It was the 1-2 victory that started their split, and FPX, like, that's such a top-tier team.
Yeah.
Rogue Warriors you'd never expect, because we've got a relatively unknown roster on Rogue Warriors, where everyone should know the full roster of IG, bar Puff and Southwind.
Well, maybe later in the split, everyone will be knowing this roster from Rogue Warriors. We could have old glimmers of the 2018 roster coming back on through. We'll have to find out as we're going to go to game number 3. But first, a quick message from our sponsors.
，Fofo 偷的是沙皇的大招，这个一技能我感觉。 让塔姆过来接一下，这样Fofo是不是有危险？
不要机想开了 ，Kingen 已经在一个比较好的位置，
勾到小蜘蛛了。这波闪现过来，硬推到2个人在空中，金角是秒掉了阿修罗。这边右边的剑魔也是直接进场，但是小段在前面完全不虚，回头一舔，把Fofo给舔死了。这边吞了一个人，但突出来的时候，奇亚娜也是被金角给点死。远方一发银焰跟着小段的闪现，在远方拿下了小段。这波金角应该是3杀，这边再一剑下来，哇，蜘蛛也死了。
这一波机会啊，抓的实在太好了！一技能钩子勾到奥拉夫，奥拉夫又爆了回来，这都意思就想被收掉了。这边还有一个赖斯虽然血量很多，但是并没有太多的
被刷断了。爆裂球果好像被刷下来了，赖斯波再吃到一钩，而且这边的大龙感觉是已经可以被小威的死哥给拿下来。感觉最后这2个人可能都走不掉，又是一个抢手链路，一技能1到2个，这边又是一个运中百这个钩子，直接勾到了一个 W 的一个真实伤害上面。奇亚这波已经倒下，只剩下。 在垂死挣扎中，风家也扛不住，最后是被小白带走一个 double kill 团灭。
双方技能，我们看一下 ，Kurama 他是有一个闪现的。哎，这里想要找机会要找潘森，潘森坐了上去，这个女枪大招扫的并不算是特别的好，又被大家的一个大招定在原地。这边偷了一个死哥大招，于可在旁边唱，而在另一边死哥也是唱起来大招，是击杀掉了卢仙。 这一波 Kurama 又是倒了，于可在原地开出一个击身，但是自己好像并不能存活，没有人可以救他。死哥拿到了一个双杀，
而且这边的射敌还在扛，又打了一个 W 技能，他没有倒下。这边哇，又是同样的一个剧情，留下一个奥恩。
莱斯先 TP 到上路的兵线，这波在吸引对面，以为自己在打大龙，但是这波找了一个机会，是找到了一个万豪，万豪接了一个灯笼往后走，跳进去的一个潘森并没有太好的一个作用，被套了一个虚弱，原地在金身，回头相信的一个大招，卢锡安阵亡了，这是一萨的一波机会。Wink 接了一个灯笼，
灯笼拉过来还没有死，这边直接点到双杀，看一下 Wink 这个位置，守护天使是卖出来了，这时候看到了 Kramer 倒了以后，奇亚赶紧给一个大招掩护队友撤退。
虽然说卢锡安一直在消耗奥拉夫，但是并没有产生太好的作用。你看一直也没有指得太好，上来的一个 Angel 先定一下，原地给了自己一个大招，梅口直接被圆咕噜给斩杀掉了。有人物身和召唤也被没收。
加一枪直接没了1/3血，也被圆咕噜斩杀。
这样的话，女枪神拿下一个3杀，有没有5杀？但是这边高岛一直在走，哎，原地给金身这样是一个机会，一把平 A 拿下4杀，
有没有 Pentakill？
这里后破有没有给机会？
哇，这难受了呀！远古巨龙好像跑不掉。
那我们恭喜幻风拿到一个 Pentakill， 也拿下 BO3的第1局胜利。我们恭喜苏宁。
touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Welcome back to the beautiful Shanghai skyline as we're ready to jump into game number 3 between Rogue Warriors and Invictus Gaming. Game number 2 going the way of our Rogue Warriors, and in such a dominant fashion as well. What an exciting way to start the English broadcast back.
You wouldn't think. I looked at today's schedule and I was like, Rogue Warriors IG. Oh, that's a 2-0 IG. WE RNG. Maybe that's our most exciting series, but no, Rogue Warriors have both games played a really decent early game. It was just that last game they continued it forward. They were more consistent. They adapted against IG. And that's something you don't normally say against a team that you'd expect to be 15th versus maybe first.
And when you talk about IG, you always talk about the solo laners, but this time it was Rogue Warriors solo laners coming up strong. The MVP of that game going to be going the way of Crazy. They subbed out Holder from game number 1, brought in Crazy, gave him that Renekton pick, and he did wonders on it.
That was the best game I've seen out of Crazy so far, and I've seen 3 games out of Crazy so far, so there's a lot to work with there. But in all seriousness, when you've got Holder on the team, Crazy needs to be the better top laner, and in this series, or this game rather, he was. There's a 1v2 here that you were like, no, please, Ning, please stop. Crazy hits 6 and absolutely dumpsters the Shy, and this kept happening where every single fight, the Shy was falling further behind and Crazy was flexing on him.
And this fight specifically, I felt like, okay, this is the end. IG are going to get back on top of things, but Crazy just goes in, happily backing up Ruby and turns the fight on its head. And then Rookie obviously got chased down through the jungle.
Another MVP you could give to his Lei, by the way. We'll talk about that a little bit afterwards, but Crazy was so fed by the end of this game. He dives 1v4, and Ruby's like, no, we're ending the game now. That's okay.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, they're able to just finish off the fight, but Crazy, multiple times in the game, just happened to jump into the entire squad of IG. And that's the power of this Renekton pick. When you can get into the 1v4 situation, you get so much extra sustain from your Cold Mink. But we're about ready to jump on into game number 3 here. And we'll see how this champ select is going to be changed on up. Rogue Warriors, once again on the blue side. Very similar bans to what we've seen before.
So what we've already seen in this series is that Rogue Warriors start respecting the Aphelios first pick that IG got away with in game 1 on red side. This time, though, it's going to be the IG ban of Rumble. And hang on. First pick red is the Ezreal.
Wait, hang on. How is this your priority? On red side, first and second
the thing
pick?
is, I want everyone to remember the game at Rift Rivals versus SKT. This is a big flex for Invictus Gaming and was in 2019. This is not necessarily a mid lane Nico.
Wei Yan, for the 3rd time this series, will get his Olaf. Zhang Wuji, who played exceptionally in both games, has his Aphelios once again. Ruby on the Zoe. It's been a massive power pick in the LPL this patch. But on the side of IG, Ezreal, Nico, now a Trundle as well. They are going for a completely different draft.
So Rogue Warriors are like, hey, we're doing so well, let's keep it up. And IG throw everything out the window and say, let's try again in a very different way. The Trundle's been seeing more play in patch 10.4 in the LPL specifically, but over to Ning, he played this quite a lot. Lei Yan, the alternative jungler on IG, also plays this heavily too. So not a big surprise towards their champion pool, but I see a Yuumi ban, I'm like, okay, what else is going to come out of IG?
And the IG are drafting around the Olaf right now. Trundle, obviously, if he can get the Subjugate off onto Wei Yan as he tries to run into the fight, suddenly Olaf ain't so tanky. Suddenly he can just be burst down by the team. Makes it a lot more difficult for Olaf to play in these team fights. And you can see the Renekton banning away. They understand that Crazy was the issue in game number 2. Now they're going to adapt their draft up a little bit more.
And just a note on the side of the Sylas ban in the LPL recently as well. Sylas priority has been coming through as the alternative pick to finish off the draft red side. So Rogue Warriors with a respect ban towards it. And now we're going to find a little bit more about where these lanes are going. There's a Lucian for the solo lane.
I mean, just...
And then what?
Look at the draft so far from IG. Nothing but damage across the board. They're going to be so squishy, but if they can get a lead, if they can find some opportunities in the fights, they're going to be able to burn through the health bars on the side of Rogue Warriors. The Ornn, this could be the first time we see it in this entire series. Not really talked about the pick. It is incredibly strong, and it's incredibly high priority in most matchups, even in the LPL.
It doesn't get nerfed until 10.5, and we're still seeing it here in 10.4. It's just been this series. Both Rogue Warriors and IG want to move past it. They don't care.
But look at who's in the top lane, right? It's Crazy and the Shy. These guys don't want to be playing Ornn. They want to be on carries. Now Crazy kind of relegated onto that tank duty while Ornn is an incredibly strong pick. Crazy, I feel like, was the thing that won Rogue Warriors their game in game number 2.
That's why you got the respect banner enacted there. IG are respecting the top laner of Rogue Warriors. Rounded out with a Thresh, so we get a similar style of bottom lane once again. But what's left? You've got an Ezreal, already a really safe lane. The Tahm Kench is available. The Leona is also there if they want to pick it into the Thresh. But this time, the Tahm for Southwind.
And I want to revisit slightly that Ornn pick, and it's because, you know, you'd love to see Crazy on the Aatrox, right? But Aatrox is not going to have a fun time against Neeko or against Lucian. So respecting the fact that they're not going to be able to find their comfort picks, they're not going to be able to play what they actually want to, and they're just going to go back onto the scaling on the side of Zoe and Aphelios with the Ornn.
But they are going to have a hard time. A Lucian wins lane. That's what the Shy wants to do here. Win lane, win game. The old IG mentality that has continued throughout the years. And the Shy on Lucian is such a scary prospect.
But you know what? Now that Crazy's going to be on the Ornn, you'd expect Wei Yan to focus towards the bottom side once again, right?
Hello.
They are against literally the most safe bot lane I think it's possible to have. Ezreal, Tahm Kench. You basically can't dive that ever. How do you ever kill either of them?
I mean, at this point, I'm like, okay, cool. This is going to be a really safe bottom lane. Remember in the first game, we said it's going to be quite neutral. The bottom lane's going to absorb pressure while the solo lanes rush ahead for Invictus Gaming. Well, this time it's going to be epically safe. So I think from Puff and Southwind, a very big change of pace in pick ban, but I don't know. Puff loves Ezreal, one of his favorite champions when he was in Vici Gaming. This is the pick he excelled on coming through in 2019.
Yeah, we really have some style picks coming out from IG, changing up how things are going to be played here for game number 3, and basically throwing a test out to Rogue Warriors, saying, look, we're not going to play meta now. We're going to play what we're good at. We're going to play the comfort picks and the picks that you're not going to be used to fighting against. And I have to wonder how Ning and Wei Yan are going to match up in this game as well, because we've seen in game number 2, Ning really fell behind Wei Yan on this Olaf. But now, with a bit more of a counter pick in that jungle, I want to see how they match up.
Well, Wei Yan gets the Olaf. That's all that's important here, Munchables. He gets the pick. He's played 3 games in a row now. The pick that has accelerated the game and challenged IG.
Here we go. Game number 3. Rogue Warriors with the kind of tempo advantage from game number 2. They managed to get a win under their belt against the 2018 World Champions. But IG, not a team to be trifled with. And giving them the second loss of this entire split, they're going to be looking for some revenge as Rookie walks into the mid lane pretending to be the Shy, trying to mess with Rogue Warriors on who's going into what lane.
Turns into fake Trundle, then moves the real Trundle into lane anyway, so... This is new. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Rookie on the Neeko. Last year, I know I've been referencing 2019 quite a lot, coming back into the LPL, but because we had that massive break, it's important to kind of flash back to the most notable time in LPL, which was last year after waiting 2 months to come back in.
I really love that they are messing about with the Neeko, like pretending to be different people, because Ning obviously walks down towards blue buff. It's like, was it the real Ning? Did he really start the blue buff? Obviously, the bot lane is going to be delayed coming to lane, so they will know that Ning did start the blue buff, but I like the idea of it.
I want to point out runes here. Double unsealed spellbook on Rogue Warriors. Both Lei and Crazy have opted in for this, so we got the potential of like a triple smite. Rookie, not the most ideal trade to kick us off, though.
Rookie's getting wrecked in this mid lane by Ruby, and this is one of the powers of Zoe. Does have super strength in the early laning phase. The Corrupting Potion is going to be ticking on both sides of the board.
Playing super aggressively. I mean, we'll heal it up, but Ruby's doing a great job of trading here. And this is just the power of Zoe that we've seen in the LPL. Such a good, safe blind against most mid laners these days. And Zoe manages to shove out that wave early, get pressure. Speaking of pressure, I mean, the Shy's doing the same top side.
Yeah, but this is exactly what you expect when you're playing Ornn into Lucian. Lucian, one of these absolute bullies in the top lane. And Crazy is going to have his work cut out on the Ornn just to try and get whatever farm he can underneath the tower, but he's not going to have pressure until much later in the game.
Opposite jungle starts here as well. Rookie's pushed out towards the mid lane, but Wei Yan is nearby. Still hasn't picked up his red buff, has picked up blue, but we'll see if he can get into this mid lane and really punish Rookie for pushing up.
So when we take a look at where the junglers are kind of moving around in this game, both of them hitting level 3. Trundle and Olaf both pretty quick clears that they can work with. And it's going to be Ning heading towards the top half of the map this time, with Wei Yan down over towards the bottom side. Ruby could be in trouble as the root comes on through, and that's going to be a good amount of damage down onto him. Ning is just behind him in the mid lane, but I don't think they can go for anything too aggressive just yet.
But also giving more information to where this Olaf is. Puts a ward down deep into wall, sees that it's gone. That means he knows Wei Yan is bottom side and or back to reset. So Ning with a safe scuttle towards the top side. Might be able to impact the mid lane with Pillar, might be able to set up some better trades here for Rookie, who suffered earlier on. Now he has caught back up with the help of Corrupting Potion, so props to Rookie here. But for Ruby, the mid laner we haven't really talked about, this is the other import coming through. Now, not much is known about Ruby, but he's reasonably fresh to the competitive scene. There's no name behind this mid laner yet, and to both times lane decently against Rookie is a good testament.
Yeah, absolutely, but he doesn't have much mana as Lei and Wei Yan going to come on into the lane. They're going to be answered by Ning, though. They decide that they're just going to back away from the situation. Wei Yan going to help push the wave in ever so slightly. Redemption going to help with that, too.
A level 4 Redemption, isn't that nice? Like Zoe will continue being Zoe, I guess, is going to back after that push as well. I did want to quickly bring out the top lane start here for the Shy. Now, we saw some trading before, but you do see that Shy started Cull in this lane. So the ability to get free trades and also know that you're pretty much going to be farming and harassing. It's a reasonably safe start, but one that you couldn't do if you weren't in a winning lane. Hang on.
Oh, Wei Yan's in trouble. The whole of IG has collapsed onto him. He wants to try and fight a fight onto Ning, but it's just not going to happen. Oh, is it going to happen? The damage almost there. Southwind luckily able to finish off the kill at the last second, but that was a little too close for comfort for Ning.
Low health Olaf makes that pretty darn scary, but at the end of the day, it is First Blood going over to IG, and that's what matters here. And the early Trundle damage does help with that, so the invade doesn't go successfully. Southwind picking up the gold means, I guess it's just an even safer bottom lane.
Certainly going to be safe for them. Crazy doing a good job of farming underneath the turret here, but the Shy going to be able to just layer on the pressure. And you mentioned the Cull earlier. Obviously, he's quite happy to go for the Cull. Doesn't need to double down on damage. He knows he's already got the advantage in this lane. Doesn't need the Doran's Blade to be able to bully. So he gets to go for the extra investment into gold later on into the game. One of the players I'm most excited about to see this game, though, is Puff. Game number 1, he got the MVP. His flash forward aggressively multiple times on the Aphelios kind of did so much in the team fights for the team. This time he's on Ezreal. He doesn't have to flash. He's got his E, so he can be a little more aggressive while playing safe. And obviously, with the Tahm Kench, he's going to be safe in the early stages, and it's going to be a relatively passive lane. But in the meantime, once it gets to the later stages, Puff can really flex his muscles.
This could accelerate him.
I said we're going to have a safe lane. Ning comes on in, but Wuji wants the fight here. Gets a nice route. Has to back away because Ning shows.
Ning's trying to alpha him, but Wei Yan is coming down the bottom lane, so he can't stick around. Manages to get Dragon in the meantime, so that's a big early win here for IG. But for Wei Yan, his ability to get into this lane is now going to be questioned because it is a super safe bottom lane, but here comes TP.
Teleport coming through from the likes of the Shy. They want to fight here, and it's going to be Wuji, the first target, but Teleport will be matched as well. They're on the wrong side. There's a turret there as the Shy is going to go down. Puff flashing to safety. Wei Yan grabs his axe, but Southwind hoping he doesn't get noticed in the alcove. 3 versus 1 as Wuji will be the next to fall. Ning finishes that kill, and now Rogue Warrior's outnumbered. Ruby is late to the fight, and the Pop Blossom will get the stun onto Crazy. There's a double root as well, and IG are winning the skirmishes. Lei, though, gets yet another teleport thanks to the unsealed spellbook. Ning on the front line will eventually go down, and it's the Ornn to grab the kill. There's a root and a double for the likes of Crazy. Puff will be the last man standing, and Ruby cuts him down.
Unsealed spellbook is OP. Crazy and Lei have so much utility under their belt, and the fight goes on and on and on, and this Ornn gets more and more fed. Rogue Warriors with another beautiful early game start.
Who on earth is Crazy? What pro player is renamed? Because this guy is a monster. 3 kills on the Ornn, the double knock-up in the fight, and Rogue Warriors making a name for themselves in this series.
And I'm going to have to check because the Shy didn't have TP. I think he used it to lane, so for Crazy, all engines were a go.
The Shy had to teleport as the first TP in that entire fight. He was the one that started it all off on the Lucian.
Eyes. Well, there you go. Well, for Crazy, he has a Bramble Vest in this lane now. He has the buildings of a Sunfire Cape. So I know we're going to get a closer look at that, but Rogue Warriors really love to test IG in this series. And
this makes it so much more difficult for the Shy now. Obviously, he's against the Ornn. He's still going to have kind of priority in this lane. But ultimately, look how much more armor and health is in the inventory for Crazy. Suddenly, it doesn't become so easy. Although with Ning here, it's certainly going to help. No flash available for Crazy, and I think he's going to go down to the culling here. In fact, it's Ning that bites him down.
Okay, so that's a big turn of events here. The shutdown does go to Ning. Ornn's still going to be much better off in this lane, but this does change things. So for Ning getting back into this game as well, decent turnaround.
And it's very important that Ning has been able to get a bit of a lead in this game, because in game number 2, the one that Rogue Warriors did manage to win in this series, it was all about Wei Yan snowballing the lead for his team. This time, Ning with the advantage in the early game. Oh, Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto Rookie in the mid lane. I don't think the damage is there to finish him off. But Ruby really putting the pressure on.
But it's still enough to force Rookie back. And remember, Wei Yan is here over the wall, has Ragnarok too.
Here we go. This is a dive for sure. Rookie is going to go down, and the Pop Blossom can't even be used. That is pressure. You were mentioning Ruby's one of these players we don't know that much of so far in the LPL, but he's proven he can step up to Rookie.
Laning really well against this Nico pick and punishing what was originally thought of as a strange pick for Rookie.
Now for a 4-man bot play for Rogue Warriors, but against Ezreal, Tahm Kench, I don't think you get a kill here. This could be overzealous.
Well, at least getting the turret plating here from Zhang Wuji and Lei. Wei Yan has control, and when the Dragon is a minute 10 from spawning, Rogue Warriors are setting up vision, they're setting up priority, and they're looking to punish the safe lane from Puff and Southwind.
And now things slow down just a little bit for
the first time in this series. Wow, no.
I was wrong. I was totally wrong. Lei going to be aggressed on as Ning gets the pillar. That's going to be a big Moonlight Vigil, but Crazy actually getting cold in the top lane. Just about survives. Shy flashes forward. And well, what else do you say about the Shy? He knows that he can win these fights.
Well, he has to at this point. The Lucian really wants to keep this game going. Second kill for the Shy with Blade of the Ruined King, but Wei Yan here, no ultimate available, but needs to land the undertow.
Can't quite find it. Oh, actually he can. The Shy doesn't have flash available. Wei Yan just get a wail on him with the axes.
Okay, Wei Yan, this series you have me. As a jungler, you are just stepping up to the plate, but that's just a nice little kill. Back over to the side of Rogue Warriors.
And this time he's changed up his build as well. He's going for the Cinderhulk. They are putting all of their eggs in the Wuji and Ruby baskets right here. And you can take another look at the solo kill from the Shy there.
Okay, he's just going to color him to death. I'm not going to give you any color on that one. That's just Lucian going at it.
Dear me. But with the double tank alongside Thresh from the side of Rogue Warriors, these two carries in Ruby and Wuji are going to be very difficult to shut down.
But now we're positioning around this Dragon. We said this before when that bottom lane play came out. It was right after Dragon. This time setting up for Rogue Warriors to tunnel around this objective. Vision is controlled by them, but IG are walking down.
Massive, massive wave there, though, for the Shy to hoover on up in the top side of the map. Doesn't have his teleport available, so if a fight kicks off around this Dragon, he won't be able to join the fray, but the same can be said for Crazy as well. You can see Ning going to start subjective off, and I don't think there'll be a contest from Rogue.
Zhang Wuji backed, so that's the key factor here, is that the bottom lane backed, and Puff and Southwind are able to push it out, but flash over Wei Yan.
Oh, Wei Yan gets the Smite Steal, gets the Lantern. Rogue Warriors won't give IG an inch.
Okay, well, flex on him, I guess. That'll just work out. And that's a big steal. We're fighting again.
That's a miss, though, from Crazy on the knock-up, and the Shy gets himself a culling. Flash from Crazy. Here comes the Forge God as well. There's the knock-up. The Brittle stacks, and Crazy solo kills him.
As an Ornn, that is the big alpha move. You were asking who this top laner was. He's crazy, baby.
He absolutely is. And what a performance. The Shy feeling like the pressure's on him, like he's got to snowball this top, and he's not going to be allowed to. Now Southwind going to be rooted on up, but that is huge damage from Puff onto Wuji. True Shot Barrage won't connect onto the carry, and it deters the fight.
Even without the fasting center, you just see the pain of Tahm Kench right now. He's so damn tanky that trades against him don't mean too much in hindsight. Rogue Warriors might be caught out here.
And that's the power of Ragnarok, ladies and gentlemen. Wuji just able to walk away from the fight, but with 3 members strong, IG should be able to take this Herald for themselves very comfortably.
Trouble Bubble lands though.
Ning does pick up the objective. Ruby gets a bit of damage, but they just can't commit.
And Cleanse used a second time here from Rookie off cooldown. Bottom lane has moved to the mid lane though, and Lei is fishing alongside Ruby, but Ning has dropped the Herald top, and this is going to be the shove out in multiple lanes.
And most importantly, Wuji is still in the bottom lane right here, so there's no way to contest for these objectives in favor of Rogue Warriors. It means that IG are going to get the first tower of the game in this top side. Crazy will be able to clear the Herald from this point on, but very nice map play coming out from IG.
I'm super curious to see how this mid game goes, because the Shy does have some gold under his belt. He did win this lane out and now has the solo turret gold and the first turret gold as well. So that should be another item coming soon here for the Lucian in the side lane. But for IG, getting matched like this, again, we sound like broken records, but IG don't get out-tempoed. IG out-tempo you. That's the whole state of win lane, win game that they have employed for multiple years now.
And when you look at Rookie, going for this Nico pick, it's something completely out of the box. It's something that you don't see on 10.4. And he basically makes a statement by locking that in, saying, I'm not going to beat you in normal League of Legends. I'm going to bring you to my game. So far, 0-2 against the Zoe. It's just not working out. The triple bubble lands. Everything's on cooldown for Ruby. He can't capitalize, but that's a little dicey for Rookie.
Yeah, look, that hitbox, that was a very large circle that was just made of magic. Whatever Zoe throws. I don't know. She's
Trouble?
Trouble, yeah, okay.
Sleepy trouble for that.
She throws sleep. But IG, this is happening again. Wei Yan is really persistent on this blue buff.
He does not want to let Ning have anything right now. And Lei is here to back him up as well. Ruby going to arrive on the situation.
And because Rookie's not there, they're going to keep going for it. Southwind, you cheeky devil. Give it back. Give it back.
Southwind playing Syndra right now as he throws it halfway across the map. But in the meantime, this was all a distraction for Wuji to be able to finish off this tower. He's on that Aphelios. He can burn through objectives.
That was the 500 IQ play. You're saying absolutely. Give the Aphelios some more gold. And for Jung Wuji, second game in a row here on this pick. He's in a reasonably good position against the Ezreal lane. Should be an Essence Reaver as the back comes through here. And we're getting towards the first item around this next Mountain Dragon spawning in a minute 15.
Yeah, and a very important thing to mention about the fights that were happening earlier is Zhang Wuji hasn't really been a part of much of the action. Aside from, obviously, the huge battle that happened in the bot lane early on in the game, during the Herald fight, Wuji stayed bot and he was collecting plates. I think he got 3 or 4 plates to himself before they faded on the map. So he's actually going to be in an incredibly strong state right now. And up against the likes of Puff, Aphelios spikes incredibly hard in the mid.
And look at what he has to work with as well. Crazy is really fed on this Ornn. Wei Yan went the Cinderhulk build we were talking about, and he has his Thresh. So there's a lot of tank frontline and a lot of annoyance that IG have to cut through before they can get to Wuji. So the ability to free hit in these fights is enabled quite easily.
Now Dragon will be spawning in 30 seconds. We've had a little bit of a lull in between these objectives, but now both teams going to be preparing to fight once again. The Shy doesn't have teleport available. Crazy does. And you can see him walking down to contest for this objective. Trouble Bubble lands, but Southwind protects Ning. And now, with Crazy in the bottom side of the map, it forces tempo in favor of Rogue Warriors.
And every time the Shy's not there, Rogue Warriors capitalize. He doesn't have teleport to join this fight, so for RW, straight onto the Dragon, they know IG can't contest, and they're poking them away, seeing if they can transition it into something else.
Very nice control coming out from the side of Rogue Warriors. Pop Blossom, Wuji flashes, but it's still going to find Lei. Stopwatch, though, as Rookie barely gets away. Southwind protects him, but the Inferno gets him anyway. Ning trying to run for his life as once again Wei Yan gets a kill. Crazy blocking the culling, but he might just sacrifice his own life. The Shy doing everything he can in this fight. Wei Yan healed, but he goes down anyway. The Shy's still surviving. Finally drops, and Wuji burning through the team. Southwind's alone, and Ruby wants the kill. He'll go to sleep, but not for very long, as he's finished off by Ruby.
How did we not see this Rogue Warriors over the period of the first week and the last couple of days? This is a reformed roster that is smacking IG and punishing them every single fight.
Unbelievable performance here from Rogue Warriors. The team fighting in the mid game is magnificent. And you can see IG don't know what to do here. Rookie being the one to force the engage with the Pop Blossom, but Wuji had his flash available, got away to safety. The stopwatch was there. I mean, let's take another look.
We're going to have to watch this together, ladies and gentlemen, because Rookie gets a beautiful three-man Tangle Barb, and you think that Puff is able to clean up the rest of the fight. But Wuji is untouched. Wei Yan is such an annoyance, and that Cinderhulk build means that they can't get through him. And even if they do, they use everything to get towards him, while Wuji re-engages and Aphelios continues to amaze and wonder people.
Look at Wuji. He just walks forward 1v3.
Severum Infernum, when you Q, the AoE damage is so much to deal with, and the healing here is obnoxious. So throw that towards Season 10, but also throw that towards really good team fighting at Rogue Warriors.
Look at the damage. And oh, hang on. Ning's going to be caught up. And oh my goodness. Right before Herald spawns. That is a massive pick.
This is more control over the Rogue Warriors, and at this point you're starting to say, hang on, what's going on with IG here? And no, it's all the pressure from Rogue Warriors that are putting them into a corner. And this Rift Herald, that's going to be able to break top as well. So we're going to keep adding more pressure to the list.
Shy's going to find Lei, though. Death Sentence won't land, and that will be this. No, it won't. Wuji tanks the culling, keeps his support alive. Ruby's going to jump over the wall and do a huge chunk. Wuji with the ultimate. Yet another pick for Rogue Warriors.
This bottom lane is working so well together. Blocks out the last bit of damage from Lei, as you'd expect, but you don't always see. The Shy gets punished again. 2 and 5 on this Lucian. He hasn't made the biggest impact, and that is hurting for IG.
This is an unbelievable performance. Rogue Warriors still with a gold lead. They've got the advantage when it comes to the Drakes, and now they've got the Herald as well. They're going to move on towards this top tower. And I don't want to say it too early, but Hysterics, do we have an upset on our hands here?
My man, I am apathetics, and I agree with you. Both of my personalities agree with you here. IG are the team that are sitting near the top of the table, and Rogue Warriors are the team that was struggling to make impacts against OMG, E-Stars. They got the 2-0 win against Suning, but people put that towards Suning not playing to their limit. So right now, this version of Rogue Warriors looks more towards like a top 8 team that can sit with the big boys in the league, and they're sitting over this big boy in IG.
And this just gives me so much excitement for what is to come for this roster if they can keep this level of performance going. But even just to be able to say that you were the team to give IG their first loss of the season, that's a statement in of itself.
It's a big moment, and if they've already taken down Suning as well, Rogue Warriors will start climbing this ladder. But resetting a little bit here before we get into the Dragon, I think we should take stock of what the biggest change is going to be, and that is Jung Wuji. He's already got a BF sword, and heading towards this Dragon, we're getting closer towards seeing that IE 3-item Aphelios that will destruct even quicker.
Yeah, and you can see he's going for that classic Aphelios build where you do go for the Infinity Edge alongside the Hurricane, as opposed to going for the Phantom Dancer that we saw out of Puff in game number 1. Much more aggressive build, much more damage in these team fights, and that's exactly what his team needs.
And also remember, we have an Ornn on the team, so that's an upgraded Molten Edge. We've already got the Obsidian Cleaver, we've got the Sunfire Cape for the Ornn. It's not 10.5, so we don't have changes, but I'm going to hold because Rift Herald with the charge mid.
That is going to be a tower taken for Rogue Warriors. A little bit of a route onto Ruby, but no follow-up available. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and you can see Rogue Warriors move their way over to that side of the map.
IG really don't want to give a Mountain Soul over to an Ornn, Olaf, and a Thresh. It is going to pretty much...
Oh, big damage onto Ruby. Puff starting to show his aggression here. Knock up onto Nick. As Crazy forced out of the fight once again. Disengaged from Rogue Warriors. Death Sentence won't land.
But a lot used here. Call of the Forge God being down means IG can play the aggressors.
So I thought someone had just recalled, but they cancel it in the end. There's a hook, though, onto the Shy, and immediately Wei Yan goes into the backline. Ragnarok doesn't keep him alive. Yes, it does actually. Knock up once again onto Rookie as Crazy goes back in. The Shy's in trouble. Wuji flashes out. Everybody's still alive in this fight as Crazy has a lantern, but there's a hook onto Puff. There's no one to follow up. In goes Crazy to try and finish the job, but the Shy with a 2v1. No, Wei Yan shuts him down. Now Ning pushing on forward. Ruby has no mana to work with. IG are doing the impossible. No, they're not. Ruby gets one. Southwind and Puff now pushing back on forwards. Rookie in the mid lane. Rogue Warriors back away, and IG get priority on Dragon.
One ability landing is the difference in these fights going well for IG and going bad. Puff gets to the back line, and that's what was really scary for Rogue Warriors. But you can see already, Wuji is a threat. They are going to start up Dragon here because Rogue Warriors cannot contest it, so slows down the game a little bit for IG.
So low, though. Wei Yan's going to just about survive the Nico damage. IG do get the Dragon in the end.
Didn't you just miss this? I tell you what, we're going to be really, what's the word? Is it lethargic? No, it's what memory induced, you know, like
nostalgic?
Nostalgic. Are colors meant to have the word economy, or is that play-by-play?
I don't know. Well, it's fine. I'll give you that one for free.
I'm feeling nostalgic here, right? You know, our grand return, a best of 3 going all the way. And after that Mountain Dragon was taken, we're in another point where we just wait for the next objective. Baron is available. Rogue Warriors have the vision priority. But right now, I'm wondering what becomes of the Shy in the side lane and what he can achieve while we wait for Rogue Warriors to position.
I mean, the Shy nearly got the 2v1 during that fight, managing to get onto Wuji and nearly Wei Yan as well, sorry. Couldn't quite finish it off, though. Wei Yan managed to get the kill onto him during that one. And realistically, when we look at the side of Rogue Warriors, this game, it's really more about Ruby, which we haven't been able to say in the other games of this series.
Zoe is quite massive, pushes out that top lane turret, gives more space around Baron, and IG pushing in towards the mid lane. Now for Rogue Warriors, they have themselves a smite on Crazy, a smite on Wei Yan, and Lei still has that spell book, but they want to fight instead.
They always want to fight. This is the LPL, baby. It's only a hallucination of Southwind. Wei Yan going to get the lantern out to safety. Tom Kench keeping Puff alive.
I thought that was Rookie coming in. I really got baited by the Tom Kench walking towards him for the big Pop Blossom. But the Shy is pushing out this bottom lane. It's only the Ornn to match for now. But he's got the teleport to go towards the Baron if the fight continues.
Crazy going to be able to clear away the wave here. Stop the Shy from pushing on towards the tier 2. He'll be able to forge himself an item. It's going to be the Thornmail down in the bottom lane. There is a lot of AD on the side of IG.
Jung Wuji hurts. Let's see an IE. I think the next back is going to net it for him, and there is an Ornn upgrade waiting. He's level 14. Remember again, 10.4, so gets the upgrades at 13, 14, 15, 16, and has only upgraded the Obsidian Cleaver. So we're going to see that in a second. I get excited because I did a bit of homework on my Ornn items, Munchables, but I cannot remember the Trinity Force one. Glad I do not have to do it this game.
Quadraforce?
Yeah, I think that's
probably not.
LCK was calling it Quadraforce. Trinity Fusion. Ooh, that's it. I did it. Never doubt yourself.
I'm not even going to
Color casting 101. Don't doubt yourself. You're always right, except for me.
I'm not going to pretend I know the names of all of the Ornn items, and to be honest, it's fine.
I'm quickly becoming
I'll leave that
main.
knowledge to Crazy.
Thank you so much. He's played a great game. Let's not forget that even with a couple of kills going back to the Shy, this game started in the top lane. This started from Crazy 1v1ing the Lucian and Wei Yan affecting it directly. So for Rogue Warriors, I still give them the element of control, but they're positioning around Baron. They're trying to threaten IG to face check, get caught out, and give them the ability to rush this objective.
The Molten Edge has now come through, as you were mentioning before, and so now the damage will be so impactful from Wuji. There is a massive power spike, finishing the IE and upgrading it. If he can get a huge Moonlight Vigil in this fight with Infernum active, he will obliterate IG, but instead, they're going to obliterate Baron. Look at the damage that Wuji can put out.
True Shot Barrage going to spot them out, though, so Rogue Warriors pull off of the objective. They still have control around the area, but for IG, they're not going to give it over willy-nilly.
Crazy will be able to withstand the damage pretty handedly. Doesn't have any MR, though. Oh, wow. Ruby solo. Gets the heal off, keeps himself alive. Now the call of the Forge God, 2-man knockup. but they can't follow it up at all. Death Sentence goes wide. Ragnarok having to be used. Lei gets burst down by the Shy. And now IG start to siege the mid lane.
That was so dangerous. Puff had to flash in the end, but Baron is still there. Down a member. Rogue Warriors have one less smite. And there's a 25-second death timer. He has teleport when he's alive, but how quick does IG do this?
Rookie still has the Pot Blossom. Yeah, always have to keep that ability in mind. In for the fight. This is a 4v5. Make it 3v5 in favor of IG. Crazy barely surviving. Rookie's over the wall and gets one for himself. Ruby does get the... Oh, he's not going to be... Oh, he gets it anyway! He doesn't need the sleep. He just needs the damage. It's going to be Wei Yan barely surviving. Puff gets one more auto to finish him off. And now a TP coming through from Lei the second time this game. Trouble lands onto the likes of Ning. Death Sentence blocked by a minion, but he's onto the Shy. Box gets the slow. Ruby trying to dish out the damage. Another Sentence blocked. The minions are saving IG.
Thank God we got 2 play-by-plays, because that went on for a long time. Ends up still being IG favored, but they have the Baron available. Puff will receive the Trouble Bubble, but there's going to be no follow-up. This Ezreal is huge, and IG are playing around him.
Double flash! Ruby with the play. Now they have to back away as Wuji takes up a Cullen for himself, but they're forcing IG away. They're denying the Baron, and now TPing in from the likes of Crazy, but Ning wants to play first. Puff gets one for himself. Lei now trying to escape. There's no minions to block a Death Sentence this time, but he's not even going to throw it. Crazy on the back line. He's trying to get onto Shy, but I don't think he can catch up, and Puff has got a double kill in the meantime. Crazy walks on forward.
He's got a Thornmail.
Desperate to do it, but I mean, the Shy just kills himself on the Thornmail
But
alone.
IG decision-making, they decide to make the turn instead.
Triple.
Yeah, Puff gets the triple. This Ezreal, I said, is damn big. He's now 6-2, and they're going right back to Baron. Let's go again.
I said it right at the start. I was excited for Puff's Ezreal. He's such an aggressive carry, and he can be even more so with such a safe pick, with a Tahm Kench behind him. He has so much damage and so much ability to move around the fight.
And without Jungwooji, without Lei, with that teleport used before, this is going to go over to IG, and because this Ezreal played so damn well, but also because it's one individual versus the other that is making this game and making this series.
And this is what we wanted to see from Puff. We ain't got time to talk about Puff. Southwind's in trouble. Crazy gets the knock-up. This is going to be a kill. Onto the Kench. True Shot Barrage across them, but it might actually be enough to deter them from the Dragon. I don't think you want to commit to that one, Wei Yan. Oh, Wei Yan's in a whole heap of trouble right now. He's going to drop. Lei has the Unsealed Spellbook. I don't think he's got time to get over to the Smite. Shy getting onto Crazy, wants revenge, and he barely survives, but Puff now on half health. Pot Blossom onto 2. Wuji goes down, Lei goes down. It's all but over in this fight. Ruby, though, turns it back, gets the shutdown on Puff. And it's a bloodbath in the LPL.
Second triple, another double, shut down, left, right, blood up and down. The Dragon, who does it go to? I think it was IG in the end, but who cares? We have 45 kills in 30 minutes, and even 2 play-by-plays are struggling to do this.
And just look at the scoreboard right now. Ruby is 7-1-7. But the key thing is he was late to that fight. He couldn't impact early enough. Take another look as Wei Yan way overextended.
Yeah, Rookie comes in with a really nice Tangle Bar, but watch Puff. The Ezreal's so big, and with Tahm Kench, he can make the aggressive arcane shifts. Doesn't have him here, but Puff runs away, Rookie runs in, and really nicely done to play through chaos. I don't know at this point. Everyone's just fighting everyone. 1,000 gold, by the way, over to Ruby.
Massive, massive shutdown going towards Ruby there as he finishes off Puff. And most importantly, I want to quickly, while we've got 2 seconds, I want to talk about Puff, because every time you mention IG, you think of the Rookie, or you think of Rookie, and you think of the Shy. But Puff, he's the new guy in the bottom lane, and he is playing so exceptionally well. This entire series, he's been one of the standout players.
People should be getting chills like they did with Jackie Love. When Jackie Love was on Ezreal or his signature Draven, when he was on those iconic picks, people said Jackie Love is a god. And I think over time we will get the same feeling with Puff. He is a lot fresher to the league. He is a lot fresher to competitive League of Legends. But this guy is such a good AD carry. He's a top 3 in my book.
The Colonel reckons that there's only a 40% chance that Rogue Warriors can win this one.
Colonel could be
onto
wrong.
the hallucination. They're just going to be pressuring on towards this bottom lane. Bear in mind, IG do have the Baron for themselves. The siege will be there, but there's a good amount of wave clear on the side of Rogue Warriors.
But they don't have mid pushing, or they do have mid pushing, but they don't have top lane pushing. Gravitum used, but Ruby now with an interesting trouble bubble.
I mean,
Trying to
if
find
it lands,
something.
it works.
That's right.
Puff, though, is so safe with Southwind over the wall. In fact, no, that's not Southwind. That's Rookie. Oh, dear. Even as observers, it baits says True Shot Barrage across everyone. It's actually going to do a lot to Wuji. He's got Bloodline, though, so we'll be able to heal himself back up. And this is just, I feel like they're shooting down a firing range here. They're both in the trenches.
What they can hit, right?
Firing over no man's land. Oh. Cleanse available.
This, to me, feels like who's the bigger, who's the bigger boss, right? That almost went south. But, who's the bigger person here? Rogue Warriors, they've defended it well, but Puff Arcane shifting forward.
There is no Baron buff remaining, so the siege isn't as strong. Massive knock-up. They can't really follow it up too well. Ruby going to be able to get the slow, and it's Southwind for real this time. He's going to go down. Rookie gets a slow onto everybody, though.
Almost finds his way in, but
Puff is a monster. It's 4 versus 4 now. True shot onto Wuji. He's going to go down surely as Puff walking on forwards. The damage is returned, though. Southwind. Oh, no, it's Rookie on the back line. The lifesteal is massive from Wuji. 2 versus 2 now. Both carries survive, and they've each got a tank to work with. Ning doesn't have Subjugate, so Crazy will be basically invincible.
But Puff at this point has been doing more. Wuji takes on Rookie, and that's why this trade now is a disengage from IG. But if Puff gets freedom in this fight, if he has Southwind behind him, he goes ham.
IG only gets 675 gold from the Baron.
That's
you
nothing.
get 1,500 just for picking it up. That is massive for Rogue Warriors, the fact that they're gaining gold during IG's
because they
Baron.
held so well down the bottom side. And again, we have to compliment Rogue Warriors, who we didn't think would get to this point, where that Baron play was negated fully. So now we're just going to reset again. We've got another Baron in a minute 20. The Mountain Dragon that is going to be the soul for IG is up next, and the play to Arcane shift forward. Puff is super confident, had True Shot Barrage twice in that fight, which heavily swayed it. And what I want you to watch here is Rookie coming in, dressed as Southwind, but Wuji just presses Q and heals it all back up.
Yeah, had his Summoner heal available as well, so he's kind of baiting on the back
and has
line
a BT there as well. So there's so much lifesteal coming through from Jung Wuji at this level 16 point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's picking up the BT on the back of this fight, so now even stronger with the 3rd BF sword item coming on through. The death cap as well, now going to be finished off for Ruby, or upgraded, sorry, for Ruby.
Yeah,
he's going to be
double death cap. What do we call that item? Death helmet.
It's,
like that.
It's called like circlet or something. I can't remember.
The noblet of
Woogle switching cap. We'll call it that.
Yeah,
Southwind is just a hallucination, but the Shy gets onto the tower in the meantime. And suddenly we see the macro game coming out from IG as they get pressure on towards a mid lane inhibitor, and Rogue Warriors are just going to be stopped from recall. It's only Lei that managed to recall. No, Wuji's there as well, but that means suddenly it's a 4 versus 3 in the jungle.
He's on the wrong side of the map.
Ragnarok is not going to help you here as Puff gets yet another kill for himself. Just going to jump forward and finish that one off.
So, 50-second death timer. Baron is available. Rogue Warriors, that is the cost for denying the Mountain Soul to IG.
And that is the power of experience before your eyes, Lei. Once a death sentence, Culling is going to do so much. Crazy's happy to soak that one up.
They're coming in.
Crazy's gone way too deep. What are you doing, man? He's got 1v4 and he's finished off. You're not on Renekton this time. You can't do that.
Massively punished again, and the death timers are skewed. Crazy has 50 seconds, Wei Yan with 20. IG can either go to Baron or push for this inhibitor turret, and it looks like right down mid for now to open the base.
It's possible that they can snowball into a win right here. If Rogue Warriors keep overextending and getting caught out. 30 seconds until Crazy is alive. I think IG wants it.
Here they come. Munchables, it's your time to shine.
Here we go. Rookie gets the slow onto everyone. There's the root and a Pop Blossom, but 2 stopwatches shut him down in his tracks. The Shy getting onto Lei, but the support is not the one you want to make the play on. Wuji dishing out the damage as Puff desperately tries to carry the fight. Dodges the death sentence. The CC won't land, and Puff desperate to make a name for himself. Ruby still barely dying this game, barely able to be caught, and he will just about to deter the fight.
Puff almost makes it so, though, at the end of that play, but really good defense here from Rogue Warriors. The game goes on at 37 minutes with multiple objectives coming up. we're going to be back to that final team fight of the game.
What a game this has been. The fact that IG have to bring this level of performance to match Rogue Warriors. And Ruby, what a performance from him. Puff is tanking the tower right now. He actually could go down if he's not careful. Oh, Ruby drops though. That could be game. Southwind just about survives from the tower damage. In the meantime, Rogue Warriors, they're trying to do Baron. That's not the play.
Well, hang on. If they can get it fast enough, teleport's going to come through, but no.
They
it's
can't
at 5,000.
He doesn't have Crescendum available. They're going to end the game. Ning is going to look for the Baron steal as Baron finally drops.
It's down. Ning's there.
Can he stop the recalls? That's the question. Crazy going to be tanking everyone up. Lei is getting so low, but he survives. Wuji has returned. Ning forced away. Wuji dishing out the autos, just trying to finish off any old kill. Anything will do, but Rogue Warriors can't find anything.
The Nexus is exposed. Puff doesn't have enough mana to see this play through to the end, so they'll defend for now. And IG with a low time Kench, are they going to do it?
Oh, they're going for the back door. In goes Southwind. In goes Puff. What a way to end it all. Puff, the MVP, pushes home the victory.
At minus 200 health, Southwind goes right on in, and Puff's damage finishes the game.
What do you even say about that one? And I'm so happy for Puff that he was able to be the one to really carry this team home.
I mean, it's harsh for Rogue Warriors, but I tell you what, Invictus Gaming played that game to the limit. And eventually it was the Puff show by the end of that game. It was the Ezreal that we complimented him on in the past, that we talked about. It was his priority pick last year. Comes to the spotlight once again.
My God. Rogue Warriors have just been put through their paces by IG, but IG managed to take the win in the end, and you have to say it comes down to strength of experience. The play around the map, being able to force the tier 2 mid by just
in a 40-minute window. I
would say we start with the scoreboard.
Here's a good place to start. And, I mean, the Shy was hidden damage threat, of course, a really rough early start against Crazy, but the Puff show late game. I mean, that's what I see. Dead and simple right there.
Yeah, I mean, Puff had so much damage. And the Shy as well, actually doing a lot of work during the team fights, especially in the mid game. He was able to jump forward and really pressure Wuji, making sure that he wasn't able to do too much. And you have to feel for Ruby, because Ruby was doing so much on the likes of the Zoe. His scoreline was immaculate and just multiple times able to clean things up in the fights. But it didn't ever feel like he was making the play that would win the fight in the first place.
No, but he was a big threat to people like Puff, people like Southwind as well. And I think for Ruby, he facilitated his job pretty well. And it is worth mentioning that, again, Ruby and Crazy are newbies in the LPL. Like, this is a team that shouldn't have given IG a run for their money. But they almost managed to find that teamfight win over IG. It was just Puff in the end. It was the Shy kind of making his way through. And I guess in partial way, rookies Nico that we didn't expect.
Yeah, super impressed by Crazy, though. Super impressed by Wei Yan as well. Crazy, give him a carry. I have to say that Ornn wasn't as impactful. Did manage to get a solo kill, though, so you can't complain too much about that.
He had a really early gold lead, and I just don't think that felt like it came through on the map, you know?
I just love that we got to see a draft like this out of IG, though. We're getting to see the Nico coming out from Rookie, and in that final fight, just flashing forward for the Pot Blossom as well. But honestly, I'm exhausted after a series like that.
Well,
what a way to start the English broadcast off again.
We got 2 more series to go after this. I tell you what we will say now, though, is that Rogue Warriors from here on, I think there's new expectations. I think there's expectations that Rogue Warriors are not a bottom-tier team. No. A bottom-tier team does not play like that. And what I can say from this is I think Haro versus Wei Yan, 100% I would be putting Wei Yan in for games from now on.
And the same can be said for Crazy versus Holder, I think. Yeah, Crazy easily. Just unbelievable performance in the top lane across the course of this game. And Zhang Wuji, what a play. What a series of plays throughout this series coming out from the young AD carry. It's a roster that was built around him in the first place, and he's showing that he's able to really do work, especially on that Aphelios pick. Yeah. Knows the damage and was able to, I mean, in the early game, managing to get that Moonlight Vigil across the team with the Infernals, basically won the fight by himself.
It was really clean, and we haven't seen performance from Zhang Wuji like this since 2019 spring. It was a really lull moment when we got to summer, and last year it was like, where is this AD carry that was getting pentakills, that got the first pentakill of 2019, that also was carrying these games for Rogue Warriors? Now with Lei with an experienced hand behind him, because remember, Lei has been around since 2015 or 2014 spring on Royal Club. Lei is the experience that he needs to succeed, and I think it's shown up here that with that strong bottom lane, we actually get a better Jung Wooji in the long run.
Yeah, and it has to be said, we came into the series talking about Puff and Southwind. This was the new addition to IG. This was the difference in that bottom lane, and they were tested in this series. Wooji and Lei really put it to them, especially in game number 1, consistently diving and shutting down the Aphelios. It didn't work out for them, though. Puff consistently proving that he's more than happy to be an aggressive AD carry, more than happy to flash forward in the fights. And once he got on that Ezreal, where suddenly you can arcane shift instead of flashing, things just look magnificent.
I think we're seeing Puff as a comparison to people like maybe Mystic, who's now in the LCK, is the best example, where we look at their laning phase and we don't talk about it much. But then we see the skirmishes and the fights that come through and the positioning from the bottom lane duo. The experienced member in this one for IG is Southwind, and Southwind really leads by example for Puff and facilitates him so well. That's why the Tahm Kench, the Ezreal, looked really clean and was a menace for Rogue Warriors to deal with as we got to that late game.
Yeah, and I do want to bring up one topic of conversation that might be a little controversial here.
I like that.
The Shy actually didn't have that great of a performance in this series.
How dare you say that about the Shy?
Obviously in game 1, he smashed Holder, like turret dive Holder, etc., etc. Game 2, he actually got crushed by Crazy, and you could talk about matchups, etc., but the cannon just did not work for him. He wasn't really... I think there was one fight where he got a really good ult,
not the first time, right?
It just couldn't work out.
Not the first time that we've seen the Shy fall behind, especially on a pick like the Cannon, right? And even the Kalista the other day, when he picked that first pick Kalista top, he wasn't super successful. But the Shy comes into team fights and he's kind of a different being. That's why we always have this expectation that this top laner will be a great team fighter, even if he falls behind. Many a time, teams have been focusing towards the top lane of the map for Invictus Gaming, and it has yielded results because putting the Shy behind means putting IG behind a lot of the time.
Yeah, Rookie as well, though, had a really strong performance towards the start of the series. The Orianna getting some solo kills, getting some unbelievable shockwaves. The Nico, it was kind of a hit or miss performance coming out from him. Obviously, in the laning phase, really didn't do so hot. I think it was 0-2, 0-3 during the 15-minute mark. But then later on into the game, the Pot Blossoms, some of them really didn't hit the mark. Some of them were amazing and won them the game.
Yeah, it was a massive hit or miss. I mean, it's nothing like that Orianna game from Rookie. I am curious as to the direction IG go from here, though, and I know we are just waiting for the MVP, and until that comes along, let's delve a little bit into IG's Rookie and like the solo lanes and the strength here, because at the end of the day, IG coming into what was a blue side focused team. You did the draft notes. You were my color in a way.
I know.
For this series, where IG have been prioritizing the blue side, and they've been securing bottom lane. And that's not the IG I know. When I was here, when I joined last year, I was told so many times that for Invictus Gaming, they're a red side focused team. Well, because they love their solo lane counter pick, and especially focusing towards the Shy.
They focused on the red side here in this series, and it was kind of different to what we'd seen of IG so far in 10.4. They'd been going for the blue side more often than not. Whether or not that was their decision, quite often it wasn't their decision to go on the blue side, but we saw things like the Kalista first pick coming out from them. Obviously in this series, it was banned out every single time, so they couldn't go for that extreme lane bully up in the top lane.
True, it was a good ban. I mean, after you saw that series, you're like, all right, get rid of the Kalista. We don't want to deal with it. Just another note, I know we were already complimenting Rogue Warriors, but I do want to say again, in terms of drafting, from what little I know, there was some really clean drafting and good adaptation from this team that challenged IG.
Great stuff coming out from Rogue Warriors, but I think you guys already know it. The MVP for this series, it's got to be Puff, hasn't it, coming through, especially on the Ezreal in that final game.
Okay.
Look at the damage percentage.
That's a fair amount.
42.8%.
Look at the damage gold efficiency, 300%. I don't think I've ever seen gold efficiency go over 200. Like that is an incredible stat to behold.
And when you talk about the LPL, there are so many incredible Ezreal players. And, I mean, Puff right now, he's setting himself up to move on in with that lineup.
Well, we're getting a quick look at some of the fights here. And all I can say is that for Invictus Gaming's Puff, I mean, the aggression is huge. Arcane shifting forward versus Arcane shifting back. It's a very simple thing to say. But a lot of Ezreals, you can see the tone of their play through this one ability.
Puff, flashing forwards as well in some of the fights. So
Even
the
more
arcade
alpha.
shift isn't enough. I mean, Ruby had some good moments as well, but especially this fight here, we didn't get to see a lot of it. He actually gets a triple kill.
It's the decision-making from IG as a total, but you're right. Puff going forward instead of back. They're not dealing with crazy. They leave the shy there, and they go on to the aggressive instead. Again, here in the fight, it's like knowing when to go in. You know, knowing when to hold them, knowing when to fold them. And Puff was a big Johnny Cash fan by the end of this. I think, or is it Kenny Lock? Kenny?
I don't know.
I don't know my country music. And
Here
this was
we
just
go.
a nice way
I
to end
mean,
the
this
game.
was the final moment
Yeah.
for Puff, right? Just putting the final nail in the coffin and finishing off the Nexus. Amazing performance out of the new AD carry. He's got big shoes to fill in that of Jackie Love, and so far, I give him a big thumbs up.
What did I say? I said side grade, didn't I? I said side grade to Jackie Love, because I don't think it's a downgrade. I don't think it's an upgrade.
It's hard to be an upgrade from Jackie Love.
Yeah, but it is a good side grade. Let's go with side, because that would be insulting otherwise, right? And I think Southwind at the moment is a massive upgrade from Baolan, because Baolan was not having the best performance towards the end of last year, and you know, had some good moments at Worlds, but I think keep the duo together. Puff and Southwind are the synergy duo that need to stay in the bottom lane for IG.
I'm certainly impressed so far. That's one series down. We still have 2 best of 3s to go here today. We're going to be jumping into World Elite versus RNG right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You can force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the ground, and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 모든 쉽게 이기든 지든. My crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I'ma just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like
adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in.
Welcome back to Shanghai once again as we head into the second series of the day here on the LPL English broadcast. We just had an absolute barn burner there between Rogue Warriors and IG. IG managed to inch it out in the end, but it was such a close series. My name is Much Pause. I'm joined by Hysterics. Oh, Apathetics, sorry.
At this point.
The color compadre? Alter ego we'll go with.
Comrade, right? Comrade.
Well, I was trying. Yeah, whatever. Move on.
We're a really good duo so far. Two players walk into a room.
There.
But look, yeah, it was a great series. It was a bloody series to kick us off. And now I'm ready to move into, I think, what will be even better team fighting, a bit more coordinated from WE and RNG.
I mean, that's going to be difficult for them to be better team fighting. Let's talk a little bit about RNG, because this is a different version of RNG to maybe what you guys at home are used to. If you don't closely follow the LPL, when you think of RNG, you're going to think of Uzi. Now, at the start of every season, he takes a little bit of time out before Chinese New Year.
He does.
But this time, he's still not back yet.
No, he's not back, so it is life without Uzi. And we got Betty. Betty from the LMS, who was recently on the Flash Wolves, everyone will know from Worlds and his multiple appearances there, with the bottom laner of Shalcy, who's now on E-Stars as well. So a big change up for RNG, and they've got a new jungler as well, which we'll go into. But the bottom lane, for me, feels like we've got a revitalized team because Betty is firing.
Betty is firing on all cylinders, but I want to talk about how this has changed the team dynamic as well, because not only is Betty coming in and doing a really good job of just being a stable bottom lane that's able to match up to the others in the LPL, but also Xiaohu, the mid laner for RNG, has kind of been freed a little bit to do what he wants, to be able to carry, and you can see that by his average damage percentage.
Xiaohu is unleashed. For all RNG fans out there, you know the beast of burden that is Uzi, where Xiaohu is put onto mid-support duty, the Karma, the Lulu. His draft is all about supporting Uzi, and it really puts him into that cage. Now that we have Betty, it's like Xiaohu is a totally new being, and we get to see the best of this mid laner.
Absolutely, and we get to see what he's capable of on some of the more carry-oriented picks, and we've got some clips of Xiaohu doing work in these team fights.
And at the moment, we're looking towards picks like this, Silas. Picks that enable him forward. The Rumble as well is a really good one. And at the start, I was talking about quartered team fights. Now, we saw team fights last series, but RNG at the moment are having some of the best team fights we've seen in the league. And again, without Uzi, you wouldn't normally say that, but they're looking super on point, super coordinated, and really good shot calling.
And you can see Ming and Betty already working wonderfully in tandem, flashing forwards for the 2v3.
Well, Top Esports was a formidable opponent. RNG took it to them. And remember as well, new jungler on this roster too. So again, when we're talking about synergy, you wouldn't really expect that. Xiao Longbao has been fitting in nicely into these team fights as well. But Betty has that Uzi feeling, which I think is actually just quite hilarious, that he is being enabled alongside mid.
Yeah, and part of that is just seeing him on the Kai'Sa as well. I think that always gives you a little bit of the Uzi feeling. But I'm excited to see how RNG are going to change up their playstyle. But I want to shift gears here and talk about the top lane a little bit, because when you think of Team WE, if you've not been watching the Chinese broadcast of the LPL so far, let me introduce a new player to you. It's Morgan in the top lane for WE. This guy is a monster. Now, granted, he's been against two of the lower tier teams. He's been against V5 and he's been against VG. But both times, around the 15-minute mark, he's able to pretty much 1v3.
And herein lies the weakness of RNG. Their top laner Lungxing is the weakest point of their map. But for WE, the strength lies in this top lane. And as you mentioned, some of the great TP plays, some of the great flanks we have been seeing out of Morgan.
Yeah, and just look at this. He 1v3s hit on set, goes into the back line and just obliterates them. This is before he's got kills on the scoreboard.
I think Morgan at this point sitting top for rookies of the top lane for sure. And you're right, you kind of discredit it a little bit because it has been against weaker teams, but I say that for Morgan, it's been about the skill and mechanics he showed consistently that put him up there as a real threat to RNG.
And an important part of the conversation is you can see the TPs coming on through, and Morgan just slices through the team here. He'll jump into the back line, and there's not a lot you can do in that situation. It has very much been the set and the Renekton. Those have been the big power picks for this player. So how RNG drafts into him will be a big factor.
But also remember that the Renekton and set can fall on their butts pretty damn easy. So again, another testament to this top laner. And for WE, when everything shifted gears this year, moving into 2020, losing Xie, losing Mystic, having to reformat that team, much like Rogue Warriors this year as well, Morgan has stepped up and felt the shoes in. Or he's worn the shoes in a part way with Beishang.
So far, he has absolutely been the pillar for this team, but let's see if they're going to draft around him. They have been so far in the LPL. We'll see if that trend will continue, but I'm curious where RNG are going to go with their draft as well. Looks like the answer right now is going to be the Aphelios first pick.
We're just jumping straight into these game one, and with the Aphelios first pick, we know how that went in the last series. But for Beishang, it's the Jarvan going to be picked up here. Beishang and the Olaf are his mainstay at the moment, and there has been quite a bit of priority from this WE jungler.
Yeah, and immediately, obviously, you have to ban away the set if you're on the red side. And RNG, they understand that Morgan is going to be terrifying if he's on the Renekton, so they remove that from the table. And my question is going to be, what else does Morgan have in his pool? We haven't seen enough out of this player in the LPL to know what he's going to fall back on and how well he'll perform.
And they are leaving the final picks towards the counter for Morgan, so you can see that the priority is truly towards that top lane. I want to quickly touch on Plex at the moment. Plex was recently in LNG in 2019 summer, has moved over to the side of WE, and he didn't really find success on that LNG roster, but coming into WE, this is his chance to kind of reformat and recharge as well. So Plex has been playing a hell of a lot of Rumble. He hasn't been the greatest laner, but he has been improving day by day, and I sound like a worried mother who knows that his child is going to be going somewhere.
Well, Plex is his work cut out here for sure, up against Xiaohu, and you can see the bans directed immediately towards Xiaohu as well, trying to get some of these mid laners that really are dominant. Zoe and LeBlanc, both incredibly strong power picks in the meta right now. You can see the Rumble already locked in. That's very likely going towards the mid lane for Plex.
And two of some of the specials for Xiaohu to add onto that as well. Double support ban here by RNG, but Ming has been playing a bit of Taric, so whether that's the takeaway for missing or if they go for a standard bottom lane of the Brom and the Misfortune, seems like that's going to be the case. So, Morgan, final counter pick here for WE. But now we find out what Xiaohu wants to take into this Rumble matchup, or if it's truly going to be a Rumble top, like we saw from the Shy.
Brom locked in to go alongside the Misfortune of Morgan, and now the solo laners have to be decided on. I would love to see the Kled, but I don't think it'll happen.
Okay, Aatrox's probably the more standard pick. We haven't seen a Kled in a very long time. But what else?
Oh, if Betty plays Vayne while Uzi's not here, honestly, that would be such a style pick for Betty, showing that he can step into the shoes of Uzi. I don't think it will be locked. I think the teaser
you got an Aphelios, right? So that's a solo lane Vayne.
Yeah, dude. Solo lane Aphelios. Let's go.
Okay.
Silas locked in.
A bit of excitement, but nothing, eh?
But this is what you get with double play-by-play in the draft. Sorry, guys.
No brains, all plays, all the way. All right, what's going top? Be my color for a second.
It's probably, I don't know, Cannon.
Fantastic.
If this ain't great broadcast, I don't know what is. But it's going up against the Aatrox, that much I can tell you for sure. The Kennen is going to be locked in, though, and that is a decent matchup for Morgan. And Kennen is one of those characters, we've seen it from the Shy, it can be feast or famine. If he can get ahead, he's going to be able to carry the game. But if you start to fall behind, you can really struggle to have an impact.
And look, we've seen compositions like this where it is about the hot pot duo with the Rumble and the Jarvan Cataclysm. Their ability to focus bot and the Kennen can join. Coming into this game, what did we talk about? Morgan's ability to focus bot and consistently make the TP play around the end of the laning phase. That's what he's set up to do here in this game once again. While RNG, you know, the strength of that 1-4 are going to be a bit particular, and Lungshing in the side lane. Let's go double TP, why not? So for RNG, still fits the conditions that we've been seeing in the past couple of weeks with Betty.
Yeah, most importantly, you can see really good skirmishing from both of these compositions. You've got the Sylas there, really good in the mid game. There's going to be a lot of power from the Aphelios as well. Whenever he finishes something like the Essence Reaver, or if he goes IE first, massive, massive power spike. So looking towards these Herald fights, looking towards these Dragon fights for the side of RNG. WE, though, they're going to be able to match that. When you can wombo combo the way that this composition can, you can really disrupt things. But if Sylas from Xiaohu can get onto the likes of the Misfortune, you can disrupt that kind of combo.
And again, we're seeing the Sylas from Xiaohu, which is always what I love to see. The confidence coming through where the Sylas has only recently come into fashion, where in 10.1 we saw that little bit of a flex around in position between jungle and between mid. Now we're seeing it as a constant must ban in the second phase, or it will be picked up. Normally on red side, but Xiaohu prioritizing this going into Plex, which funnily enough was Plex's summer pick last year.
And it's going to be interesting seeing Plex on the Rumble as well, because Rumble, one of these champions that it can be an absolutely massive playmaker in the right hands, but often it's kind of a neutral pick. Often you end up seeing the Equalizer just used on minion waves. You often see...
Wait, I did one. Okay. So obviously we are an online league at the moment.
Go. Online
now,
land chance, I love
I'm
it.
a bit annoyed because I set in my LPL Gyro, and obviously it's not specific enough, so they didn't show it. You can actually, there was a tweet, shout out to Evelyn on Twitter, who actually put up a tweet recently. You can send in your Gyro video. There is an email there. I need to be more specific. I'll put it on my Twitter after this. But you can send in your Gyro and be part of the crowd that we do not have. Well, we should do it.
Should we do it? Let's film one right now.
Let's do it. Let's do it right now.
Look, before we do that, though, let's talk a little bit about the game at hand. We are here. That is true. That's always true, actually. Lungshing going to be on the Aatrox. It's something that very much a carry. He's going to have a difficult matchup, though, into the likes of Morgan. And we mentioned it beforehand when we were looking at the replays. Morgan is a player that wants to snowball, wants to get a lead, and Beishang often is the one to set him up for that.
And he will be going in a lane against Xiaohu. There's a lane swap here from RNG. Meanwhile, WE go for the invade red side start, but it's been spotted out by this well-placed ward from the bottom lane of RNG.
Now moving towards the bot side. They've done the leash, and Beishang going straight in for a lane gank. Meng will have the dredge line, though. Doesn't even need to use it.
Super easy to avoid. Beishang trying to double back down, but the ward spotting them out means that there's no danger here for the RNG bottom lane. And Xiaolong Bao starts the vertical jungling himself. Now that Xiaohu's in the top side of the map, you're going to see Elise in that's going to be focusing in on this Kevin, really pushing down what has been the win condition for WE in the past.
League of Conquest once again as Conqueror
really?
Across the board there. 4 of them for RNG. But it's interesting to see Xiaolong Bao heading up towards the top side, and it's Beishang over on the bottom side of the map. This is not usually his strategy. He likes to get a lead for Morgan, likes to force him into a cheetah recall. Morgan taking a huge amount of damage.
Yeah,
trade back a little bit.
Really punishing here. Xiaohu with Conqueror versus the Kennen. I mean, so much easier to proc here from the side of the Sylas. Beishang is going to be trying to gank bottom lane again. He's got level 3 this time, and RNG are slightly pushed up in lane.
Here we go. This is the opportunity. Flash forward onto Ming. Gets the flash dredge line, though, and that'll keep him safe. Magnificent play from Ming.
Super awkward interaction there, but you're right. That's a flash burnt from both Missing and Beishang. So it ends up being worth in the end for Betty because he'll be able to sustain this back up. And RNG absorbing this bottom lane pressure will get them a net win if XLB is able to conquest the top side.
Yeah, the key difference here is Xiaomeng gonna still have both of his summoners, whereas Betty did have to use the heal to keep Ming alive. So it could be a slight advantage, but I don't expect that to come into play when it comes to the 2v2. Xiaolong Bao trying to get in onto Bei Shang, but does lose his big old raptor.
Talk about the 2v2. Langxing was ready to rotate there. Good trade here onto Plex, but Bei Shang nearby. Nothing more will come of it. And now for Xiaolong Bao, it's just, okay, back to the top side. We've got a Scuttle Crab to take. We've got a cannon that we could potentially dive soon with a couple more levels onto Xiaohu. Flash is available for the Lee Sin as well.
Certainly is, and he's headed up towards this top side. Morgan has that flash. Should they try and make a play under tower onto him, it would be very difficult to get onto the cannon. And Kennen, one of these champions, can be a little tough to dive if he can get the stun right, but that's going to be an engage coming out from Ming onto the likes of Missing. Braum so difficult to get the damage to stick onto, though.
But the trading here is going to be significant. Remember that Missing doesn't have his summoner spells available, so the targeting from RNG, really nice there onto the engage, but merely a trade because the top lane, the engage might happen there.
Xiaolong Bao really wants to impact this top lane. He's been on the top side of the map the entire time, but Bei Shang is coming as well, and he is going to be level 4. There's a stun, though, going on to Xiaohu. Bei Shang's here. Doesn't go for the flash because it's on cooldown from the bottom lane play. That means that Xiaohu walks away.
You would have all seen what Morgan just did there. He circles around the abscond abduct, so Xiaohu can't land him onto him. And now he has to back away. Teleport's going to be forced here. Morgan gets the shove in, but jungle gank from top to spot the shadow.
And this is what we've been seeing, right? Morgan gets to crash a massive wave into the tower. Bei Shang comes up to make sure that it can be crashed. And if I'm not mistaken, Morgan should be able to go for a cheetah recall.
Now, I want to see if they go back to their normal lanes. Right now, for the Rumble, it's not working out perfectly, but it's straight back to mid for Rumble, and Xiaohu goes back top.
So this has been the core of the gameplay from WE so far. You can see Morgan going straight back up to the top lane, has his teleport available, so they found themselves the teleport advantage. Now, in the next few minutes, while Xiaohu doesn't have his teleport, expect Morgan, once he's level 6, to look for a teleport play around this dragon.
Because that's coming pretty damn soon as well on that point. Morgan will be getting back to lane now. Bottom lane shoved out a decent amount, but remember all about positioning. The Jarvan is bot side too. So while we've been setting up this level 6, this roam, everything needs to come together for WE. And it's going to be about how Xiaolong Bao responds. Xiaohu gets level 6 himself, but will not steal the ult just yet.
No, not going to have the opportunity to just for now. And Morgan will be just trying to DPS down these minions as fast as possible. And Xiaolong Bao, obviously a level down in this jungle because he spent so long in the top side of the map just trying to get any kind of pressure onto Morgan.
Also tried to get the Raptors before and wasted a lot of time spotting out Bei Shang. And it's, you know, kind of refreshing to have a game that doesn't escalate by 5 minutes. I say that, but a lot of the time as a play-by-play, when you get a nice 5-minute fight, team fight with all 5 members, feels pretty good. But
definitely does.
I like the breathing. Doesn't mean I have to be smarter, which is not, you know, not the big brain play, ironically.
Well, across the board so far, things relatively slow. But as we said, both of these team compositions, they want to be going for the skirmishes once those ultimates are available. You see Xiaohu going to be stealing the ultimate from Morgan. But now we could wait and see what Morgan wants to do. He's hit 6 for himself. He has the teleport available. Are they going to force a play?
Well, Bei Shang's here. I don't think he's been spotted on that ward in the tri-brush. But notice what we're talking about. The ward is set up, or was rather, for WE. But the damage from Betty.
Oh my goodness. Xiaolong Bao's waiting in the wings. He's not even needed right now. Betty just rails down Missing's health bar. And that's just the power of this Aphelios pick. Once he has that BF sword, you have to respect that damage.
It's also the Severum Q when you have Crescendum as your secondary, and the amount of shurikens you get can be pretty damn nutty. Bei Shang only now is coming down, but they didn't spot out the Lee Sin before as far as I'm concerned, but they're engaging.
Oh, Ming gets the dredge line though. That might just keep him safe. But that's going to be the concussive blows. It does finish off in the end. Can't escape. Heal comes on down, and Ming is going to fall. First blood going the way of Xiaomeng, but it's answered twofold. There's a solo kill in the top lane as Bei Shang falls, and RNG just rinse WE.
Down from the mid lane, they strike hard, and that's going to be a dragon off the back of it as well. 4 quick kills that really set this game alight.
And Xiaohu says, Morgan, you want to make a play on the bot side? I don't think so. Not while you're dead, my friend.
Oh my, that's going to be absolutely massive. And now the game's set up for a big, bad Aatrox. And an Infernal start with a bit of bonus stats coming right up.
Yeah, that's very, very nice pickup from Xiaolongbao. Let's take a look at the solo kill.
It was the stolen cannon ulti that comes out first. And what I was saying before is the Conqueror on Silas just feels better at that point. Happened during the trade in the bottom lane.
Honestly, just disrespect from Morgan there. Had his flash, had his own slicing Maelstrom. Literally just decided, I guess he thought he could survive. I guess he thought he could get away with it. Maybe just deciding he doesn't want to commit to summoners and accepting his own fate.
Now, I do want to transition because doesn't look like we're going to see a replay towards the bottom side. Ming survived for so long, almost gets out, and it's the way that WE have to step back into the play that they then get sandwiched between Lungxing and Xiaolongbao. So for WE, that hurts them in the end. They will get this Rift Herald, but the thing is, at this point, RNG is setting up to contest.
But this is a full 5-man play from the side of WE. You can see Betty isn't here. He's only just arriving in the mid lane. So WE are going to get the Herald. Here comes the teleport. Ming misses the dredge line. Xiaohu going to be on the front line with the Cataclysm. Langxing is here as well. Back onto Xiaomeng, and Xiaohu is unleashed. That's going to be 1 kill. Traded back for Morgan, though. In the meantime, the rest of the team is getting obliterated.
Oh, not that
Morgan
way.
flashes into the loving arms of Langxing, and that's going to be a double for the Aphelios. Now diving on, finishing off the kill. Langxing only just pops the World Ender.
Didn't even need it for the fight. 9 kills to 2 for RNG. Almost a 4,000 gold lead. The Aatrox flank is everything. And now with this extra bit of turret plating, another Fed Aphelios in another League of Legends game.
Yeah, let's just take another look at this fight and look at the TP deep in the backline. In the meantime, this is without an AD carry. They already start off strong.
He doesn't have World Ender at the start of this fight. You don't expect that Lungxing is an issue, but Xiaohu takes so much from WE, so many key ultimates, and then they have to run away to either Lungxing or the rest of RNG. And either way, the chase that can follow up with the rest of WE is enough to secure everyone from WE.
And I don't know if you saw the equalizer coming out from Plex, but it was pretty much entirely inside the wall outside of the Baron pit. So really unfortunate ultimate coming out from him. And it has to be said, when you look at this team, Morgan and Plex, those are the 2 Korean players that have been brought into this roster. Plex has been a little bit on the quiet side. We saw a good Yasuo game out of him earlier on in the season, but since then, it's very much been the Morgan show.
The Korean import, people remember him as, if I'm not mistaken, being traded by Griffin earlier on, but hang on, I'll pause again. Plex is in trouble.
Here we go, kick back, and I mean, it's all she wrote for Plex, is he's going to go down. Langxing, going to find the kill.
5 kills now on the Aatrox. What does that tell you? We're both play-by-plays, and we see one thing. Fed Aatrox means RNG are not stopping anytime soon.
No, they are most certainly not. And Langxing, he was the one that we were saying was one of the weaker parts of the side of RNG. Maybe Morgan could take advantage. What do? They just lane swap him away. Send him to the mid lane. That way, Xiaolongbao and Ming can support him, get him set up for success. And then these mid-game skirmishes have just gone all into his pocket.
And if we just take a step back, because Xiao is ready to solo kill Morgan with that ultimate in hand, these lane swaps have ruined the game.
Time for a dive. Xiaohu wants to get yet another kill onto Morgan. He might sacrifice his life. The Kingslayer not enough, and Morgan finds the play. I said it earlier. Don't dive the Kennen.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. And Xiaohu with his confidence over-eager in that dive. Going to get punished massively. So a win over to WE in the slightest form will mean something in the long run. But they need more of those, and they need them soon.
We'll see if they can find more wins. They're 4,000 gold down right now. It's going to be tough. Plex is just getting camped right now. Immediately, as soon as he's back in the lane, everybody collapses. And as I said before, Xiaolongbao and Ming setting Langxing up for success.
Really good bullying here. I mean, look, not good for Plex, but not that I condone bullying at that as well. It is hard.
I know bullying, and this is good bullying.
Good bullying. Plex is 0-3. Plex essentially has been moved out of this game. And It's the roams from Ming that are coming through. The Nautilus combined with Xiaolong Bao. You said it yourself best, that they're setting up Longqing to succeed, who is at 6,300 gold with a completed Black Cleaver.
Yeah, they are going to be able to finally drop their Herald. That's the side of WE. A lot of gold going towards the pocket of Morgan, who I've just noticed is going AD Cannon here.
Yeah.
Well, so I saw the Gunblade, and I saw the Cutlass, and I thought, okay, Gunblade Cannon, yeah, that's pretty normal. Finishes the Blade of the Rune King, though.
I want to pull out something. It's a Conqueror's Cannon, right? So the ability to get more on hit, more auto attacks, and I'm not going to explain it too much because you know me, but Blade of the Rune King start here first. Going to give a bit more movement speed on top of Xiaohu as well. But a Dragon is taken on the other side, and Munchables, Beisheng in a bit of a pickle.
But just like an onion, he's going to slip away off of your fort. They're always so slippery. Said he's in a pickle.
Yeah, well, I've never had that problem with onions. I don't know.
Pickled onions, they always bounce off of the plate. Anyway, Xiaolong Bao's getting chased down. Equalizer's finally on point, and that's a bullet time to follow up as well. Teleport, though, from Xiaohu. You're absolutely right. Cataclysm onto Xiaomeng, but he got exhausted, so he doesn't have the damage. Langxing needs to be huge in this fight. World Ender comes out. Plex is alone. Doesn't have his flash available and will go down in the end. Dragon, though, goes the way of RNG.
You just can't deal with Langxing. A level 11 Aatrox can zone off 3 people, and if you stay in the fight, he'll kill at least one of them. So right now, WE is suffering from this mid lane, and every single objective is not theirs to take. The way this game is going, WE are getting slammed out, having no say whatsoever.
Yeah, it's been a really rough situation. Look at the plate gold going towards Betty as well. Most of these skirmishes, Betty's been able to kind of chill on the bottom side. The way that RNG have been playing is around the mid lane, so he's just been sitting, soaking up the minions, and then every time Xiaomeng leaves, he's able to get plays.
Well, at this point, Betty with the Infinity Edge first. Now, just a quick talk about builds. At least in the LPL, I haven't seen other regions what the first build of Felios is at the moment, but in 10.4, we've shifted from the Essence Reaver to straight into the Infinity Edge sometimes, right? You get that early power spike, and when you have Severum and Infinity Edge and the ability to add Crescendum in there as well. Crescendum, we talked about this the other day. There's a lot of early damage that's being accessed here by the Aphelios.
Yeah, certainly going to be able to dish out massive damage, especially if you have the Severum as well. Obviously, when you use your Q, it can crit, and you're going to be hitting so rapidly that you can just burst someone down. Betty's been found, though. Bullet time does absolutely nothing. Betty flashes, and it's a disastrous gank for WE.
Okay, but at least they get the flash out of Betty at the end. They will get this turret, so they're getting something on the board. WE are not sitting and twiddling their thumbs, and that's the main thing here. RNG are backing away, giving the respect to this bottom lane, so a bit more gold to the really only element that is impacting this early game.
Missing. He's going to be stepping forward pretty aggressively here on the Braum. In the meantime, Xiaolong Bao does manage to find himself their Herald, so they might be able to at least trade towers here to make up for the first one that goes down in favor of WE. When you look at the gold, though, it's 4,000 in favor of RNG. Even if the tower went down, I think they're still going to be pretty happy with the position they're in.
But you got to be positive sometimes, you know? You want to give WE something, and Morgan wants to give him a fight.
Here we go, diving onto Morgan. The AD cannon not going to do too much with the ultimate. Xiaohu
almost
dashes out of the tower's range. Very nicely played.
Now, Rift Herald still available here for Xiaolong Bao, but doesn't choose to use it in this engage. Beisheng's coming up to the top lane, so another day. As Beisheng looking for the engage, but Xiaohu stopped his back.
Right award. They are going to be spotted out. Beisheng baiting this one because the rest of his team is on the way. Xiaomeng's nearly here. Cataclysm onto Xiaolong Bao. Does have the flash available and will go for it. Bullet time, though, will finish off the kill. Beisheng gets the credit. Langxing too late to the party. And suddenly, it isn't RNG getting the tower. It might just be WE instead. Langxing trying to pressure, trying to do something.
Plex is moving up here as well, has the equalizer, but not a lot of damage coming out of this Rumble. And now that Langxing is here, WE have to back away. Morgan noticed as well, used the TP to get to the mid lane, so now no longer has the advantage to look for a play in the back line. He's all about pushing up these waves, and that's what he's doing right now.
So Morgan just going to be clearing out in the mid lane as Betty. I mean, the Infernum's so good at just clearing out those minions. And this is something that we're seeing in basically all of the leagues, is when there's a bit more of a quiet time in the game, you'll often see these waves being ping-ponged, and especially in the LPL, part of the reason is they've got to be ready for any of these fights that can kick off. You can't be stuck in a lane freezing because quite often you end up punished and the rest of your team goes down.
Yeah, well said, I think, at this point as well. Because we're in a state of ping pong, it's a good time to take a look at the items as well. Now, Mr. Munchables, what do you see on that screen that tells you that this is a really dangerous Aatrox?
The Death's Dance and the Black Cleaver.
Yeah, I see that
Are you testing my item name knowledge?
No, just I'm not testing you at all. I'm just showing interest. At Death's Dance, at 18 minutes, 2-item mid laner, and they want to fight it.
Here we go, WE aggressed upon Plex, the target to start with, but he's going to be fine. Missing, barely gets away. Has to use Jiaomeng's heal there. Langxing using the World Ender, but no World's Ender today.
Okay, but they do the damage. Morgan not going to get abscond abducted, but Dragon's here. WE want to fight over it. But do they have the health for it?
I would say so.
Well, Missing doesn't. He's at half health.
Xiaohu does have his hijack available on Morgan. That cooldown is about to time out, so Xiaohu could use the Kennen ultimate potentially in this fight if it goes down quick enough, but I think WE might just... Oh no, the Dragon resets. That's really bad news.
Yeah.
He's gonna know! Xiaolong Bao gets it anyway, gets a kick straight onto Jiaomeng as well.
What?
Xiaohu's in the backline though, and he's won. Oh, he gets away! Cataclysm, this massive Missing's gonna go down. It's all falling apart for WE. Beishang collapsed on, and that's gonna be another fight for RNG.
I'm with you. I thought that fight was fine, and that kick from the steal, Xiaolong Bao dictated that fight before it even began. The steal was beautiful, and I know we get the replay, ladies and gentlemen, but RNG are making this look way too easy. WE forced off yet another objective, another turret, and Betty's just going to be free-firing this and getting more gold, while Langxing does the same.
Unbelievable performance coming out from RNG here. And, you know, we talked about maybe WE can give them a run for their money. They've got the composition to fight after level 6. But so far, they've not really been able to match up when it comes to team fight presence.
Xiaolong Bao with a nice dodge away from the Brom ulti, but the kick doesn't even enable bullet time to get its damage across. Maybe the fight's a different story. And then there's so many other elements you have to worry about with the mid lane Sylas, or sorry, top lane Sylas. Really hard to kill. And then Langxing was already so damn bad that you didn't want to interact with him anyway. So.
Yeah, and Xiaohu's 1v4, right? And it looks like he might end up going down, but he steals the Cataclysm, then uses it to jump onto Jiaomeng to get out of the fight. Does end up going down later on anyway, but just the sheer presence of mind, and it nets him the kill onto the carry.
And it just makes RNG's fighting, again, look really good. What was the story coming into this? That RNG are one of the best team fighters in the LPL once again. Even without Uzi, even without Castor on this roster anymore, you still have people like Xiaohu, you still have Ming, and the new members are facilitating really, really well. So RNG, some clean stuff so far, and they're making this game one look like a bit of a clinic against WE.
And I have to say, I'm yet to see the value in this AD Kennen coming out from Morgan. When you talk about Morgan, thinking back to last year, he was the laner, he was the top laner with the most MVPs in the LDL in 2019.
Yep.
We're not really seeing that same level of performance, and quite often that may be down to the draft. The fact that the set was banned away, the Renekton was banned away, feels like he's struggling a little bit more on the Kennen.
We're expecting to see that early teleport from the Kennen. As we talked about with Morgan, it's about his ability to impact Jiaomeng and Missing down the bottom lane and get them rolling as well. In multiple clips, we've seen the Renekton, we've seen the set dictate the pace of the early game. That wasn't done this time around, and the AD Kennen has been missing a beat.
I mean, it just wasn't possible, right? Because Xiaohu literally solo killed him during the fight that he wants to get that kind of teleport off. So just phenomenal play from Xiaohu. And, you know, it's exciting to see Xiaohu up in the top lane. We were saying how he was going to be kind of freed in this mid lane. Instead, they've sent him top. They say, you go deal with Morgan. He's their strongest player. You're ours. Let's see the 1v1.
Also, another reason that I feel like this game was influenced by so early on was Xiaohu taking the lane swap into the Kennen. Langxing got a better time, and now you can see that, yeah, looking for the solo kill onto Morgan.
Morgan, though, dodges away from the slicing Maelstrom, and
it's
I
not
think
over.
He can walk away from this one with the electrical surge. And that means that Morgan actually pulling out a pretty important ultimate. Obviously, Hijack, not the longest cooldown in the world. Very nicely played.
Used to be a lot shorter, as we remember back in the days of Sylas. It's been a while since we've seen him, at least across other parts of the world. And I was having a discussion, I think we all were the other day. We're all sitting in our little quarantine room, our little cave, that we've been absorbing moisture and noodles. And
do love moisture.
We did talk about, you know, why Silas was coming back in the LPL, and I can't remember the conclusion of that story, so I shouldn't have brought it up.
The reason that Silas is coming back into the LPL is, well, this is second-hand knowledge. All of this goes credit to Jordan Corby, but the reason that Silas is a strong pick is that he's a mid-game skirmisher. He loves these fights, and he can steal some of the power from your opponent's composition as well, especially against the likes of a Kennen. But most importantly, in these kind of fights around Dragon and around the Rift Herald, he can have such a huge impact because of the disruption and the fact that he's so difficult to kill in the mid-game.
Yeah.
On top of that, if you can then get the Dragons, get the Rift Heralds, you can snowball the game with the state it's currently in.
Also, the abilities that you're taking right now are just so exceptional, aren't they? The amount of ultimates that influence fights around these objectives. Like when we have a Rumble meta, when we have a Misfortune meta, and even like things like Rakan, Braum, like disrupting ults, the Silas becomes so efficient yet again. And I think one of the better Silases we have seen is Xiaohu. Plex played a lot of it last year, and when it was really strong, Plex tunneled in on this pick. Now, we are going into this because this is a much slower game this time around. And RNG have full control. You can see this is a mountain song. Right?
And you know you're watching the LPL when the much slower game has got 22 kills in it at 24 minutes. Morgan dashes away with the electrical surge.
Well said, that's true.
But there we go. WE managing to get some vision around the Baron pit there. And, I mean, this is just a clinic at this point from RNG. They're clearly superior in the teamfight situations. Their goal lead is massive at this point in the game. And they are just showing that they have complete control. They've got that Mountain Soul as well off the back of that last 30-second play. And now with Baron on the map, with Elder spawning in 5 minutes, it's going to be tough to see a way for WE to get into this game.
But let's talk a little bit about the potential of finding a way into this fight. If they do look for the full 5-on-5 in front of Baron, which at this point Langxing will hard disagree with winning, with letting WE win it at that point. You need the equalizer, you need the bullet time to get its maximum potential, which is 3-4 members at the very least. You need those combo ultis on top of each other, and that also means the hot pot, the equalizer with the Cataclysm, and stir it around, get that chili going.
Oh yeah, and especially with a bullet time on top of all of that, and a slicing maelstrom. Like the dream wombo combo is there, right?
Yeah.
If you can picture it in your mind, but the problem is this is the LPL. Fights aren't that tidy. Xiaohu getting aggressed upon by Morgan, and he's actually going to go for the flash play. Double slicing maelstrom. He's under the turret. Morgan's so low, and he can't quite turn the damage back around. There's the abduct, but Xiaohu can't finish the kill off.
Yeah, Kingslayer does a lot of healing at this point. Maxed alongside the abscond abduct, so now Morgan goes back. He does have to teleport, and so does Xiaohu, so they'll reset, but Beisheng.
Oh, the resonating strikes there, and it's a kick back into the team. Aatrox is inside the Cataclysm, and the equalizer's not enough. Another couple of kills, one for the likes of Betty, and now, Ming nearly gets a hook there. They're onto the turret, and RNG just snowball.
Thoughts of Casa here with that Lee Sin. Xiaolong Bao's been super clean this game. Really nice kick once again. And RNG always deserved this Baron here in game number 1, but now they get some kills, and they're going to take it, whether they like it or not.
They're going to get the tier 2. They're going to get the Baron. Now they're going to look to what else they can find across the map. Morgan looking for a 1v1 in the mid lane, but that ain't a 1v1 you want to find. Xiaohu has been outclassing Morgan in that matchup. Jiaomeng, that ain't your red buff anymore, my friend. He has to flash away, and that's going to be given over to Langxing.
No summoners bar the teleport, smite, and heal available for WE after that. And Baron taken, a massive gold lead from RNG, one that feels like WE are never going to come back from. And compliments all around. WE have been outclassed, outplayed. Feels like every moment of this game.
And you know, this is the result that you do expect coming into this series. RNG are the clear favorites. When you look at the scores coming into the series, it's 2-1 apiece, right? They've each got 2 wins, they've each got 1 loss. But when you look at the teams that they've faced leading up to this series, WE lost to JDG. They beat V5 and VG, the 2 teams at the bottom of the standings right now. When you look at RNG, though, they lost to BLG, but they beat Top and they beat OMG. much more convincing wins, much more convincing results, and you're seeing that visualized right before your eyes with this Gold League.
The argument of strength of schedule is a really big one here. Now, for WE, I will say that my expectations were a bit lenient to give WE a potential game through this top side. It is only the start of the series, so WE after this is going to have to reset, but we're not at that point yet. We need to see that final fight coming through from RNG, as with Baron, they're starting to push the base and using Lungxing on the strong of this bottom side.
Lungxing is absolutely massive at this point in the game. He can comfortably pressure by himself, and in the meantime, Betty with the Calibrum, going to be able to poke away at this tower. In goes Xiao, who very, very deep, but he's happy to just go 1v4 right now. He does have the Zhonya's, so he'll be able to survive. His Beishang has to use his Stone Plate just to keep himself up. Bullet Time just doesn't do enough damage. Xiaolong Bao gets away barely, and now straight onto the rest of the team. Missing, will fall. It's a massive ult coming out from Betty as he charges forward on the Aphelios. Jiaomeng finished off, and that'll be Plex falling too. A quadra kill in the pocket of Lungxing, and the game for RNG.
This game is all about Aatrox, and Lungxing lets us know it was a close call for WE. They almost found the wombo they needed, but RNG way too far ahead.
What a performance coming out from RNG. An absolute clinic in game number 1. 24-7 is the final scoreline, and 24-7 is the dominance of RNG.
All day, every day. Well said, my friend, well said. But yeah, RNG start off with what is an absolute clinic coming back into this game, or coming back into this series, rather. And yeah, WE just fall apart at the seams straight from the get-go.
And once again, it goes back to what we were saying right at the very start of this series. The skirmishing from RNG is exceptional. When it comes to these mid-game fights, when it comes to the fights around the Herald and around the Baron, RNG's mechanical prowess really shows up, and Xiaohu especially. Just his willingness to flash forward for a 1v1 against Morgan, consistently shutting him down. He knew that Morgan was the strength for WE, and he knew he had to take him out of the game completely.
He did that perfectly, and the mid laner succeeds again. Lungxing doesn't need the damage that game. It was all about him and the early pressure that was applied to Plex, shutting down that Rumble. And shutting down implies he ever got ahead. No, Plex didn't get to play the game. He was 0-4 by the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, Plex really struggled in this one, and I said it before the game, Plex has been struggling a little bit. He's one of the Korean imports for this squad, and he's not really been able to put up the numbers so far for them, so it's going to be difficult to see what he's able to achieve in the next game in this series. My mask is going all over the place, I'm not going to lie. It keeps steaming up my glasses. I'm really struggling to get a grips, but every other time when I go outside, I take my glasses off, but I can't read anything if I do that.
No, that's all right. You need to read. It's all right. We're making the best of it. Obviously, we are not used to it. Well, we do wear masks. Anyway, hello, Draft. Good
You're the color caster. Fire away.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I am. Normally, I can get away with this kind of stuff. Let me tell you one thing, right? Let me tell you one simple thing. I like Aphelios. I think Aphelios needs to be banned. I don't think Aphelios is worth letting through. People will disagree with me, but that's my opinion. At the end of the day, RNG looked great on both draft and in-game. How's that? How easy is that to say?
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think the draft really, it all comes down to the final 2 picks from the side of RNG. They're able to get the Aatrox, they're able to get the Silas as well, and both of them dominant. But a lot of it came down to the way that the support and the jungler both consistently roam towards the mid lane for RNG, setting Lungxing up on this Aatrox, getting him snowballing in the
Isn't it funny that it's not Xiaohu this game that's set up, it's Lungxing. So maybe it's not more about Xiaohu, maybe it's more about the position of mid for RNG.
Whoever's mid
is actually getting the resources now that Uzi's not there. Betty sits alone on an island, and as you said in game, he was farming up turret plates. He then moves into the fight and is such a big threat alongside Lungxing and Xiaohu. So well played for, I guess, through mid and punishing Plex hard. Yeah. The rest of the map succeeded because of it.
It's definitely the way to go against WE, and they've shown it in game number 1. It's about time we head into a quick break. We'll find out if WE can fire back in game number 2 in just a few minutes' time.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. You always knew that you'd be the one that was. show me a place to go. No more time to waste. It's a tribe, no, this can't be right. What is wrong tonight? Better find another place to go, 'cause nobody's here. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence is a rising light. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence is a rising light. Follow me so you and I could be one. In the dark, I can't find my way. I know it's getting late. Come with me, we'll look for a place where we can dance all night. There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. There's nowhere we can go today. Better go there. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence is a rising light. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence is a rising light. Follow me so you and I could be one. Come to me, I need a friend.
You can see it's got to the evening now here in Shanghai, China, and we're getting on with our series across the course of today. We are one game into the second series, but we've got 3 best of 3s coming your way today and every day.
The
From
rest
Tuesday,
of your life.
Wednesday, Thursday.
For at least a very long period until April 19th, until the season finishes. But, I mean, we've already gotten a good sign that teams are ramping up with the LPL's return, that towards the English broadcast, teams like RNG are still firing and still performing as we expect them to.
Yeah, so far so good for RNG in this series. WE, unfortunate first game, and Xiaohu especially in the top lane had a great performance shutting down Morgan, and Morgan has been the win condition for WE so far.
Yep.
But when it comes to the MVP, especially in those early skirmishes, it has to go the way of Langxing, right? The guy was a monster on the Aatrox, got so much gold early on in the game, and was able to just body anyone that came near him.
And alongside him as well, supported by Xiaolongbao, I think the jungle mid this game, or jungle top, whatever you want to call it, was set up for success, and Langxing kept on rolling, and Plex didn't get to play the game because of it. So really good early harass coming through with the Aatrox and the Lee Sin, and I'm so excited to see what comes of it now, because we saw a lane swap, we saw the Silas from Xiaohu. Draft for RNG was a little bit different, but they're kind of flexing around their solo lanes a little bit more than when Uzi would be on this roster.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if things are going to change up from game 1 to game 2. And as we jump on into the draft, you expect things to change up at least a bit in terms of WE, and immediately things change as they ban away the Rek'Sai from the side of Xiaolongbao.
So blue side once again here for RNG, and after that game number 1, nothing really changes. The first pick of Felios is a must. WE returning to their bottom lane with Missing and Jelma.
And it's interesting that WE would choose to go on the red side for game number 2 here, considering it means they have to ban the set away, they have to ban the Ornn away, and they know that they lose that Renekton. So suddenly,
one bit, like Xiaohu played so comfortably against it, and it had no impact, as you just said. And for RNG, let's come back to blue side, because There are so many good jungle picks that Xiaolongbao can access, especially this Lee Sin that was part of the defeat against WE in game number 1.
We do get the Zoe for Plex, though. This has been one of the biggest priority mid laners here in the LPL. Just such an incredibly strong pick. In the early game, you get priority over just about everyone. And when these games have been all about the early skirmishes, having that priority in mid is so, so important.
And remember what we talked about before, one of the safer blinds going into the mid lane at the moment as well. So WE are starting to ban away some of the threats that can really harass or at least go toe-to-toe with Plex. So a bit more priority to the mid lane in this game seems to be the call here from WE. And for RNG, we're just back to the solo lanes again. We've got a top laner and a mid laner to fill out. And a couple of them have been banned away, like the Silas from game 1.
And you can see the direction that RNG are already starting to go towards with the Lee Sin for Xiaolongbao, with the Leona as well for Ming. Early aggression is the name of the game. Fighting for these dragons and finding early pressure, maybe even fighting for the Herald as well. There's a lot of damage available to them, and especially once you get the BF sword on Aphelios, he's going to be able to follow up big time.
Plus noting the Leona as well, on top of a Zoe. I always love because you can predict where a Zoe's going to go with Portal Jump, and you can Solar Flare the original position of the Zoe ult. So predictability is always great for a Leona support, and Ming is one of the best Leonas in the league. But this time we're going towards the Aatrox taken first by WE. Get it out of the hands of Langxing.
This is what I like to see. Morgan on a carry.
Yeah.
He's going to be going up towards the top lane, and the question will be, what's Langxing or maybe Xiaohu again going to be picking up against it? Because we've seen them shut him down in game number 1, and I expect they've got a plan for this.
Okay, Syndra first, but this means top lane last. Is it going to be something that can take on the Aatrox? Now, in the past, against the picks of Set, we've seen the Vayne called the counter. But against the Aatrox, probably not the right idea. Unless I'm wrong. Could be, who knows. We'll see.
I doubt that the Vayne will be locked in. They've hovered it both games so far. I think it's a callback to the fact that Uzi is not able to play right now. And it's going to be the Cannon locked in for the top lane to go up against the likes of Morgan. And maybe just a little call out from Langxing saying,
I can do it better.
You call that a Cannon, let me show you a Cannon.
I like that. The BM in the league always hits its high point. But what's going to be in the jungle here? Beishang is a big Gragas player. It's Olaf and Gragas that sit highest in his pool. And into this comp, yep, why not? So back to the Gragas, back to the roots here for WE. And I see a lot more comfort across the board compared to that game number 1.
Yeah, when you take a look at the compositions, once again, great skirmish coming out, especially with the likes of the Lee Sin and the Syndra, as well as that Leona. A lot of early game power once you start to get those ultimates. Same can be said on the other side for WE, though. Zoe, as we said, lots of priority in the early game, and especially once you hit 6, you can really have an impact on the early skirmishes, but bullet time alone can win you these dragon fights.
And I think coming back to Plex is one of the better Zoes we've seen in the league as well. And when you have some of the mid laners or laners itself in the league who are not as experienced, like people like Xiaohu, smaller champion pools always benefit, right? That's like the easiest thing to say in League of Legends. If you're not as good as someone else, go to the champions you know and can play better, because that's the best color in the world.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe as well happens to be pretty much the most picked mid laner currently.
Also
so
true.
It's very easy
Rumble.
to just fall back on the solid meta right
I give you
now.
so much.
But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, though. Zoe is a pick that we've seen Plex on in the past, and it's a pick that you can have a lot of impact on the game. But we do have... I think Zoe is one of the most polarizing picks in the mid lane, because when you have a really good Zoe, like someone like Knight, you can see a massive impact that they have on the game.
Sure.
But quite often Zoe is one of these picks where, sure, their score will be good at the end of the game, but they don't really have that much impact. And there's a very clear divide between the good and the great Zoes.
It's true. So we're going to see if Plex can be one of the great Zoes here in this game, because WE need to step up. That was a really punishing first game, and RNG dictated the pace from minute 1 to minute 30, whenever it ended, all right? The game was quick. Let's see if RNG can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. The game was relatively quick.
Oh, here we go.
Some quick gyos for WE.
WE didn't have the fans. There's only like 9 of them. RNG had like a full page. Well,
I mean, are you surprised that RNG has more fans than WE?
WE is the older organization. I mean, WE is the organization that started, alongside IG in 2011. back before we even had the LPL.
I don't know if you know this, but RNG's main AD carry Uzi is probably the most famous person in the whole of China, not even just in esports.
And hey, let's be honest, since WE have lost Mystic, have lost Xie, a lot of fans would have jumped ship. A lot of fans would have actually followed Xie to DMO. And I mean, I guess you can't follow
to the LCK.
We're moving to Korea because Mystic's gone to the Afrika Freaks. And to be fair, I would, after the way Mystic was playing before the LCK paused, like, he looks fantastic. He looks revitalized.
Yeah, he's found his home over in the LCK. He's doing well for himself.
Well, he's from Korea. So that would be partly why as well.
The same can be said for Betty as well. Obviously coming over from the LMS, he's very much found his new home in RNG. He's been looking fantastic this season, and I'm sure he as a player is happy to get this opportunity to flex a little bit in the LPL before Uzi does come back, because it's got to feel a little bit bad to be on a roster with Uzi as an AD carry, because the odds of you getting play are pretty low, but he's finding the opportunity here.
People like Abel and Winker have had a similar situation, but remember, there was a great exodus of the LMS tops coming over, or top players, I should say, coming over to the LPL. I'm talking about Casa, I'm talking about Sword Art, Maple, people that we knew from Flash Wolves. Betty was the final element alongside Xiaoxi, who's now on E-Star. And Betty does look great, so he's getting his time in the sun.
Nice little hook there from Missing, getting onto Betty in the back line. Just going to be trading back and forth. And we see this pretty much every single time in the bottom lane. Missing, Dredge line will be on cooldown for just a couple more seconds. It means that Ming and Betty can walk away.
Bottom lane hits level 2 first here from WE. He's going to get a bit of vision towards the Tri-Brush as well. Spot out Shalom Bao, who is heading towards the bottom lane with a full topside clear. So, bit of priority there.
And we'll see how this matchup in the mid lane is going to go. I'm not going to pretend like I know the Zoe Syndra matchup particularly well, but I know that Syndra doesn't have very many bad matchups. And once you hit 6, you can kill just about anyone with the click of an R. Zoe is not a tanky champion.
No. Yeah, no, that's true. Sorry.
I'm glad you agree.
I definitely agree. Remember before, the one thing I will say is that to play against the predictability of Zoe with a portal jump is always a plus. And Syndra can do that quite easily with Scat of the Week. So for Xiaohu, I definitely favor him personally in the matchup, especially in this early level. He has the shove and he's really pushing it against Plex. Some good trading already. And Shalom Bao's nearby, so if Plex ever pushes out, we're going to see a repeat of game number 1. And Plex might not be able to play, because that was hard game 1. He couldn't play whatsoever.
Yeah, Plex had a really rough time. Game number 1 pretty much just camped. And it was, you know, the first gank uses his flash, dies anyway. And then 2 repeat ganks during that flash cooldown. Langsheng was just set up for massive, massive plays throughout the rest of the game. And obviously, it all came from that earlier fight down in the bottom side where he was able to get a couple of kills. Beishang, though, he wants to set things up for his bottom lane now as he moves towards Betty and Ming. Diving a Leona can be tough, though. She has a whole lot of lockup.
Depends on Beishang here. Gragas and the Nautilus. The ability to dive super high. And Beishang going to clear this camp. He's hit level 4. But at the moment, I think it's simply just shadowing. I think it's simply being here. They're still thinking about it, but the Lee Sin is topside.
It's just going to be the vertical split of the jungles here. But now Beishang going to be moving to meet in this top side. Plex is pinging out that he knows Xiaolong Bao is going to be there over at the chickens.
Ward on the camp as well, so they know Xiaolong Bao as a definitive is here. So Beishang moves to be nearby, but not sure what could happen.
And already in this game, you can see the power of this Kennen pick. When it's in the right matchup, when it's in the right situation, you can build such a dramatic CS lead so effectively. But Beishang coming into the mid lane, and he's going to get straight onto Zhao Hu. Sleepy Trouble Bubble. We'll get a little bit of CC. In the meantime, Zhao Meng's in trouble. Betty misses with the Q, but it's going to be followed up with Infernum. And Missing will be the next target. Gravitum is going to be there in just a second or two. The root's going to go down. There's Ming to follow up with the Leona CC, and one more auto finishes the job. 2 kills in the 2v2. But Betty dies to the tower.
Yeah, turret ramping, gotta hurt, but 2 kills for the trade against the support here. Ming will be able to shove out the wave, make it reset. And we didn't see anything from the mid lane 2v2, so net win for RNG across the map. We'll see this once again. It was Missing starting the engage, but the Zenith played on the tippy toe of Jeomong's foot. And the early damage here, when you have yourself a bit of Calibrum plus the Gravitum. Missing going to get rooted down as well. So 2 early kills for an Aphelios yet again. And tonight the story has been about Aphelios getting early gold and what happens because of it. And I think we're going to rinse and repeat with a BF sword already picked up.
And missing once more action,
no.
and he's found a minion for himself. Not ideal. We've had quite a few hooks hitting minions today here in the LPL, but you know, the fact that, Plex so close to going down. Scatter won't quite finish the kill, and Xiaohu's out of mana. Missing's like, all right, I'd take a kill onto the mid lane. It forces the flash out of Xiaohu. Now everyone backs away once again.
All right, super close to really, really
Where did that
close.
come from?
I think Xiaohu just thought he had enough damage, and he almost did. He forced the flash out of Plex.
Yeah, and I mean, it cost him both of his summoners, though,
probably
in the
not worth.
meantime. And
Yeah.
RNG now going to set up for this dragon. But Xiaohu, I love how he just is more than happy to go for a flash play. More than happy to just try and find a 1v1.
Every single time. He's 20 CS up in that lane, and he just got a Cloud Dragon as well. So a bit of ultimate CDR added onto the Syndra, who already has dominance in this mid lane.
Yeah, and you can see the next Drake will be the Infernal, which means we're going to have some tanky late game teams, because the Rift is either going to be Ocean or Mountain, both of which will either give you regen or those resistances. So it's going to be a lot more difficult for whoever loses control of the game early to be able to find anything in the later game.
Well, Ocean for the side of RNG, and Aphelios, I guess, at least in, but also look at Langxing. He's gone Conqueror. So the same as we saw from Morgan, and Conqueror, the same as last game, indicates
Ming's going in onto Xiaomeng. Just going to force a lot of damage, and they're going to turn straight onto Missing as well. Betty pushing the damage forward, pushing and punishing the bottom lane of WWE.
He's just so far ahead. Now he has Calibrum, so he can poke them at their turret. And Misfortune's going to be left on an island while Missing goes and roams, but bottom lane's get it back, so he's like, okay, thankfully, no one's there to kill me. Langxing, here we go. He's got the Cutlass.
Yeah, wants to go for the fight onto Morgan. Can't quite find the stun. Nice little sidestep from Morgan there. Morgan doing a good job of actually staying relatively even in the CS. However, at this point, Langxing has a perfect position in the lane where he's going to be able to just freeze that up pretty much indefinitely. Morgan's going to have a hard time keeping up.
You can see why last game Langxing didn't want to lane against Morgan in that top lane. Well, that lane swap was so crucial to RNG taking control. This time around, really good lane phase for Langxing by himself. It is going to be the AD cannon with the Conqueror, so already with a big start in the Cutlass and a big trade that just shows us a little bit of frisky action.
See a little bit of trading back and forth here. 2-1 on the scoreboard at this point in the game. You're raising your eyebrows at me.
I said the word frisky and I thought I'd get, something out of you, but never mind.
Okay.
This is so hard. I miss my role.
Do you want to do play-by-play?
No. Look, this is a challenge. I do enjoy this, but it's very hard. Okay.
All right, Rift Herald is on the map as we hit 9 minutes into the game. Xiaolong Bao dashing away, and the Scuttle are going to be taken on up by WE, and they're actually going to have priority on the Herald here. Langxing does have the Slicing Maelstrom, could roam down from the top side, but Betty once again just going to be chilling. He's nowhere near as this fight kicks off.
I mean, he's the most fed member of RNG, and the fact that he's down the bottom lane means WE can take this with confidence. He's actually going back down the bottom lane to farm some solo turret plates again, so that's a big objective to nullify the early aggression that set RNG ahead.
And now the question will be, what will Beisheng do with the Rift Herald? It's an objective that really can blow the game open if you can snowball off the tempo it can deliver for you. If you can get the first tower off of that objective, you really can turn the game in your favor, but it's going to be difficult to find an opportunity without a lot of setup.
Well, at the moment, he's not going to drop it, so we're going to have to wait and see where that actually goes. But at this point in the game, we're just back to the laning phase again. Back to that slow pace, which will build up around the objectives when we see the contest, the fight, right in front of the pits. Very different from IG and Rogue Warriors, where we're fighting over every little thing. It's waiting for those big 5-on-5s that blow this game wide open.
And I want to revisit a topic I brought up earlier. Langxing had a massive freeze up against Morgan in the top lane, and you can see that now reflected in the CS. They were even before that freeze. He's now 15 ahead of Morgan. He's going to be able to crash his wave into the turret. And might even be able to deny a lot of the CS from Morgan if he can get some good harass down.
And there's no TP available for Morgan as well, so if we're looking for Morgan to kind of bring back some of that gold with a TP play towards the bottom lane, that's not going to be the case. And no TP towards this Dragon in 45 with such a strong bottom lane. RNG feel like they will be getting this second objective for free.
Nice little stun there onto Plex, but not going to be too much coming out from the trade there. And with Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, we could have some kind of action, but we'll have to wait and see if WE are willing to contest this one. Right now it's Xiaolong Bao that's in the correct position, but Beishang moving towards the bottom side of the map as well.
Well, but he's going to back after this, so that's going to be crucial timing. 15 seconds till that Dragon spawning. Beishang in the bottom side of the map, and the bottom lane of WE has reset, but no first item. Xiaohu pushing in with Ming.
Ming looking for a play onto Plex. Forces the flash away, and that's the real flash as well, importantly. Oh, Ming! Not a great flash, and he's going to be punished for that one. Nicely done there by the likes of Beishang, missing getting the kill credit. That's going to open up this Dragon for the side of WE.
Was really nice kiting from Ming, but yeah, the failed flash sucks. So here comes Herald. Here comes WE with control around mid. Means they might actually be able to get the Dragon as well.
Ooh, nearly gets the hook onto Xiaohu. That's going to be a few plates picked up as well. And now they can move over towards the Dragon. Xiaolong Bao started that one off. He realizes he's got to get out of there. Beishang going to be the first one to move on towards the pit. Throws the barrel onto an empty pit there. Xiaolong Bao's going to look for a steal though. Sonic Wave going to land. They'll just slow DPS until that ability has timed out. Then they'll burst down the Dragon, get the objective. Nicely played by WE.
So really crucial pick gone wrong for RNG. That leads to one thing after another. Ming dying there. Gets some of the turret plating over to that mid laner. And also gets the Dragon, but RNG want to capitalize.
Xiaomong cleanses too early, gets rooted anyway, and now the bullet time onto 3 will deter the fight. Can they follow up with anything? Nobody nearby from the rest of the team. And RNG with a failed play.
You can see why RNG are scared of a 2v2, or rather why Misfortune and Nautilus at the moment are such a good duo lane. Because if the Dredge line with the Riptide, with the combo that comes from missing, hits the back line, gets the knock-up, in comes the bullet time, and there's just too much damage to deal with.
Yeah, just absolutely obliterate in a 2v2. And even with Xiaolong Bao coming in, they couldn't get the kick down. They couldn't find a position to get onto Xiaomong. And it means that the play is deterred in the end. And now you can see Xiaolong Bao, he's cleared out his red, so he's moved up towards the top side of the map. And I'm curious if they look to make a play onto Morgan, because Morgan has actually been doing fine. Despite being into this Kennen matchup, it is going to be the AP Kennen in the end as the Gunblade comes on out. Although I suppose you can sort of go hybrid. We'll have to see where Langxing wants to go with it. But I expect it to be the AP Kennen. Quite often you see the Gunblade first these days. But I'm impressed by how well Morgan has been doing by keeping up in this lane.
Yeah, after that freeze you were talking about, absolutely. At this point, Morgan as well, he's able to trade pretty effectively with Langxing, but we'll see what happens when he gets that first item now. After 2 wins from WE in a row in this game, after the Ming play mid, after the Dragon, and surviving the 3v2 in the bottom lane, WE have managed to slow this game down a little bit. And RNG are looking for options. This time in the top lane, Xiaolong Bao wants to help a dive.
Oh, flash forward from Langxing. It's going to be a stun on Morgan. It stops his dash. He will be able to flash to safety in the end.
But Xiaolong Bao flashed there as well. He flashed to get the distance towards the Aatrox. So that's 2 for 1. That's another win for WE in a game that should be solely controlled by RNG after that early advantage.
Really, really nice play so far from WE. And being able to just kind of hold out here after, as you say, RNG managed to get the early advantage. The gold lead is only 200 in their favor right now. So really, really nicely done. Let's take another look at the play that happened in the mid lane.
Oh,
Beishang did go down.
Well, I'll take it all back then. So that's RNG getting the jungler. And a good step forward here from Xiaohu with the ultimate just means it's an instant deletion. So, all right, they trade that. Now Xiaohu with open mid says, hey, let's go top.
Morgan doesn't have a flash anymore, and we're going to punish that one. He's going to be all on his lonesome, and Xiaolong Bao takes the kill. I would have liked to see that go to Xiaohu, to be quite honest, but now Beishang and Plex have arrived. It's 2 versus 3. I don't know if they can win this one out. Trouble Bubble might just stop them escaping. Well. Missing, getting aggressed upon. Caliber, I'm going to deal a little damage there. It's Xiaomong blasting over the wall.
But no ultimate there from Beishang means RNG can just walk away. And moving to the top side, bit of pressure there.
Here we go, onto Ming now. Solar Flare goes down, onto 2. And Missing, going to be the only one that gets hit by the Moonlight Vigil. Xiaohu now 1v1ing Plex and getting a solo kill. Beishang trying to follow on up as Xiaolong Bao over the wall. It's Missing in trouble now. Flash forward from Betty, gets himself a kill onto the enemy supports.
Okay, action everywhere. Bunchables, it's just, we're just heating up this game once again. And I can tell you one thing, RNG in the driver's seat once more. A couple of plays that WE managed to flatten out, but then RNG keep pursuing. They keep doubling down, and it's worked out. Rift Herald here for Xiaolong Bao, and a big gold lead. But Ming, I thought this was too ambitious, because Betty was nowhere near. But it turns out Mix Soteki, a great stopwatch, which means the bullet time does absolutely nothing. And then Aphelios has Conqueror, plus he has a really, really big gun. And that sucks. A shutdown onto Nautilus. Big Aphelios.
Actually, that's a point we never brought up earlier. In all of the early skirmishes, it was Missing that managed to get the kills. He's the most fed member on the side of WE, which can be great in a skirmish. Obviously, he gets the stone plate early, but it's certainly not ideal. And now Langxing, he's going to be the one that's in a 1 versus 3 as the pressure comes down on towards his bot lane tower. Bear in mind, if this goes down, this will still be the first tower of the game to drop. Plex, though, getting aggressed upon, has to flash away. Beishang saves him with the explosive caps.
Yeah, but that's a defensive ultimate here from Beishang around the Ocean Dragon. Morgan doesn't have teleport. RNG are grouped up, so it's either objective or mid. They have their pick of the litter.
Xiaolong Bao drops the Herald in the mid lane. The tower never went down bot. That means RNG will grab the first tower of the game, and it's the most important one too. Cracking open that mid tier 1 gives you so much freedom on the map.
And they can turn right back around and start this Ocean Dragon as well. So second Dragon looking to be picked up here by RNG, and WE just have to back away.
And I love how when you look at the Dragon area in the minimap, vision control is very much in favor of WE. They have wards everywhere, but it doesn't matter. You can see them taking the Dragon, but there's nothing you can do about it, so who cares?
Who cares? Perfect. Well, RNG care because it's an Ocean Rift. Now, I'm going to say one thing here. Because you have a split-pushing Kennen who's in a decent position, because you have an Aphelios, Ocean Dragon feels extra good for them. Like Langxing in this trade, I think the Ocean Dragon means he just won't die.
Yeah, I mean,
depends, but you know what I mean.
Maybe not the first one, but certainly a soul. If it gets to that
what
point.
I'm talking about.
I'm not sure the first one's going to make that much difference.
Perfect.
But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It does give a lot of regen.
Thank you.
I can't argue with that. And Ming as well on the Leona.
You're making me sound smarter. I appreciate it.
It's the way that you say, well, I will say one thing.
It's the least important
It feels like I'm talking to my granddad and he's about to give me an anecdote about the war.
Or you're talking to your granddad about League of Legends and he's just trying to throw things and see if you bite onto them, you know? It's like, just trying. You know, like, you know when your parents get like an Apple phone or something and they go up and they say, you know, I've got an Apple. And you go, yeah, which one?
Oh, you know, the one from Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs' Apple.
But Mum, Steve Jobs is dead.
Silly boomers, you know. Well, this game, I tell you what, WE, coming back to it, it doesn't feel like they're out of it yet. There's been a lot committed towards this early game and a lot of ultimates used defensively, a lot of trading back and forth. And while RNG seem to be pushing the pace up, WE aren't in the worst position. But I'm going to hold my thought because I might be wrong.
Here we go, Ming looking for the dive onto Morgan. Not going to find it. The tower will go down in the bottom lane. But there is a bit of a collapse coming out from WE. Missing and Jiaomeng want to find the fight here, but a little bit too late on the play. And it means that RNG will be able to back away. Missing, going to try and bait it out by looking for the control ward. And Ming's going to buy onto the bait. Beishang going to be behind them. That's the wrong barrel, mate. That's not going to force anything.
Well, RNG can't fight without Betty. He's in the mid lane. He's now been spotted out, so WE move for the aggressive play towards the bottom side. But Betty's just going to stay there. I mean, Plex probably can't match him at this point because Aphelios will solo kill with the Infinity Edge. But hey, that's a trade-off of turrets. That's a good pickup by WE. And if they are trading at this point in the game, it's better than nothing.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty happy with that one as RNG finish off the top lane tier 1. So WE slightly behind in this game still. 2,000 gold lead. There's a Drake advantage for RNG, and they finished off all of the tier 1s. However, that mid lane turret is going to be incredibly low for the side of RNG, so WE might just be able to finish that one off and even things up in a couple of minutes' time. But as we take a look at the compositions, let's revisit what we said towards the start of the game. This comp from RNG, very good at skirmishing, very good at team fighting.
Yep.
Very impactful ultimates, and if he can set Betty up with the stuns coming out from Xiaohu, Ming, and Langjing, then Betty can just pop off in these fights. Now he's got his Hurricane as well. He'll be able to deal a lot more AoE damage and clear up the health bars from the side of WE.
Especially at this point, that level 11 of Bilious is going to be absolutely punishing. I want to take a quick look as well, because on the side of WE, almost towards the 2-item Aatrox, and that will be important. I mean, Morgan has the teleport available. Morgan is splitting towards the bottom side right now. And if we do set up for this Baron fight, the Aatrox getting into the backline, dealing whatever amounts of damage to Xiaohu, to Betty, could change the pace of this game.
And it feels like we're seeing a different version. Oh, here we go. Plex is
Never mind.
Gonna go down here. Xiaolong Bao grabs himself the kill. That was the unleashed power, though, from Xiaohu. Big ultimate used, and Beishang interrupts the Sonic Wave from Xiaolong Bao, missing. Flashes to safety, but the Blast Cone is there from Beishang to save his support.
The pick potential from RNG is so good at this point in the game. With the 2-item Syndra, she just presses R, and then that's the skill check, apparently. So top lane wave going to get shoved into the turret. Baron is going to get encroached with vision from RNG. A lot of danger here for WE.
I really like the build from Xiaohu as well, understanding that he doesn't need that much damage in his build. He's able to go for the Banshee's Veil second, and it means that Plex basically loses all of his kill pressure in that mid lane matchup. If he tries to get a Trouble Bubble onto Xiaohu, it's just going to be deflected by the passive on the Banshee's Veil. So nice little pickup. Understands he can still burst people anyway.
Colonel says thumbs up for RNG. Our robotic chicken Colonel. We had chicken just before this, but it was the wrong brand. But we don't say that.
An unnamed brand.
An unnamed brand. A big competitor.
Well, I don't know. I didn't. I certainly would never.
You would never betray the Colonel, would you?
Certainly not.
No.
Not the Robo-Colonel.
Not the Robo-Colonel.
You don't want to face his wrath.
Are you ready for another fight in front of Dragon? Because I think we're going for it.
I'm ready, Apathetics. I'm ready for this one. Beishang is too. Dragon down to 2,000 HP, and they're going to decide to burst this one in. WE with 2 Drakes now. Explosive cast onto Xiaolong Bao. And it's a good start to the fight for WE. In goes Langjing, though, and bursts Plex down. Xiaomeng going to try and trade it, but he's just not going to be able to do anything. Has to dash on into the brush. Langjing goes golden as Morgan can't do anything on the back line. It's a pretty spread out fight, and it's a 3v3 now. As Ming and Xiaohu look for more into Beishang. It's going to be a 2-for-2.
Well, the fight shouldn't have been that even. So good for WE to find what they found. But the explosive cask onto the backline, onto Xiaolong Bao, cracked open RNG's jungler. And now we're left with a reset after the Ocean, I believe, went over to the Gragas to WE.
Yeah, so even Drakes now. It's a good pickup for WE considering how even the fight went as well. And you can see Morgan in this fight in a minute or so. Will jump over, tries to get into the backline and do a lot, but not really able to have the impact that we've seen in previous games. Langjing, though, just deletes Plex.
And while this is good from Langjing, the coordination here is Betty is away from the fight. The Aphelios, who is the most fed member of RNG, isn't in it till the last moment when Morgan jumps the backline. So for WE, they're able to separate and spread apart RNG because Betty is not there.
And I hadn't realized the first time, Morgan actually saves Xiaomeng's life there because he manages to get the knock-up onto Xiaohu as the Scatter of the Week goes through. If he hadn't got that tiny little knock-up, Xiaohu would have been able to finish off with a Q, take out Xiaomeng, and we could be looking at a very different game state.
Because Xiaohu is so damn fed at this point as well, so really good analysis there, my new color. Morgan is, again, you know, that flanking potential for WE. And while they used it well, the rest of the fight couldn't go on because as Betty got closer towards it, WE walked away. So WE still with a very influential trade here in this second game. but we're getting closer towards that Baron. We're getting closer towards knowing who's going to get the soul. And we need more fights like that from WE where they can create space and pick them off one by one.
Banshee's Veil now going to be matched in the mid lane as Plex going to pick that item up for himself as well. But you can see Xiaohu now heading towards a death cap. He wants damage. He wants to be able to just click R onto Xiaomeng every single fight and look for that instant kill.
I want to see another fight. You know what? 13 kills? That's not my LPL.
I mean, we've had some pretty good games so far today. I feel like it's rough to complain about the one slower game. But
and you know what? Like with top at LGD coming up next,
it's going to be a bloodbath.
It's probably going to be a bloodbath, yeah. But there's no time to talk about meta. We have changed a little bit. I said this at the start of broadcast. 10.1 was a very slow time for the LPL where we saw like 5-10 kills, 30 to 40 minute games, and one team fight decides all. Well, this is similar, but the way RNG and WE have been playing this series so far is lots of little skirmishes around neutral objectives. And games really accelerating by this 20-30 minute mark.
You see Missing's picture? He's like holding his earlobe.
Sounds like, yeah. Oh, okay, like the ping. I get it. Is that what you're trying to insinuate? Was that just having a really bad moment?
What?
Missing ping. So, I'm going to tell you something. Last time I saw WE play, I went through their VODs. And we're going to pause. No. I went through... No, we are going to pause. Wait.
The support traded abilities here. Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Huge damage onto Ming, who goes into the back line, but everything used and nothing gained. That's nice play from Missing, though, to protect his team from the likes of Langxing. Morgan wants his way into the fight. We've seen him 1v4 before. It's not going to happen against RNG here. Betty charging on forwards with the Severum. Got Infernum as well, so the AoE damage will be available. But we're just going to trade support for support here.
Another even trade. I mean, WE are making this game looking quite even at this point, I would say. And because of support, we'll just reset. We'll set up towards the Dragon. RNG have priority with their vision, but they're not backing yet. WE are preparing for this next objective, and they think RNG are too. But Xiaohu's still here.
Xiaohu's looking for more as Betty clears out the pit, and complete map control right here for RNG. They control the Baron and they control the Dragon simultaneously. Missing's been found, but the damage just isn't there. And that's the downside of picking up the Banshee's Veil right. If you find the wrong target, you're not going to have the damage to finish him off. He needs to find Xiaomeng, he needs to find Plex.
And that's an ult. That's the hose down for a little while as well from the mid laner of RNG. They're going to head towards this Dragon, but look at where WE are. They have the Aatrox with teleport. They're getting positioning around this Baron. But do they take it with Missing so low? They can test it, or do they look for the pick?
Yeah, the biggest problem is they don't really have enough damage to just rush down a Baron. That's one of the downsides of picking this Zoe. Obviously, you have great pick potential, but you don't have sustained damage. You don't have consistent damage. Like, you want something like... I mean, Syndra's pretty good. You want something like the Cassiopeia, ideally, to just burst through the health bar. Not really what Zoe's designed for. Great leading up to a Baron, though. Great for trying to find a pick before a Baron has started.
True. And at this point, then it just looks like setting up for a pick here from WE. Clearing out vision, getting towards that objective, making sure RNG, research and development, don't burn it down.
The newest team in the LPL.
R&D versus RNG.
And their rivals, quality control.
That is a joke for you intellectuals, you 500Q savants out there.
500Q.
Wow.
The irony of messing that joke up.
No.
Oh, that's beautiful. Here we go. Red Buff going to be picked up by Betty. And now we start the tiptoe around Baron as we're at 30 minutes into this game.
Let's do this again. Are you ready?
Zhao, who wants the blue buff. He's not going to find it, though. I think Plex might be gifted this one over by his teammates. Nope, never mind. Xiaomeng is like, I want this one. This one's for me.
And around the dance of Baron they go. RNG reset, come back into the mid lane. We've got 3 items on Betty now with a QSS, so Sleepy Trouble Bubble not going to be that effective getting onto the 80 carry of RNG. Rabadon's now picked up by Xiaohu as well, so that burst we saw before out of Missing is going to be a lot more successful. In a way, he's got Locket now as well.
Morella Nomicon finished up for Langxing as well, so Morgan going to have bit more of a tough time in these fights. It's more difficult for him to just charge into the backline and do whatever he wants, as his sustain will be reduced. I know a lot of analysts out there have very strong opinions on finishing a Morellonomicon. I don't feel qualified to join that debate.
I'm not jumping into this. No way am I debuting my color with a Morellonomicon discussion. I like both items. Both items are good.
Leandri's is fine, Morellonomicon is fine, okay?
Let's get both. You know, why not? But let's start Baron.
And that's what RNG say, because they got the Dragon before, and now they're onto the Baron as well. In the meantime, WE slow to the punch. Be just about arriving now. Bear in mind, there's a teleport coming from Morgan. It is very deep into the jungle. Langxing could be the target. He's not been spotted just yet.
Here he comes.
I hope he's ready to 1v4. He's going to have to for now. Bullet time is huge! And WE find the fight. Now onto Xiaolong Bao. Dashes away onto a ward. WE punish the aggressive Baron play.
Waiting to see it. He doesn't hit Betty. Goes for Xiaohu instead, and the target selection is perfect. Now the team that didn't want to touch Baron have started it, and RNG need to 3v5 or back away.
Look at the plays coming out from WE, and it's Morgan once again gets the flank, and now he's onto Langxing. Slicing Maelstrom is a lot of damage, but he's got the stopwatch to keep himself alive. Ignite onto Xiaolong Bao. He goes down, but Aphelios gets Season 10.
Holy moly. And the Baron's off, but now back on for RNG. Langxing's looking for Plex.
Plex is in trouble, and Langxing will finish this one off comfortably. The return damage isn't there. Baron will go the way of RNG after all that. The damage is very much there for an Aphelios.
What in 200 years did I just witness from Betty? Clean, crisp execution from RNG. They turn it back around behind the pit. Baron is theirs after WE made it look like we could be going to a Game 3.
Oh, it felt like something magical for just a second. The flank comes out from Morgan. It feels like maybe, just maybe. I mean, look at the play. Look at the knockups.
So I want to talk about this because Betty has his summoners available. So does Xiaohu. But most importantly, Morgan waits until Betty's away from the fight. We're going to have a look at the back end of this replay here. But how did this happen? Really good ultimate coming through from the cannon. But Betty presses ult and autos, and blue flame goes everywhere.
And the worst part about it is Xiaomeng literally flashed over the wall to get into the fight as he arrives, and then just gets obliterated on impact. Look at the damage.
That's so stupid.
For goodness sake.
When you get such good picks onto Xiaohu and Ming where they're not able to actually enter the fight, and then that's the turnaround.
Here's the thing, right? Obviously, we're memeing it up a bit because Aphelios is incredibly strong, but it's just like Orianna, right? If you've got an Orianna's going to do super well when you have three members that just completely stack up. He's not the only champion that does good AoE damage. Yes, he's a little overtuned in my opinion, but ultimately, this is a mistake from WE to stack up like that. They can see that he's got the Infernum available, and they still play right into it.
And he's got 6 kills now. I mean, before he was still very fed. The game started with a big double kill going over to Betty, so he had the items, and now he's been facilitated even more. RNG gonna give themselves an Ocean Soul to this same Aphelios.
Yeah, the soul comes on through. We talked about it days ago, it feels like now, but the sustain will be there in the fights. It's going to be that much more difficult for WE to finish off any kills. However, Beishang did just get a whole bunch of value out of that Morellonomicon pickup.
Yeah, it's very true. And people are still critiquing it, apparently. Bottom line, though, I'm gonna bring us back away because you keep trying to send me over that cliff, and I'm not going. Baron push with no, don't care. Don't even say the item name. This is a quick shot from RNG. This is RNG with Baron. 3 people bot. Look at where Morgan and Beishang are. They're nowhere near to defend.
That's good damage onto Xiaomeng. Betty knows how to use that Calibrum to great effect. He's going to wait, use another Q. Won't quite find it though. But the siege begins now, and there's very little wave clear on the side of WE. It's going to be very difficult for them to break the siege. Bottom lane inhibitor tower drops already, and the inhib will fall. Ming maybe looking for a fight here. He's going to get hooked in himself. Aftershock is going to keep him so safe, and Xiaomeng obliterated by Xiaolong Bao. And that might just be the game here as Beishang has to use his stopwatch, but he'll be finished off by Betty, who's diving the Nexus towers. Morgan locked up and taken down. Another mid-inhib is going to fall as Plex just sprints out of the base on
Get me
Zoe.
out of this game.
He's playing distraction, but it's not
saying.
going to do anything. Betty finishing off the base. They're going to chase for Plex. He's got a Banshee, so he can't do anything. But the Nexus will fall. And RNG, it's a slow and a clean win for the 2-0.
I tell you what, one thing I've learnt here tonight is that a really good first pick is that 80 carry known as Aphelios, but that harps on it a bit too much. Clean play from RNG across this series. And against WE, we asked at the start, who was a better team fighting team when we're seeing brilliances or flashes of brilliance like we did from Xie and Mystic back in this WE roster? At the moment, the answer is no. RNG still the firm favourites for team fighting in the LPL.
Yeah, phenomenal performance coming out from RNG and just clean play as well. That's what we like to see.
Of course.
From a team like RNG, because especially when you're a team that focuses around skirmishing, around team fighting, it's important to be able to get clean wins on the board. I mean, you can see by the goal graph, obviously it was relatively one-sided. There is that trough towards the end where WE did make the play around Baron, and it felt like it could have been magical.
And it was such a good pick. It was a great flank from Morgan. And like in the last series, I do want to compliment the losing team, this time in WE. Morgan came into his stride a little bit in that game too. He caught back up in the lead, gained early by Lung Xing. I think we saw some good moments from Plex there as well on the Zoe. But when you go skill for skill, when you go toe-to-toe with these laners of RNG, at the end of the day, it just seems like experience is winning out.
Yeah, and it's when you get to these late-game decision-making moments as well, when you get to things like the Baron play, a less experienced team than RNG might not know that they're able to turn things around and go for the follow-up fight after losing the early engagement around the Baron. They make the play happen, though, and those kind of moments, those are the kind of moments that win tournaments.
Yeah, they really do. And for a team like RNG, you know, they are looking towards winning the LPL Spring. Like, that's their expectation right now, because a team like RNG, you don't sit back and say, no, we're happy with the top 8 position. Like every split, and especially since winning MSI in 2018, RNG have been one of the champion teams in the LPL. They want to win more titles. They want to go to international events. That's what this team is about, with or without Uzi.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit at the start about WE, about their roster, who were the stars, and it was very much Morgan in the conversation. He's had a little bit more of a rough matchup here, obviously against a much harder team to play against, and he's been tested, and it's shown that, you know, he still has some work to do, but I still think that he showed a lot of promise in this game, especially with that flank around Baron. I'm excited for what Morgan may have against some of the middle-of-the-table teams.
Let's not forget that Morgan is very inexperienced in comparison to Lung Xing. Lung Xing, also known as Xiao Al, was the top laner for Suning for quite a while. He was the franchise player alongside Hacker, who had been there really since the start of the roster. Lung Xing, by no means, even though we lash out on him sometimes, saying he's the weakest part of this RNG roster, he is still a very experienced top laner, one that is facilitating RNG quite well in the light of Uzi not being here, and is winning out his lane.
Especially in this series today,
Yes.
you have to say that he was one of the standout players, especially in game number 1. Took the Aatrox to the mid lane instead, and very much snowballed the game, very much managed to find himself early wins, early plays, and obviously he had a little bit of help from the friends, you know. We did have Charlotte Bao and Ming gank and re-gank him 3 times in a row. True. But it was after an early skirmish. He'd already got the lead. They were just doubling down on it.
Yeah, look, I mean, between Xiaohu and Lung Xing, you know, there's a lot of help between them. I think, especially for Xiaohu, this game, it was just more, let's get back into the mid lane, like we did in game 1. So I'm convinced that this without Uzi again, sound like a broken record, that the focus for RNG right now is through the mid lane. Is that hitting that mid lane, no matter who's there, is the easiest way to access and access a strong early game from RNG. And Xiaolong Bao constantly abused it in both games in this series.
So I do want to revisit one other thing that we talked about right at the very start of the day.
Go for it.
This is the team without Uzi, right? This is RNG that has been built entirely around Uzi. That's the story. It has been for years at this point. They're playing without him, obviously, due to he doesn't play before Chinese New Year, and then that's obviously been extended now. Betty has been playing exceptionally, though, especially when we saw him on the Aphelios in game number 2. Unbelievable play around the Baron pit, getting the triple kill for himself. But also, pretty much consistently, we've seen a lot of MF out of him. His bullet times have been great. His positioning has been great. I've been really impressed by the stand-in on the side of RNG. And Xiao Hu as well, really stepping up to the plate.
Because when you look at it, Betty still has, I mean, experience is the title of this conversation because of the fact that Betty played on Flash Wolves for a number of years. He's been to Worlds. We've all seen Betty at Worlds, and we know that he's capable of international tournaments. He dominated the LMS, or at least last year, you know, made an impact in the LMS as Flash Wolves were a bit all over the place. But the point is that Betty is still a great AD carry.
Yeah.
And not like Maple or Sword Art, who struggled moving into the LPL, into that super team last year onto Suning. Betty's come in and straight away, he's shown dominance and he's shown that experience. When you're going up against someone like Jomung and Missing, it's very easy for Betty and Ming to flex as one of the best bot lanes in the league.
All right, well, let's take a look at our MVP for this series.
Who is it?
It's going to be Betty.
Hey.
We've been talking about him. He's certainly been able to show his worth here in this game. And I mean, you know, the Aphelios.
And you know what?
It helps.
You know the replay we're going to see. You know what we're going to go back and see, don't you? We're going to see the explosion. Yeah,
here it is.
Right
Watch Xiaomeng. Watch Xiaomeng. He flashes over the wall and then immediately gets obliterated. Jumps in the fight, one shot.
He's just like, I'm helping. Oh, wait. And we're getting two quick ones because it was two big team fights, and this one was just the one that ended the game.
Yeah, and look at Betty's positioning as well. He realizes that the game is over. He goes for Beisheng, finds the kill after the Zhonyas, and then he's like, oh, hey, I can just push these minions in, and I can just end the game myself. Look, he's not even joining the rest of the fight. He just starts on the Nexus immediately.
Yeah, 1v2.
He's in a rush. He's got places to be.
I mean, I know people are going to meme Aphelios after this game, after this series especially, but yeah, really good first pick from RNG. They utilize it quite well, whether it was game one where Betty just farmed the whole game and then came into fights, or game two where that early lead snuck up on WE as those fights looked great for them, especially with the Morgan flank towards Baron, but it wasn't meant to be. And RNG, really impressed with what I'm seeing here, and I think we're getting into form where it's RNG and IG again, really heading up towards the top of the table.
Does feel that way so far in the league, but there are definitely some other names that are going to be contesting. One of them we're going to be finding out how they'll perform in a few minutes' time, because our next series is going to be Top Esports against LGD.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little bit one-sided on the scoreboard, but Top Esports is a team we've kind of seen two versions of so far. Fingers crossed for the rest of the season, we can hopefully see the better version.
Hey, it's Peanut versus Carter. I mean, that matchup itself, like, I don't care if LGD is 0-3 right now. I look at that and I say, hey, let's have that jungle matchup again.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about Betty coming from the LMS. It's going to be Carter as well, heading on over. He's on Top Esports. We'll find out how he's going to do in a few minutes' time. That's going to be right after this.
You've been doing cool things in League for years, but now there's a way to track and celebrate your sick plays, mad jukes, and calculated long-distance secured kills. Introducing Eternal. Every champ has 2 Eternal sets, with more to come. You can unlock a basic starter set with Blue Essence, or one that's more unique to your champ with RP. You'll find and unlock Eternals in the new Progression tab, where you can track your journey from Meta Chaser to Master Main. Unlocked Eternals are all tracked in real time, and you'll receive an in-game call-out whenever you pass a new milestone. You can also check your Eternals progress via the Eternals panel, or on the progression page between games. Complete 5 milestones of a given Eternal to rekindle it and unlock your per-game personal best. As for your opponents, they'll get a loading screen preview of your chosen Eternals and a friendly reminder upon death. It's not just about stats. Completing milestones will upgrade your mastery emote so you can further flex on your foes. Every champion has a unique Eternal designed around their signature plays. It's not enough to play the champion a lot. You need to play the champion well. Eternals are live now on PBE and set for launch soon. Check out the FAQ and /dev article on lol.com for more info.
不过刚才的话，其实拼一下的话，稍微浪一点点的话，可以尝试一次。不过打得很稳，没有任何问题。 然后在这边交一个闪现想秀，伤害直接看不懂，还想再换。朱比这边的话也是被打退，同时亏的这边也没有什么作战能力。先回的一个老贼啊，这波秀翻了。
双招交了，我再出最后这一勾，
而且
上路也对拼起来了。
死角这位置点进去，莫干这边先往回绕，开大招，悲伤也来了。
这一波出来就是2v2了，侧翼哎不对，小航怎么来了？
但是小航来感觉就多送一个呀。这鳄鱼太肥了，远古史诗究极老鳄鱼，小航来就是多死一个。OE 啊，
对。
又来了，
黄车 PK 被反推抢了
啊！出来要被顶起来了，小田这边也是及时赶到，再勾到蜘蛛，对面这边杀疯了呀！
直接锁链爆杀了，老牛这边的话没有闪现情况下，硬伤害要直接灌死。
刷新，中路可能要被开了，EQ 闪挑起2个，蓝波大大的很不错，哇！
这一发大招天崩地裂，崩出了3个人，所有人被框在里面，塞拉斯在旁边没有什么办法，刚刚落地的这边的。Q 也只能一个人
点一个厄菲琉斯，然后打不过，被闪现躲掉最后一 Q。开车过来想强行开，这波也知道自己坐以待毙是绝对没机会的，偷对羊小年过来一脚踢开了皇子，卡定一个 R 闪，直接先秒掉一个，再 R 进场瞄准了残血的塞拉斯，再一个 R， 塞拉斯也倒，2个人头入袋，再往前追，没有人能跑得过这个16级的卡萨丁，3个人头，刚才已经被人拿了一个了，5杀应该是没机会，但4杀还是有的。
Show me a place to go. No
Welcome back to the LPL English broadcast once again as we head into the third and final best of 3 of today. We've had a couple of bloodbaths, we've had a couple of slower games, and we've just seen a win for RNG over WE, but now it's time to go into our third and final series between Top Esports and LGD. My name is Muchballs, and I'm joined by Apathetics once again.
That's right, my name has changed, but not the game here coming into the LPL. We've had a pretty good day one overall. I mean, you talk about bloodbaths or slow games. Either way, it's been quite intriguing, with RNG in the last series actually putting on a bit of a masterclass against WE. Now I'm ready for Top Esports to show us if they're still in that dominant phase we saw before the break, we saw in scrims, and we've seen over the past week of LPL returning.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can continue the dominance, whether that's going to be coming out for them or whether things are going to be changing. LGD are the team I want to start the conversation talking about, especially because they've had a few changes coming on into this season, and they've not really been able to back it up with the results that they wanted.
So I want to start here by saying at the start of this year, PYL leaving the team was massive. He was the franchise player, the shot caller of LGD, and really the rock that kept this team together. They lost Condi before that, and they lost RD at the same time. So at this point, you look at who is LGD defined by, and I say Kramer. Last year, Kramer was carrying this team on his back, and now with Kahlua, there's more stability, more experience in the bottom lane, and I feel that that will really start and help the jungle that's trying to build from this as well.
Yeah, the other significant change is obviously Peanut coming into this roster. He's very much one of the big name players, not just in LPL, in the entire world. And so far, he individually has had a pretty outstanding performance, but it's not really been able to transition into much for the rest of the team. And, you know, in this matchup especially, he's going to be up against Karsa. He's going to have his work cut out. Karsa, very much a world-renowned jungler. And when you look at them comparatively, you notice that the champion pool is relatively similar. At least one of these champions that pretty much everyone in the LPL will prioritize in the jungle. Olaf the same. The Gragas contested by both.
People will see this and remember Peanut on Genji last year and what he was able to achieve. Remember the champion pool. It hasn't changed too much from the LCK. But what has changed is Karsa's priority on things like the Sejuani. Now here, we don't really see the Sejuani, thank God, because that's a bit boring. But Karsa has been prioritizing the top side quite a lot and has been setting up 369 and also making early aggression plays into benefit here for Top Esports.
Yeah, and you can see Peanut actually having a decent topside focus as well, as we've seen him on the Olaf, we've seen him on those AP junglers as well. But it's going to be interesting to see how these two junglers match up, because they do have a similar sort of style, similar sort of champion pool, and a lot of that aggression is focused towards top side.
Now, we didn't see it there, but it's early game plays from both Peanut and Karsa with different directions. With Karsa, he likes to set up 369. He really likes to set up the solo lanes and get them pushing, because Top Esports were called IG Light. They were called Future of the LPL last year because of their ability to win lane and, like IG, then go on to win game. Whereas for LGD, Colt in the top lane, the rookie up there, bit inexperienced. It feels like Peanut is covering for him and enabling him to actually get a better laning phase rather than accelerating him like Top do with 369.
Yeah, Colt and Lies both been struggling a bit in the top lane. Let's see how they're going to focus, though, in the draft as we head on into this one. And I have to say, going into this one, I mean, already you can see a lot of bans to the jungle. The three that we mentioned the most is going to be the Gragas, the Olaf, and the Elise, all banned away, and immediately Karsa goes for the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, because the Aphelios is banned away by LGD on red side here. So a first pick Rek'Sai is something we don't normally see, especially with Senna and Tahm Kench available if they want to go for the fasting lane here for LGD, but it is there.
It very much doubles down on what we've been talking about. This is a matchup of the junglers, Karsa versus Peanut, and you can see jungles locked in the first rotation for both teams, but it means there's still a lot of power picks available, a lot available for the top side, supports galore available as well.
And Top Esports putting priority into Knight's Zoe as usual, his most played champion, and the pick that has been defining Knight over the past couple of years.
Wow, very early Varus lock-in. Quite often when you see Varus locked in, you see him alongside a support, but I think realizing that the champion pool can't be pinched so much that it's unplayable at this point, so they're quite happy to lock that one in. It's going to be the Nautilus locked in alongside the Senna in that bottom lane. This is something that it's still kind of up in the air on how effective the Nautilus is when it comes to that farming role alongside Senna.
We've seen different fasting lanes out of the Senna. The Senna Tahm Kench is the most successful one, but still with it available, the bottom lane's choosing to go with the Nautilus, with the Senna combination. So we're going to have to see if LGD can change my mind. But at this point, going into the second ban phase, it looks like targeting the supports for Top Esports, because Photic and Yu Yuanja, we didn't get to mention it, Munchables, but the bottom lane of Top Esports has been the direct weakness coming through at the start of spring.
And it's interesting as well when you see the Senna taken away. That's something that Photic had very much been resting on, especially on 10.1.
Yeah.
Now going to be falling back on the Varus. Fairly similar style of champion, very safe. You can play from very far back. But now with the Leona and the Yuumi band away, you'd expect something like maybe a Braum for the side of Top Esports to go alongside this Varus and protecting him in the bottom lane.
Either that or you have the Tahm Kench to take that LGD didn't go for, right? So at this point for Top Esports, a reasonably safe bottom lane that you can assume will be set up here. But LGD into the Lissandra that we've seen a little bit more of. So I like this from Yuki. This has been a pick that people like Doomby, people like Scout have been playing recently.
It's going to be the Thresh rather than the Tahm or the Braum there. Still offers a lot of safety for the likes of the Varus, but also has a lot of engage, has a lot of ways to make plays happen, which you do need when you've got a jungler like Rek'Sai. Obviously, you can get stuff done with a flank, but he doesn't have so much hard engage up front.
The final pick coming through. What would you do if you're 369? The Aatrox has been the go-to tonight and across this patch. And Rek'Sai Aatrox, the ability to dive. Renekton, similar position there for 369. So the final lock-in for Top Esports.
Quinn's open, I'm just saying it. We've seen a couple of Quinn bans tonight. We'll see if Lies wants to go for that one. Like we said before, Cult and Lies both been a couple of the weaker sides of LGD, so maybe doesn't want to go for the style play of something like the Quinn. Might go for something tankier to play in the teamfight style.
Well, if you're talking teamfight style, Maokai has been played heavily by the side of E-Star, but the Mordekaiser, the ability to single out one player in a fight. And Photic is going to be buying the QSS. The tax is going to be across the board here for Top Esports.
We'll have to see how this one's going to pan out. And I mean, when you look at the composition from the side of Top Esports, you know, 369, he's got something he can carry on. Karsa has got his priority jungler. They literally first picked the Rek'Sai, and you've got Knight on the Zoe. This is very much what you wanted alongside a very safe bot lane from the likes of a Thresh and Varus.
Yeah, very much comfort here. Karsa on the Rek'Sai first pick. I mean, it's not often that you see a jungle first pick here when things like the Senna and Tahm are available. So, I don't know. Very different draft, and that's the variety in the LPL. We have so many different teams, but no team is really the same as another. I called Top Esports IG Light from last year, but they're very much their own style at the moment, especially with their new bottom lane, and especially with, I guess, in this draft, looking at, like, okay, the strength through side lanes once again.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how LGD are going to play this draft out as well, because when you look at the composition they've got, it's quite slow team fighting from them. They don't have that much damage, like, up front, I guess. They have quite a lot of consistent damage. When you've got the likes of a Mordekaiser, Lissandra, not exactly a burst mage, much more sustained fight damage. You can do a bit of burst on one target if you use that ultimate, but then suddenly you're in a little bit more danger yourself. And then alongside the Senna, a lot of upfront damage if you can be in the right position, but the consistent damage can be difficult to achieve. So we'll have to see how LGD are going to be able to turn these fights around.
Something I've talked about before with the side of LGD, you can go check it out on my stream, Mr. Munchables. The comps that played in the past, they're really good at creating space. And here with Lies and Yuki, their champions create space, create opportunities. And Kramer and Chance, they love that. So I'm looking at LGD and I'm saying, okay, a very different draft as to what we're used to seeing here in the LPL. Let's see if they can finally get online, finally get their first series win against Top Esports, no less.
LGD with their work cut out for them as we head on to Summoner's Rift for the third series of the day. And it has to be said, even if you are a fan of LGD, Top Esports certainly going to be a tough opponent for them. As Top, you know, here's the thing about Top, right? Well, I like that chroma. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Top Esports are a little bit coin flippy. Top Esports, when they're good, they're great. They look amazing. They look like a top of the table team. But when there's a lot of pressure onto Photic and Yuyangia or Chocho, depending which support they bring to the table, quite often we see them struggling down towards that bottom side, and Knight and 369 have had a tough time carrying them when they do start to fall behind.
Well, this is the opportunity for Kramer and Chance to win the lane, right? And the opportunity for the bottom lane of LGD, the strength of this team to punish that weakness. And while you are talking about top esports, you're right. They do feel coin flippy this season. And the change in jungle from XX to Casa, we always thought would be an upgrade. We always thought that Casa coming into this roster would make them top 3. I think you put in your rankings number 1, correct?
First.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I put him in as number 4, number 5. But that's higher than I did, I think, in the previous season. And that's because Casa coming through is a massive upgrade from XX. A lot of people still call him the best jungler in the LPL for a good reason, but they've changed their bottom lane. They've changed the weak side lane that they would constantly play towards. Yep. And Loken and Ben away from this team means that now you've got Photic and Yu Anja limited experience on the LPL.
And you mentioned Casa, obviously. He got the very early Rek'Sai lock in as well. So much priority on that pick. We'll talk about that in a moment because Peanut's heading up towards the top side. We said he loves to gank top early on in the game. 369 in a whole bunch of trouble. He's got his flash available, but so is Flag and Dragon. There's first blood for Lies.
Just walks at him as well. That's going to be a big kill for Lies to shove this lane. And even though 369 has teleport, he's got to use it very early on.
And I love that play from Peanut to flash forwards instead of using the CC because it gets the red buff slow. It allows Lies to get the kill, and it basically says, hey, if you're going to flash for this, I'm going to flag and drag you. There's no way you can get out.
And when you have a volatile lane, and after all the talk tonight about top laners influencing bot lane, well, for LGD, that's the perfect start for them. The ability for Lies to hold this teleport after shoving out the wave, walk to lane, and look to help Peanut or the bottom lane.
Oop, Casa wants it, but it's smited away by Peanut, and that is going to be a 3-buff start for the Korean jungler. And we said he's very much the focus for the squad. He's very much one of the biggest players as Knight gets a good chunk of damage down onto Yuki.
Yeah.
So far, so good for Peanut.
Well, Casa is now in the mid lane, though. Should be spotted out here as he crosses through, but we, at the start of this game, mentioned heavily that the junglers were the biggest influence here, and I failed to mention the bottom side. It was where both of them started to path up to top, to look for that first blood, and LGD being successful is the start of this game. Now, 369 still getting pretty influential trades, being a Renekton, but Lies with that early kill gold, has a bit more pressure, and with no... Oh, there is a flash available for 369, excuse me.
Yeah, obviously didn't have to use the flash during that early engagement due to the fact that Peanut just flashed at him. It was like, okay, well, even if I use the flash, I'm still going to die anyway.
But I mean, Lies did. So the potential here for Casa to look for a dive or do something in the top lane is there.
Peanut was expecting an invade there. Wanted to do something. Casa waiting in the wings towards this top side of the map. 369 ready to go for a dive. His rage bar is fully charged right now as the minions will go under, and Lies knows what's up. No flash available. Teleport going to be channeled immediately by Yuki, but Lies is already gone. Yuki's too late to the party.
Knight roamed up as well. Full control of the river here from top esports. Not a ward in sight, so for Lies, now that teleport advantage is down. That flash punished hard. Yuki going to be here to receive the lane for now.
Very nicely done from the side of top, setting it up perfectly. Obviously, Knight roams up as well in perfect time to be able to impact the play. And the fact that Yuki actually used his teleport there. Now, Lies uses his teleport to get towards the mid lane. That's both teleports now on cooldown for the side of LGD. 369 used his earlier, so it'll become available earlier on, and it could influence something like a Dragon, something like a Rift Herald play.
And a Renekton that's now got a bit of gold in his back pocket as well. So you can see Peanut trying to find access somewhere else to the map, or rather to somewhere else on the map, but will not be successful at starting anything in the bottom lane. He's level 5, looking towards that Cataclysm to make that bot lane dive a reality, but you got to look at what they're working him with a fasting center. Going to be a little bit tricky for Peanut.
And I want to talk history of these two teams in the current season. For anyone that's not been watching a lot of LPL just yet this season, 369, nice little trade there in the Renekton. LGD, they've had a rough start, has to be said. They're 0-3 in the league right now, losing to LNG, DMO, and E-Stars. Now, E-Stars, that's a very reasonable loss. E-Stars are at the top of the table currently. But when you look at LNG and you look at DMO, they've not had the strongest performances themselves. And it means that LGD, you have to look at them as one of the weaker teams in the entire league right now. And Top, on the other side of things, they've got to win against EDG, LNG, and they had a 2-0 against, or they got 2-0, sorry, by RNG.
Yeah, that's right, because RNG, you know, at this point, in a very different position. But on the topic of LGD, on paper, you think this is a top 10. Let's go back to rankings. You put Top Esports first. Where did you put LGD?
It's a long while ago. Not that high. Probably middle of the table.
Okay. I put LGD 9th. Because I saw Peanut coming into this roster. I saw stability, and now I see a gank.
Yeah, I see a dead Lies right there in the top lane. Although he gets the shield, they don't go for the dive in the end. They didn't commit hard enough. Karsa could have tanked that tower, but he thought that the kill had gone down. Knight's gone in, but he's gone way too far. Peanut's there, and Knight has suicided right into the open arms of Peanut. Yuki's coming in for the collapse as well. He flashes for the root, gets the ultimate down, and it's a kill onto Karsa.
Punished hard by LGD. Knight runs face first, tries to smack Lies, and I tell you what, he's the one who got smacked in the end.
Phenomenal stuff coming out. Now a hook down on towards Votic, and Yuanjia does get rooted on up. There's not going to be too much kicks off there. Both bot lanes very, very safe.
But now the advantage that was obtained by Top Esports.
369 is teleported in. No, he hasn't. He just walked into lane. I'm confused as to how this positioning has occurred, but here we go. Big fight on our hands. There's the shield coming out from Lies, and it means 369 has to back away.
But Lies has the shove here. Peanut's up in the top lane. 369 either backs away, could fear getting dive, but has the flash available, so we'll be able to hit this wave. But LGD with a massive punish here in the early game.
And we talked about how both of these junglers love to focus on the top side. It's very much what we've seen. But look, Karsa could have finished this kill.
Yeah. Well,
one more auto there.
Walks away. 369 stops tanking. Karsa moves out of position, and then Knight's like, I have a proto belt.
Oh, the minion wave blocks it. I didn't see that.
But also good flag and drag there from Peanut. He read the position from the Zoe, and yeah, this is just super stock standard from Yuki.
I'm surprised he went for the flash there, honestly. I feel like maybe could have got that one with the glacial path, but perhaps he'd used that earlier on in the play, just trying to get towards the top lane in time. Karsa, in the meantime, going to be starting off this Rift Herald for him and his team, and it's going to be traded over for the bottom side of the map. This Infernal Drake being taken by LGD.
Okay, see if some of the gold can come back here from Top Esports on Karsa's end. Has level 6, so if you want to make this dive happen again in the top side, definitely possible. Lies has his flash again though, so Summoner available in comparison to last play. We've just seen top after top. Very surprised that we've seen absolutely nothing mid, but that's because the mid lane has been roaming top this whole game. While bot's just been, farming.
Yeah, a little bit of opportunity to get onto the plates here for Kramer and Chance, but this is one of the downsides of picking that center. You do really struggle to take towers, especially in the early stages of the game when you don't have the items to work with. It takes a long time to finish those plates. In the meantime, we're going to have a lot of pressure onto this top lane tower on the side of top. They've got the Rift Herald as well. This is going to be the tower going their way. Very nicely done.
I mean, this is big brain play from top. The bottom lane rotates first. The LGD keep Chance and Kramer the bottom lane themselves, but this Rift Herald's going to get another shove. Lies returns to the top side. And there's no real punish from LGD, so top claw back that goal that was mistakenly taken when Knight face planted. And Votic's like, okay.
Oh, he gets caught in the Death Realm, but then gets to Lantern out, and he's going to 1v1 Lies inside the Death Realm. Votic, though, does flash away.
Timing.
Oh, that's a lot of ultimates used onto a single AD carry. There's no way to survive that.
That was close there from Votic. You got to give him a bit of credit for trying to take the 1v1, but great timing there from Yuki to match the Death Realm timing himself. But
I love Lies, though. He's like, oh, you think you can play around the Lantern? I don't think so, buddy. Just brings him to the Death Realm. And no way out.
Kramer's ult on top of that as well, just to secure the kill. Now, the upside for Top Esports is that 369 got a bit of solo time with the bottom lane turret. So a bit of extra gold here for the Renekton. And he's really not suffering after that laning phase. I mean, he started Carl, he's got a Tiamat, he's 30 CS up on his lane opponent as well.
Definitely a significant lead up towards the top side, 30 CS, as you say. And in the bottom side, it's a lot more difficult to define a gold lead. One thing I do want to mention about the bottom side is when you look at Photic, we saw earlier on when the runes came up, he is running Comet. It's quite often that if you run Comet on Varus, you will go for that lethality build. It's certainly not the priority build for most AD carry Varuses though, especially in the LPL. We usually see the on-hit Varus build, so interesting that they're going for that version of Varus instead.
So then let's talk a little bit about how this composition can run with the poke Varus build. You've got a Zoe, you've got a Varus, and the ability to poke out LGD is massive. And when you have someone like a Senna, when you have like a Mordekaiser in the space I talked about that was being created in draft, then Top Esports can literally just hit him right in the noggin.
And I have to wonder if this is Top Esports not having necessarily confidence in Photic, honestly, because I don't feel like the lethality Varus offers as much as on-hit Varus. I feel like there's a reason that's a much more popular pick. It's the team fight presence that it offers, and lethality certainly doesn't give you that same strength. It gives you more burst damage, but less DPS overall. But Photic, his successes so far on this roster for top have been when he can play super safe, super far back on things like the Senna. Lethality Varus, very similar to that Senna pick.
Yeah, very, very true, because Photic in the past couple of fights, we see a bit of the damage there. Past couple of games, just running face first in division, getting caught out randomly. For Photic though, arguably easy to execute alongside Knight. So the pick potential massive here for Top Esports.
And we'll see what LGD are going to do with the advantage that they started off with. Let's bear in mind they were the ones in the lead to begin with. That gold lead has diminished to 0 at this stage, thanks to Top Esports getting the first tower of the game. LGD did get the first Drake though, next one spawning in a minute's time. And we'll see what Top are going to do to answer. Obviously Karsa, with this Rek'Sai first pick, so far I'd say has had less of an impact on the game than what Peanut has, but when it comes to the objectives, the Rift Herald has been far more impactful than that first Drake.
Well, we're going to wait then, because 40 seconds till the Ocean Dragon means that we might actually get that fight coming out of here. Especially if Renekton's able to go back and pick up that first item. Still a massive CS lead. 369 has been clearing waves, roaming bot, clearing vision, and then rinse and repeating. And because he has teleport, he can push this wave, look for the level 11 with the extra Dominus, and get ready to fight around this dragon.
Certainly the story of win lane, win game has not been replicated here in this game against LGD. And that's surprising, especially considering the roster from LGD here. You look at Peanut, you look at Kramer, but the rest of the lanes, you kind of leave something to be desired. Kramer, so much damage coming out from Knight on the Zoe. And honestly, that is the power of the pick, obviously. Kramer will have the sustain on this Senna to be able to stay in the fight for now, but
Photic with no ult. Photic just burned ult and missed it completely. So now with the key ultimate down, even after that trade, things a little bit more even than you'd think. Kramer has sustained, so we begin the dragon.
We are getting to the point where 369 is really going to hit his stride, though. He's level 10 right now and has teleport available. They're not going to commit to this one, though. Allowing the dragon over to LGD. That's 2 in a row now. But when it comes to control, still feels like Top will be able to contest when the next Rift Herald spawns. It's in just under a minute. I'm curious if LGD are going to go for this one as well, whether they're going to try and fight Top for the next objective.
They have teleport on both mid and top as well, so the ability to contest is there, but Jungler's pretty much going for a vertical path here once again. See if Peanut wants to dive the Renekton. We said no.
He's just hit level 11. That's going to be massive. If they do go for a dive, having an extra level in his Dominus will be such a huge spike, but he decides, even with that in play, he's not going to go for this one. Doesn't know where Yuki is and knows that Alessandra can go and add into that dive.
Yeah, Yuki moving from the mid lane. I believe there is a ward on Raptor Pit, but still going to go for 369. One-on-one.
Yeah, Lai's going to be underneath the tower, stunned on up. This is beautiful play from 369. Dodges the obliterate. Yuki's here, had to use the teleport. Now it's going to be Yuki tanking up the tower. And we'll finish off that kill. Very nicely played.
So a lot committed there, everything but Peanut's ult. What is going to be the play from Top Esports in response? There's a Rift Herald on Karsa, but mid-wave doesn't exist anymore, so that's not going to get punished from LGD.
And I think wise here from Top not to go for the Herald play mid, just because everyone was still bot from LGD. Should they go for an over-aggressive Herald play mid, everyone could roam up, go for the pinch, and maybe you just get absolutely nothing out of your Herald. You still got a long time before you need to use that. So I think play it safe. Go for a guaranteed objective.
Well, smart play begets smart players. My wise word of the day. There's a hook. Okay.
I've got to say, Photic is not impressing on this Varus so far. Struggling to land the Chains of Corruption.
But
his Qs have been good, though.
He lands his Q, but nothing else.
Well, turns out they just wanted to wait for the reset to go for this Herald on the mid lane. Chance going to be here. He's going to look for the eye. No, backs away. Realizes that that would be a little over-aggressive. Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto Caster, though. Oh, it's onto Peanut, sorry. Good amount of damage down. They can't finish off the tower, though. As Kramer gets 4 souls for his effort.
Oh, Knight is just trying to carry this. I mean, Photic might miss his ult, but Knight is not missing Trouble Bubbles or the Paddle Star with ulti combo. Level 12 on the Zoe with a Luden's Echo. And the poke that's coming through from Top Esports is really hitting its stride.
Now going underneath the tower, Chance. Getting chunked on out. They do have good wave clear, though, from the side of Lissandra, as both top laners just shove their waves underneath the tier 2s, both top and bottom lane. An unsuccessful attempt here from top. They use the Herald mid, but they don't manage to find that objective.
So now we're just back to square one. LGD surviving, and frankly, the healing coming through from the center as well is a nuisance for LGD to deal with. But what's left on the map? We've got a Dragon in 2 minutes. We've got Baron coming up in 2.5. And yeah, you're right. Win lane, win game was the identity of Top Esports last year, and it was so strongly so.
Yeah.
But this year so far, Caster and Knight, that's not the duo you'll be talking about. But Yuki might be caught out if Caster can get in. But there's a jungler over there. By the way, Caster is 2 levels behind of Peanut right now.
Yeah. And I do want to revisit something. Oh, I guess revisit? I haven't brought it up yet. LGD is one of the slowest teams in the league currently. When you look at their average game time, they do struggle to accelerate the game. And the fact that they have the lead right now, they're the ones dictating the pace, it's not surprising that we're in this very slow state of the game. I mean, they're not used to having a lead. Let's be brutally honest here. They've only got 1 game win on the board so far. So this is a new feeling for them. And I'm hoping that they'll find a way to transition this into something more.
Well, as long as they don't get caught out.
Yuki manages to get away from the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. I think just a little bit of damage went through at the worst possible moment.
Knight's still going to be pushing forward with this combination. Now, coming back to what you said, because look, we're at a complete lull once again. You know, the ping pong's in effect, as you stated the other game.
But it has to be stated, Dragon in 30 seconds. And top, they're the ones with mid-prio right now, so they might be able to go get vision control of that. Caster gets robbed of a lantern.
They just look at each other, Peanut and Caster face
Look at the difference in junglers right now. Peanut's level 11 to Caster's level 9.
And he's got a Stone Plate and Cinderhog. There's 2 completed items, right?
There's a big, big difference when it comes to the sheer power behind each of them. And also the damage that Smite will do. If it does come down to a 50-50 for the Dragon, Peanut definitely has the advantage. And now, they're the ones with mid-prio. They're the ones that get to walk towards that objective first. Ly's going to be able to just pressure from the top side, but obviously won't go for a 1v4 just yet. Now Dragon going to be started off, 5,000 health remaining.
Feels like if Top Esports can't get the poke out.
Oh, Dawning Shadow across the team. Caster gets out on the lantern, but he's still alive. Most important thing here is Peanut should be able to secure the objective. He's low as well. Caster's going to go in for the steal here. No, Prey Seeker. And it's a shot from Photic, but it's not enough. 369 been brought into the Death Realm. Dominus popped, but Lies flashes over the wall.
Hook won't connect either, so for Top Esports, can't manage to find the steal. LGD 1 Dragon away from Soul. But to me, it feels like if Top Esports can't land their poke, if they can't get a core member down, then they can't really contest these objectives. And each and every fight, failing to find that crucial hit onto people like Kramer, Yuki, or even Lies before we can get the Death Realm off. And Top is slowly getting shut out here in this game 1.
Yeah, it's been a rough start for Top. But when we... No, you go.
Oh, thank you.
After you, sir.
Oh, you're such a gentleman. I wanted to come back on what you're talking about with LGD. Because if we're honest with what LGD are right now, it's a mesh of different players from different times of the roster, right? Like Peanut's new, Chance and Colt are new, Lies has been on LGD for a while, Yuki's been here for a darn while as well, and Kramer joined last year from a Freak of Freaks. And for me, LGD is this team that screams individual talent that's still trying to find the pieces that make this roster successful. Now, is it time that they need? I don't know. Through Chance and Colt, I think there's real potential. I might not have time, or maybe I do. People like Chance has shown that he is a good bottom laner for Kramer. But you know what? To me, Kahlua screams it more, but Yu and Ja, let's go.
Yeah, that's going to be a hook onto Chance, and that's going to be it.
But I want to see, I want to see more of Kahlua. I think Kahlua and Kramer are a fantastic bottom lane. Now, this game, Chance has been put in the driver's seat because of the fasting center, but LGD, I still don't know. This is a really good taste, though, if we get more of this.
Here we go. Caster jumps onto the enemy team. There's a hook going straight down onto Chance as well. Cataclysm onto 369, but he jumps away. Peanut getting low, and in comes the Lissandra. Doesn't use the ult just yet. Aftershock going to be active. 369 goes into the death realm with Lies, but I think Lies might be left out to dry by his team here.
Bubble.
Yuki comes in. 369 obliterated. Dawning Shadow does a lot, but Kramer goes down. Caster's on the back line. Now, reset of the fight. Yuyanjia trying to get out. Doesn't have Lantern available just yet for Caster as Knight goes in. Knight finally joining the fight. Yuki, the next target, finally drops his Glacial Prison, but he's going to be going down as well. Goes Golden, but it's not going to be enough. But oh, the arrow through two of them. Blasts Yuki and hits Peanut as well. He's not long for this world, and it's a double for Photic.
It's the ace on their terms. It's the full team fight dictated by Top Esports. The poke finally lands. They start the engage. For anyone from LGD knows what's going on. And with those big one items from both Knight and Photic, the damage coming through bit by bit pierces LGD.
And I want to see, once we get into a replay of that, where Knight was at the start of that fight. I'm not sure if he just wasn't there or if I just didn't quite see his impact, but oh no, Knight is there right at the very
But you know what the biggest part about this is? Chance dies before Lies comes in. An immediate 5 versus 4. And even though the Lissandra really wants to take this on, the Death Realm's used on the Renekton again. Lies is 1v1ing the top laner, who's in a pretty decent position, and it takes so much to kill him. It was the bubble, yes, the bubble in the
goes
backline.
All the way to almost to Wolves, gets a bubble across, and it lands right onto Kramer. That was absolutely insane. And then look at this piercing arrow from Photic. He charges it onto Yuki after the Zhonyas. Give it a minute. Okay, now he charges it, and look at this. Gets it through Yuki, hits Peanut as well. That is just magnificent.
I mean, Knight was playing the aggressor for the rest of this fight as well, so good to see Photic and Knight really working that fight. And you're right, the key moment there, the bubble from Knight was absolutely amazing. There's a reason that Top Esports prioritized this Zoe pick, because it does magic in the hands of this mid laner.
So now we have a bit of a reset. LGD, they're the ones with 3 dragons so far. But it doesn't look like Top Esports want to give up a 4th. They're setting up vision. They're clearing away any semblance of control that LGD have. And it feels like just one fight. Suddenly LGD's posturing far more defensive.
Yeah, this time scared to push out through the mid lane. And the poke starting to come through. Is that deadly?
And no punish whatsoever. Knight didn't even take an auto attack back. There is a good amount of healing from Kramer on the center, but it's going to need a lot to be able to deal with the poke coming out from the likes of Knight.
LGD are just trying to push mid. They're going to burn the teleport to do so, but look at where Photic and Knight are. They're the 2 people you need to watch.
369 going to be here to try and clear away the wave. Does get rooted up by Kramer. Yuki actually goes in with the Glacial Path. Dawning Shadow obliterates Photic. Caster goes down as well. I was saying they're positioned defensively. They're going for the fights right now.
Photic caught out again. Rinse and repeat here in the first game. Top Esports 80 carry. This has happened before.
And now on towards this dragon. This will be the soul coming out for LGD as well. Big, big pickup if they can finish the objective. Caster's not here. You've got the man advantage. Surely you take the soul.
Yeah, Knight's just going to try and poke it out almost, but close as no cigar. LGD with a Cloud Soul at 25 minutes.
Phenomenal stuff, and this is not the way I expected this series to start off. The Dragon does go the way of LGD. The Soul goes their way as well. But take a look at the gold. We're still dead even on the map. And only 2 towers taken by either team.
The amount of back and forth already between Top and LGD. I think even though a lot of people will be criticizing Top in this first game so far, you have to look at LGD and the decision-making looks a lot cleaner. It looks like Peanut's in charge a lot more. And due to this early game, Lies has a pretty big lead. He's got a Stinger and a Spectre's Cowl in his inventory, almost to his 3rd item.
Photic also going to be heading back to base shortly to pick up his lethality item there. He's got the 2 components. I'd imagine he's getting close to the gold.
Look down here.
Oh! So, Yuki's Glacial Path there actually popped the Edge of Night that Photic had, meaning that he could then get the Ring of Frost, he could then get the ultimate as well, that Frozen Prison. So actually really nice little play from Yuki, being able to get rid of the Edge of Night, and it means that Photic completely vulnerable.
And that means that Photic loses his shutdown to the Lissandra, who was a bit behind in this mid lane due to the farm advantage from Knight, so LGD, you love to see it. I guess what do I even call it, the franchise player at this point? I mean, Yuki is probably the most stable person in the LGD roster, just due to his duration being in LGD at this point.
Yeah, so far so good here on the Lissandra pick as well. 369 has found himself in a 2v1, and he's going to slice and dice on out, but gets pulled back in. Chains of Corruption onto Chance, but they're not going to be able to do much with that ultimate. Now backing away once again. LGD pings on towards the Baron. They have the advantage. They have the Soul in their favor. Knight going to be trying to find a pick, but again, it's just not going to be able to happen.
He's trying his heart out on this Zoe. And you love to see it. You love to see Knight literally trying to turn the favor of this fight. Now, 369 wasn't caught out there and still has his flash, which is good. Has the teleport available, but so does Lies. And right now, Lies in this side lane is pretty damn scary. And arguably, so is Yuki at this point. So Top Esports going to spend a bit of time, or rather LGD, going to spend a bit of time pushing out those side waves while Top invest at mid grouping.
Yuki's recalling right now, and I think he might be able to grab his Zhonya's, which is a massive spike for the likes of Alessandro going into the fights. Wasn't able to get it, actually just had to leave base immediately to make sure he was here for this mid lane play.
Kramer really susceptible to the damage coming through from Photic, though. That was 1Q, if I'm not mistaken. Photic searching, and so is Knight. Again, these two, just the core responsibility of getting them low before the fight starts.
And this is one of the difficulties of a Pokemon, right? If you can't land that poke, it's very difficult to pull it off. But also, if you're against the likes of a Senna, the amount of sustain that this team has, it's incredibly difficult to get any of it to stick. I'd love to see a little bit more healing reduction coming on out. You do have the Executioners from Photic. That was the second item he picked up straight on after the Umbral Glaive. I'd love to see a Morellonomicon from Knight as well, but I don't think we're going to see it.
Yeah, people are going to criticize you for that. You can't say that word on cast, I told you.
I'm sorry. Well, I guess the counter-argument to the Morellonomicon...
oh, no. Yeah.
Here we go, down the rabbit hole.
Do it. All right.
The counter-argument would be that if you're going to hit them with Zoe, you probably just want to one-shot them anyway, so it doesn't really matter if they can heal, because they're going to be dead.
Yeah, but also Morellonomicon, great for burst, as seen in the video.
Does have magic penetration.
That it.
Peanut.
No.
Peanut.
The Observer literally.
Hey-o.
And that was Stopwatch.
And this is the superstar Korean jungler that has joined LGD this year.
Oh, dear.
This is the man we're focusing on. To be fair, though, misclicks aside, this game he has looked incredible. 2-1-6 on this Java, and he's gone for the Cinderhulk build, and he's been an absolute brick wall for his team.
Maybe it wasn't
Caster on the other side, despite focusing on a first pick for this Rek'Sai, really hasn't had an impact in the game whatsoever.
And no other team is prioritizing first pick Rek'Sai, so it has to make you think what the thought process was behind it. Now, far be it from me to criticize, but at this point for Top Esports, nothing's really happening for them. They're looking for opportunities with LGD, but LGD are making this game go late with a good bubble, though. Top say no.
Yeah, there's not really any follow-up to that bubble, unfortunately.
Oh, there is from Lies,
Lies is coming into the backside. He's got onto Knight as well. So is Golden. There's a Chains of Corruption onto the whole team. 369 on a 1v4 right now is the rest of the squad trying to get over to him. Karsa has to keep himself alive here. Yuki uses that Zhonya's. Now 369 backing away. Dawning Shadow onto everyone. Knight trying to dish out the damage, but he just doesn't have any follow-up here. Pulled on in, and now there's a hook onto Yuyanjia. He's going to be rooted as well. Everybody in the fight has a stopwatch, it seems, but they're running out of time after all. Yuyanjia goes down on the Thresh. Peanut getting that kill. There's a hook in the follow-up as Yuki's teleported back into the fight once more, and Photic will fall. Another kill goes the way of Kramer. It's a double for him, and now into the mid lane.
It's just so good from LGD and so hard for Top Esports to win these fights. Knight is the only one left standing, and LGD to this top-level team are really giving it to them.
And well, this is not the result I mean, I said it earlier today, you can't count any team out in the LPL. No matter what, you have to expect that there's upsets available. Nicely done by Peanut just to deny the blast cone. This is going to be the Elder Dragon. Karsa, you've not had a great game so far. This is your moment to turn the tide. Knight going in to try and get whatever he can done. Denied, knocked up, and, well, that's going to be that now. Lies actually brought him into the Death Realm as well.
Just in case. But that's a counter towards your jungler. The Death Realm is an abusive tool, but really nice depth charge here from the side of Chance.
And do you know what? It doesn't matter what your organization is called. It doesn't matter what your score on the standings is right now. What matters is the goal lead in the game. What matters is the Elder Dragon and LGD. They don't care who they're against. They're going to go for a Game 1 win.
They've got themselves the Elder Dragon. Baron sitting there. That's next on the menu. But the way this game has been going, a fight through the mid lane seems to be on the cards. And Top Esports, I fail to see a way that they can deal with anyone from LGD.
Well, Top at 33 minutes is going to find themselves a tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. But, oh, if that had been cancelled by Peanut, that would have been really bad news.
He respects. He shows his sign of respect. But Baron time, and
I mean, with Elder Buff, there's just no contest, right? It would be absolutely ridiculous to try and contest that one for the side of Top. But they are going to be able to get a tier 2 for themselves in the bottom lane at least, so some semblance of an objective, but I don't really know what that's going to achieve for them when you consider that now with the Baron sieging up, we're going to see LGD in a really commanding position. We basically
have never seen this
in the history of Dota.
We have never seen LGD really take command of the game so far in this split. The problem with LGD is that they will find maybe an early game lead through Peanut or through the top side or even through Yuki, but it never goes anywhere. It's the shot calling that I've been questioning from LGD. Where does the game go from here? But LGD this game has been really commanding in their decision making.
And now onto the inhibitor as well. They're going to be able to grab this for sure. Now up towards the top side. They don't have a minion wave yet. Maybe they just try and end the game. This might be overzealous. The biggest weakness for LGD so far this season has been overstaying, trying to bite off more than they can chew.
Absolutely.
But this time, it doesn't feel like that's going to be the case. It doesn't feel like there's anything that Top can do about it. Here comes the Cataclysm onto Photic. Peanut with the stone plate keeps himself alive, and Yuki uses that ultimate just to sustain in the fight. Chance now is going to be burnt on down, and Top just don't have the damage. Photic gets one onto Chance, but there's just nothing you can do. Knight has to flash onto the fountain, and this is going to be the game. This is going to be 1-0 for LGD against Top Esports and Peanut, the superior jungler.
A really, really calm win from LGD. And you just have to say, you know, poke composition from Top Esports didn't work. I'm not going to go into it, but for LGD, really calm shot calling, better decision making all around. We saw about 10, 15 minutes worth of ARAM there.
Yeah.
We just like, let's try and poke them out, and LGD are like, we can sustain this. And then push comes to shove, and LGD like that. So I think I'm impressed with the fact that LGD had a game plan, and even if it was mid-A-ramming against Top Esports, they stuck to it.
Just look at the gold for the entire game. Pretty much 30 minutes of this was just about even. And you can see how little fighting there was. Knight has 30,000 damage. No one else even remotely close to that one, but it doesn't matter at the lack of fighting. It doesn't matter at the lack of kills because it was a slow and steady bleed out. LGD just take every single objective, they took every single Drake, and then they just slowly but surely walk it in.
Does feel like it was a bit of Knight versus the world as usual, right? And a lot of people will say that, but you got to give credit to the side of Top Esports that Knight couldn't really overcome the boundary that was LGD's composition. And this game, I mean, what do you think? What do you think? Top Esports not being able to execute or Top Esports not being able to overcome?
I feel like a lot of it was down to the draft. I'm really unconvinced by the lethality Varus especially. Right. I think that on-hit Varus is significantly better, in my opinion at least. But ultimately, it didn't feel like there was very much follow-up. It didn't feel like... I mean, I don't really understand the Rek'Sai first pick. Obviously, Karsa wanted to go for that one. He wanted to go for Sejuani last week, and that didn't really work out for him either. Feels like Karsa is kind of having a crisis of identity at the minute and doesn't really know which direction he wants to go.
You're not getting RNG Karsa from this. You're not getting RNG Karsa moving into Top Esports. And you said it really well at the start of Pick and Ban, I think the start of game, where you said Top Esports right now feel really coin flippy. And we don't want to discredit them before they go into the series. We don't want to discredit them going into Game 2, nor do we want to talk, down to LGD. But this series, the expectations were a 2-0 because Top Esports on paper are still one of the best teams in the league. And Knight is still one of the best mid laners in the league. Cast is one of the best junglers in the league. And they have an all-round okay team put together. So this game for me was a bit like, okay, what's actually happening? Because LGD expectations were quite low, but they raised the bar.
Do you know who raised the bar specifically? Lies in this one.
Yeah.
Because it was all about the top lane, especially towards the start of the game. We had Karsa and Peanut both focusing, ganking the top lane. But Lies consistently beating out against 369 in the 1v1, consistently just pulling the enemy top laner into the death realm as well, and just punishing him time and time again. 369 really struggled to have any impact in this game, aside from just catching sideways.
Yeah, after the pressure that was put up top, I mean, we flipped our heads a couple of times at the top lane with the dive going back and forth. Knight face palming into the side of Lies as well. And I was questioning in this series, who are we going to see in the top lane? Is it going to be Colt? Is it going to be Lies? Recently, they have been running with Lies a bit more because Lies does have more experience, in the league. Lies has been with LGD for, a little bit now as well. So the rookie sit back, watch Lies and thinks, okay, Lies is performing quite well alongside Peanut.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job and fantastic performance here in game number 1. We'll see if Top are going to be able to turn things around as we move forward in this series. We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for game number 2 in just a few.
We're always looking for ways to do new, fresh things, especially around holiday-themed skins. One of the approaches that we decided to take was Lunar Revel. We've tried a bunch of different things in the past, and so we wanted to try something wildly new and bring something fresh to the table.
So Mecha Kingdoms is a new idea for us that we're exploring. It's a different way of looking at our League of Legends champions and presenting them as giant mechas that are protecting the world.
For Mecha Kingdoms, we wanted to tap back into the fantasies of this kind of Asian-inspired mythology, drawing a lot from history such as Three Kingdoms and Chinese history, but also incorporating this really cool futuristic sci-fi twist. So the story is that there were these 3 kingdoms and outer territories as well who fought to rule across the land. And suddenly sort of these giant leviathans came up from the sea and they were invading humanity. Just with their sort of normal human armies, they weren't able to defeat these monsters. And so they were blessed by this technology that they're not exactly sure where it came from. And with this, they're able to construct really immense, huge, towering mechs. And so with all the kingdoms united, there's these mechs going into battle against these monsters.
The Mecha skin line traditionally has been for more creature-type characters.
Mecha Kingdoms are piloted robots, but they're not just robots like the Praetorian skins, so we want the pilot's personality to come through.
We went through multiple rounds of iterations on, like, what's the technology behind this, right? Like, what's driving these things? Once we figured that out, then it locks in a direction for how we can build the mechs around them. Aside from that, the actual visual language that we're using, it's a blend between the organic flowy shapes that we've established in our previous lines for Lunar Revel, layered into not only the silhouette, but also the surface detail and filigree that you see on the mechs themselves.
Some of our biggest challenges were conveying that sense of weight and scale.
Because in League of Legends, you might be coming into lane like a giant mecha, but then there's a Teemo there who's tiny.
And so we're able to kind of tackle some of those challenges in the VFX or the animation. So a lot of it is marrying these elements that ground it in the real world, like dust and debris, and are kicked up by these huge mechs. For Jax, we went into a lot more detail. So for his recall, we see him landing in a small little village, and so we get to see what that town looks like. And same with when he he's being carried in by these little floating armada ships that are like literally delivering the mech there. When he's running into battle, you got the ships flying with him as well. So all these tiny little details.
Selling the size was the hardest thing. We can't make something sound massive in League to the point where it pulls away from the gameplay, because gameplay trumps all, even in our designing. Since we don't have an established idea of what this sounds like, it was kind of like, let's figure it out. It was a lot of experimenting with different types of metal sounds and a lot of different types of heavy impacts and metal movements and stuff like that. One of the things I wanted to introduce to Mecha Kingdoms is kind of like a magic influence. So when you toggle his ultimate, you get the sparks and the electricity and stuff, but you still feel like there's magic that's kind of influencing the ability. That's kind of like what's helping separate the Mecha Kingdoms from like the regular mecha.
Because this is such a anachronistic but unique sort of universe, we wanted to see how we could make the mechs feel that they are empowering and fit that mech fantasy while making them feel like they were built in this period that was heavily inspired by East Asian mythology.
We get to really invent that universe together. Artists are working with narrative, we're working with designers, and making sure this all feels like a cohesive package.
I hope players feel like this is something different, and that they also feel the sense of scale and grandeur of these big mechas, and that they see them that they're not just mechas, but because of the way they look, the way they move, so there's something more.
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Run like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn distant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast as we head into the second game of the third best of 3 of the day. We're here for Top Esports versus LGD, and a surprising result for game number 1 as LGD look like the superior team and take game 1 in a slow, calculated victory.
Calculated victory. We sat A-ramming for about 15 minutes in that game, but Top Esports kept trying to poke out LGD, and some really good engages from Yuki, you mentioned there on the Lysandra before, and some good shot calling coming out. Finally, LGD win a game against Top Esports for the first time in the history of the matchup in a year. So that's big.
Yeah.
That's big, but now they have to go all the way.
They do have to go all the way, but I'm excited to see the lead that Peanut built up for him and the rest of the team managing to transition into something. Top on the other side felt like they were just flailing like a fish on land for basically the entire game. They couldn't get anything done. 369 had basically no impact. The lethality Varus from Photic I just didn't like. And now LGD on the blue side. Let's see how this changes the match.
We didn't get to see it, but by the way, Peanut is MVP for game number 1, and I think he deserves it on that note.
Yep.
We have been waiting to see the best out of Peanut, and each and every week it seems like he is getting better.
Interesting that LGD would ban Set on the blue side there.
Yep.
Something that you'd expect them to be going for. Also the Elise, something that Peanut does love to play.
I mean, let's make it a trifecta. The Zoe there against Knight, a targeted ban from LGD, but you look at what's open, not Aphelios, not Senna, and not the Set. So what is first pick worthy with LGD now rotating to blue?
I feel like I should be asking you
are
that,
the color
but things like the top laners, Ornn, I would have also said stuff like potentially the Renekton, potentially the Mordekaiser for Lies, but I don't know if they're
You're
really
right
first
with
pick
Ornn.
worthy.
Well done, yeah.
Also things like the supports, AD carries. I mean, AD carry has been pretty much the lane to focus on. We've had basically 5 AD carries in the LPL. MF, Aphelios, Senna, and then you've got things like the Varus coming on through as well. And then a little bit of Kalista sprinkled in there. So the MF going to be locked in alongside Karsa going to be grabbing this J4, taking it away from Peanut. Peanut had a fantastic game on it in game number 1. This time it's going to the other side of the board. We could see the same thing for the Varus.
Well, we might be shifting gears. That's right. Kramer on the Varus. This is going to be the on-hit Varus. I'll tell you right now.
Ezreal's the 5th one that I was going to say, and I forgot.
That's all right. You're not the color anymore. I'll take this job. Varus is going to be on hit. I'll tell you right now, because for Kramer, it suits him so much more, and I know that LGD will be playing around him. So Varus, Thresh, and expect a Brom, expect a Leona, expect a Nautilus. It's a stale meta, isn't it? A little bit. Apart from like mid and top, it feels like we're in a bit of a vacuum.
I don't think it's fair to say it's a stale meta.
Okay,
because
what is
I feel
it?
like
Crusty.
I feel like a stale meta is pretty much the same draft every single game. Whereas this, like when you look at the bans are changing from series to series. Different teams do have preferences. And like we're seeing a Braum here. We didn't see Braum in the previous game. We have maybe 5 or 6 supports that are viable. We have maybe 7 top laners that are viable right now. A lot of different mid lane picks. Certainly in the AD carry pool.
There you go. All right. So you meant to say I'm right, and you meant to double down, and we can go into this vacuum.
You are correct.
Thank you so much.
Basically, I'm so bored of draft.
There you go.
Is that what you wanted?
No. Well, look, to be fair, this game we shouldn't be bored of draft because we're going to have different picks through mid and top. I mean, you have Ornn, and Ornn might not be the most exciting thing for people, but it means that what if we got a tank versus tank top? What if we got the Maokai versus Ornn?
Wow, that would be exciting.
Or maybe we can get...
I love wet noodle fights.
We could put the Jarvan top and get Karsa Sejuani.
The thing is, Ornn versus tank is not a wet noodle fight. It's Maokai not doing any damage, and then Ornn one-shotting Maokai.
We're in 10.4. Ornn is an assassin.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. There's something special about that pick. We can see a lot of mid lane bans. The Pantheon, the LeBlanc, and then Silas and the Rumble as well. I nearly called Rumble Rookie, which says a lot.
It does.
But the Gangplank going to be hovered. It's a very safe blind top lane pick. It's not even blind. It's against the Ornn, but still a great matchup. You can scale super well in towards the late game.
And 369, this is his special pick. He and Gimgoon were and Zoom, I should say, from JDG. They are the trifecta of GP players in the league. Now, 369, he's going to add a bit of bot pressure here. That's what the GP does. And I'll take it back. Me saying it's a stale matter, how bloody wrong I was. Because at this point...
How rude.
Yeah.
How rude.
To myself.
Those poor game devs at Riot.
But the bottom lane is pretty much the same every game. Let's admit.
Yes.
Thank you.
But we don't have that much action around the bottom lane unless the junglers come on down.
True.
So
Ooh, Peanut Lee Sin though. Hello.
Yeah, Peanut Lee Sin going up against the Jarvan from the likes of Cast. So that's been the matchup we've been keeping our eyes on throughout the series so far. Peanut definitely had the best of it in game number 1, but he's not going to fall back on either of his AP junglers in the Gregs or the Elise because they were taken off of the board. And Yuki looking to go for this Lissandra once again. I liked it in game 1. Never mind. We've got a Maokai mid.
Why put Maokai against Ornn when you can have them both on your team? Well, let's say Ornn mid for now and see how we go, okay? Let's just see what Knight picks up here, knowing that either way, he's versing a tank.
I mean, honestly, Ornn mid, Maokai mid, they're kind of interchangeable. Like, there's really not that much difference between those two picks. But there's a lot of frontline on the side of LGD. There's not a whole ton of follow-up damage, though, it has to be said.
What did I say before? Kramer's going on hit no matter what because you need damage. And it's going to be all about Kramer.
Like, but here's the thing, right? You have to play for the late game with double tank. You're going to be scaling on up. And yes, you have the Ornn. Yes, you have the Varus. But Knight's able to pick up the Azir. There's an MF for a good amount of early pressure.
GP.
And then you got GP. GP scales amazingly into the late game. Who's going to be able to match him in a side lane later on?
Well, so we're going to have a big fight. I mean, essentially, we've just set it up. It's going to be a very big fight. But I will say this is more like a top esports draft where there is more emphasis on the solo lanes, much like we'd see on IG. But the difference is that we are set up to succeed through 369 to bottom lane, through the jungle, and also through Knight, who's not on Zoe for once. So we actually get to see Azir.
We're going to see Azir. It will take a little while before it ramps on into the game, but I am a little bit perplexed by the Ornn Maokai combo. You're going to be really tanky. And I mean, it's not often that you see Ornn upgrade tank items on other people.
Oh, double Sunfire cape.
I mean, it's going to be hot.
Well, yeah, it's going to be hot. Thank you so much.
That's all I got.
Double Sunfire.
Is it wise to set a tree on fire, though?
I don't know.
As an Australian, you know that
isn't
that's
the burning bush something from like
the Bible?
Yeah. Oh no, we shouldn't go into that. But you know, like, the burning
analysis,
bush.
Ladies and gentlemen, analysis. Let's get on into this game and save us from the camera.
So I was right with Ornn. You should never judge your color. Ornn mid, of course, was going to be the play here because the Maokai, he wants to 1v1 the Gangplank. Let's go. Wonder what he builds first. Sunfire? Sunfire.
Probably Sunfire.
Nah, he probably goes... I reckon we see a Bramble first. Either way, Munchables, give me that sweet intro.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into game number 2 of the final series of the day. It's Top Esports on your red side, and it's LGD over on the blue side of the map. We'll see if LGD can finish this one off with a 2-0 victory, or if Top are going to take us all the way.
With the double tank Ornn Spellbook and Aftershock on Maokai. And it's Maokai. What a blessing. What an absolute blessing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play this champion in competitive, you kind of have to go for the Maokai.
You do that, or you do Victorious Maokai to show you at least got gold last season.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that impressed.
Well, people
not
need
that
to know.
Impressed.
What?
I've met a gold player before, and they weren't that good.
Well put. Well, I tell you what. If it takes me calling drafts stale to bring out drafts that are actually quite interesting and different from what we normally see, I'm cool with that.
Well, we got tempo on Varus, so we are going to see the on-hit build.
You
We're
would
not going
hope.
to see lethality coming out there. If we do see lethality, I don't know what to say. Kramer, you're mental. I don't think it's going to happen.
You're right. Stick with. You're right. You're absolutely right. We got Grasp on 369 though, so ever since we've lost Klepto, we just go to the lane we know. Kasa coming mid, level 1 on Yuki. Means an instant flash away from the Ornn. So good pathing from Kasa. It seems like Top Esports, a good recovery to get into the second game.
This is more of what we know, right? Top Esports playing around Knight, trying to set him up early, going for early ganks. Last game, we saw Kasa and Peanut both focusing on the top side. This time, Kasa straight off the bat forces a flash out of Yuki.
Into the lane that they were built for. Kasa comes onto this team because he plays well with Knight and because these guys, back in the days of Young Miracles, played together. So, we're to another point where, okay, Top Esports, early momentum set. Where do they go from here? Kasa now towards the bottom lane, but Chance and Kramer have the shove. And ward here that Casa's not going to spot. Immediate back away from Kramer and Chance.
They know that Casa's here. There's a ward in try as well, so he knows he's been spotted. They know he's been spotted. Everybody knows what's going down, and Casa waddles away with his tail between his legs.
I will apologize. Actually, Tien and Knight, who were on Young Miracles together. Casa, of course, would have been at LMS at that time, but good flay bottom lane. That's actually really good trading from Kramer and Chance.
Yuyanjia taking a good chunk there. Does have his stack of his shoulder guards available, so get a little bit of sustain from that. Interestingly, running the heal on the Braum so that Photic can have the cleanse without sacrificing the heal.
But meanwhile, you wanted to see jungle versus jungle. Peanut waits. He sees Casa here on the ward with Scuttle. He's going to look to go in mid before Casa gets hit.
Yeah. Well, at least he's going to shove the
He's
wave
in
in mid, I guess.
Did it.
Casa wants the 2v2, though. Goes straight in onto Yuki. Knockup might be here from Yuki, though. And Casa's been left out to dry by Knight. He does not want the 2v2 at all. Knight, just complete miscommunication there from the side of top.
Peanut with the follow-up flash gets first blood on his Lee Sin. Massive punish. And
what was that?
Yeah.
That was just like, I mean, they were clearly just on completely different pages. Casa wanted to go for the play, Knight just wanted to recall.
After what was an early burnt flash from Yuki, he gets put into a corner again, and the Lee Sin has to back away. So for top esports, I mean, I'm going to use a word that I heard so much from LS when there were really questionable plays in the LCK. It's perplexing to see from such good players.
Yeah, I don't really know what was going on there, but Peanut goes for his customary top side ganks here. The slow is there, the dash forward, but Casa's here to match. Teleport now. Channel from Yuki. Suddenly we have a fight on our hands. Yuki's arrived on towards Knight, who's going to be out on his own for a little bit here. 369 drops a barrel. Can't quite get the damage off, though. There's a knockup onto Yuki. He will be the first casualty as Lies flashes away with his life, but not for long. And now Peanut going to be collapsed on, and it's a double kill for 369.
Starts with the bait in from the orange from 369, and this gangplank brings it back for top esports. Casa's follow-up and the damage that comes through afterwards from Knight, who can just walk up to the top lane and free hit. Top esports bring it right on back, and LGD, they thought they could take that 3v3. They fall one after another.
I mean, thank God that Top have found a play here, because if they hadn't, I really feel like it would have been done so.
That orange and grasp. And then the follow-up. Lies doesn't have any mana here, so Yuki following up. This is a point where they just have to get out, but Yuki's like, okay, I can get the knock up here, and then we can turn it around. But Peanut walks forward. He's just trying to...
It's the fact that they're able to clear up all three of these kills as well. It's such a massive advantage against a team that is going to be building tank in both mid and top lane. Being able to find a gold lead and find an item advantage can make such a huge difference in the lanes. It means it's not as neutral as the side of LGD want it to be.
And it means that now 369 has a Sheen to proc onto Lies in lane with a blue buff. So this tank is going to get absolutely slaughtered. Also has the cannon barrage. The only reason that 369 has to back off here is because Peanut is to LGD had managed to win out that situation. The mentality from top might have just been broken on the spot. After the first blood going the way of LGD and the way that game 1 ended, it really didn't feel good for top. But managing to find a 3v3 like that, it's going to revitalize the players. Yuki still having both summoners though, might be able to make something happen mid if Peanut heads on down this way. Well, he's going behind the mid wave, so he won't find his path in for now. With an early shove, and he's starting to abuse this Ornn lane. So even with summoners, the Azir, the range advantage, the fact that Knight doesn't have to get in front of this wave, Ornn likes to punish through the wave, likes to get that searing charge with the Q combo. But he can't do that with Knight. So difficult situation here through the mid lane. Plus Knight still has his flash available.
Yep, Knight now level 6, so the Emperor's Divide will be available as well. Massive in terms of these team fights. And I wonder how that actually interacts with the Ornn charge. I'd imagine it denies it entirely. Or maybe he gets the knock-up on the soldiers.
Express delivery, maybe. You know? He charges through and you just keep sending him through. It's like a conveyor belt.
I was thinking the other way, but I guess you could just keep him going. That's true.
Send him behind you.
Get under the turret.
We'll see this interaction in this game. And also, remember, Call the Forge God. The ability to interrupt it with the Emperor's Divide is a nice little tidbit there as well. But jungle v jungle, Casa's level 6, Peanut is not.
Peanut going to be starting his blue buff off. Kicks it back immediately and decides he does not want to fight Carcer right now. He knows he's at a disadvantage, and with the vision cleared, Knight could walk on forward and take this blue buff for himself, although Peanut will be here to contest. Peanut did just smite his wolf, though, I believe.
Yeah, doesn't have it available, so Carcer just takes it and leaves, but can he get out?
Carcer might actually end up going down for this one. Ignite popped and it's a kill for Yuki. In the meantime, Lies is in a 2v1. Knight with the Empress Divide keeps the whole of LGD at bay. And now LGD moves straight onto the Herald.
I mean, the bonus of tanks is there's a lot of base damage here available at this point in the game. But LGD strike first, and into the Rift Herald they go. Yu and Jazz, like, I'm going to peek my head around. Photic's coming up as well, but not sure if they'll make it in time. It relies on Knight.
He's looking for the solo steal of the Braum.
He's out
obviously not going to get it. I don't know. I love how LGD are like, no, not the Braum. Anyone but the Braum.
We don't want to be near him.
Oh, dear. I guess they obviously thought he had backup. He very much did not have backup.
Had Knight at the back of the pit. I don't know.
But there you go. I mean, that's just alpha play for Yu Yanjia.
We haven't had the chance to look at a replay yet. I'm sure shortly we will when things settle down a little bit. But top esports have been using this mid lane advantage, using Knight's early shove here against the tank to make these roams to pressure topside or to pressure things like the Rift Herald. But the turnaround from LGD there, really good decision-making once again here in the early game, and good decision-making that consistently throughout this series has been making LGD look like a better team. They're still willing to make risks, but they're also willing to back out, more so than what we saw at the start of the split.
Now, with the game stabilizing at a 2-3 scoreline, it's top esports with the gold lead, about 1,000 ahead in their favor. Carson knows it, and he's going to start this dragon off. With Herald down, he can confidently move towards the bottom side of the map, but Peanut is here to contest, so Carson needs to be careful how much he commits to this.
Yuki's shortly going to have his ultimate available. This is the tool that top esports fear. They need the Braum shield. The interaction is everything.
But with Photic here, the bullet time will be available. It's a massive ultimate in these team fights, and especially against the bottom lane of LGD. If Kramer and Chance get caught up in that, it will obliterate their health bars.
Peanut spotted.
Start the dragon though.
But they're backing away, even though the Jarvan's just going to leave it. I mean, for LGD, not willing to take the risk. Instead, they might want the pick onto whoever checks it. But
it really feels like both of these teams are playing very nervously.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure on the line here for top. Obviously, they can't really afford to lose a game like this. They need every point in the standings if they want to perform better than their previous seasons, and that's what people are hoping for them. They need wins like this on the board. They need to be confident against teams like LGD. On the other side of the board, LGD, they're desperate to get this win. They're desperate to get something on the board, and against a team like top, it really would be a good way to revitalize this roster.
For their first series win as well. But you can see why LGD were acting scared there. You have a Trinity Force Gangplank at 11 minutes in the game who got an early double kill, who has Cannon Barrage and now Teleport available. So Peanut needed this dragon to be completely abandoned by top esports, and Carson's done that. He's headed to the top side. They've given over the stats to the double tank. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a Mountain Soul with both a Maokai and an Ornn, but at least you get that 6% armor and magic resist buff, and that goes the way to LGD.
I mean, it's a Cloud Drake next, so it's still possible that it's that Ocean Soul, and if LGD get an Ocean Soul with Ornn and Maokai, I mean, at that point, there's no killing anybody.
Yeah, it's going to be a real pain to deal with. But slower paced team compositions from both. So we're going to be here for a while. And it's literally just going to be who's accumulated the most wealth in lane. Right now, I'm scared of 369. I'm scared of Knight.
I mean, you're not in the game. You don't need to be scared of him.
No, but you know what I mean. Chain disruption. Good cleanse.
It's going to be Braum pulled on in a kicked on back.
I don't know why that was so funny.
It's just like, he tries to block, and they're like, no, we want you.
A quick kill. Peanut gets another turret as well, so they can escalate this and keep pushing. Photic's by himself, and Carcer's nowhere nearby.
Carcer is on the way. The Eye of the Herald will be picked up by Photic, and that's going to stop the tower going down. He's able to position pretty aggressively onto Kramer, force him away, and make sure that he can finish this minion wave in peace.
Great camera work as well, the 1 minion to stop the back, but at least they get a bit of turret plating towards the bottom lane. So it's every inch in this kind of game. I am excited though, because when you think about this game, you are going to see a massive team fight. That's how this game ends.
I love how the LPL observers are so used to the chaotic games that when it goes this slow, they're willing to stop and watch Meowkai's recall animation.
Literally, like, watch a minion stop Kramer's recall. Like, things like this, where you're right. We're not used to seeing games this slow. 6 kills at 13 minutes. I mean, it's not LCK, but it's close. There'd be 1 kill in LCK, and there'd be another every 10 minutes.
Yeah, comparatively, we've had a lot of action, it has to be said.
Let's get into it, right? While we have time. The reason that LPL has a lot of kills, and this is going to be super critical, but it's not because they're not fiestas, right? LPL is a skill check region, and teams like taking risks like this.
Peanut! I can't believe he managed to land that Q onto 9.
He's got kick flash.
He's going to flash forward, then go for the kick. Caster's here, but he's afraid.
Just big old Peanut on big old Lee Sin. You've seen him at Worlds? I have, and Lee Sin was his champion every single time. But let's have an Ornn versus Gangplank.
Here we go, Yuki looking for the fight on 369.
Maokai's here to help.
He's got the backup of another
Here we go, the boys. Get in there.
The double bouncers bobbing through the jungle. Peanut's finally here. He's the damage that they need, but 369 is going to be perfectly safe.
Nothing happens. Like, again, just the same old. Lies almost level 11. Does it matter? Not really, but he's getting levels. And he's got a Sunfire Cape as well, so tank items starting to accumulate here for the side of LGD. And again, I come back to my point. It's a skill check region. Everyone's about testing the limits of another. It's about saying, I am the better player. I can do this. I can outplay. And a lot of the times, yeah, confidence. Like Peanut there. Confidence he could take Knight. Even with Flash, even with Emperor's Divide. Peanut's like, I can take this one-on-one. And he took it. He won it. He was a confident player on the day.
Well, it's Caster that's confidently walking up to the Rift Herald here.
That is
There's no contest from Peanut so far. 5,000 health remaining, and I think they're going to be able to get this one without any sort of follow-up from the side of LGD. They're happy to trade it, or they're going to try and trade it for a tower in the bottom lane.
Oh,
Kramer,
wow.
one more tower shot would have done it there.
A bit of movement speed slow as well, so Kramer almost took it. Has heal and flash, but you don't want to use that. And Kramer's just trying to absorb gold on the bottom side. Remember, you've got a full tank lineup. Now, Peanut's ahead, which is great, which is part of this early game damage, but you need Kramer to get some resources. Otherwise, Top Esports will steamroll, and there will be no damage from LGD.
We have a trade of the tier 1s, but the first tower going the way of Top Esports, so extending that gold lead ever so slightly. Still just 1,000 for them. But both teams, I mean, look at the compositions. You can't really expect there to be that much action in the early game. You've got all scaling on both sides. The only difference makers really are going to be in that jungle. But even then, you know, on the side of Caster, it's definitely favored towards the later stages of the game, especially when he's building that tanky build. Peanut will fall off later on, so you have to wonder, maybe LGD should be trying to put their foot down a little bit, but I have to wonder where the damage is going to come
with
from
the tank
for LGD in the late game team fights. What if Kramer gets caught out? It's just done.
I was going to ask, an Abyssal Mask on Lies, would that have been the go-to? But it doesn't stack, does it? Passive doesn't stack itself. No, it's a unique passive. So it's not going to give the extra magic damage for the Maokai. Sorry, I'm just thinking aloud here. There's going to be a dragon going over the side of Top Esports.
Yeah, you only get one aura.
Yeah.
Oh, you only get one debuff on the enemy, I think, but I don't know.
But another MR item. You'd expect to come through. Good play.
Chance going to get the hook onto this Braum. Peanut trying to get onto Photic, and he'll find a Sonic Wave. Oh no, he's messed it up. The root won't land. Photic flashes on this spot, but Peanut has been got bullet time onto Chance. There's a stoppage as well. 369 is getting solo killed by a Maokai in the meantime. That's 2 kills for Kramer, and Knight finds himself alone. Only just used the Emperor's Divide, but he gets him a double kill, and now onto Yuki as well. He can't cut down the tanks. The beefy boys are in town.
The boys are back in town, baby. Yuki and Lai is the only one left remaining because those guys are alpha as anything. Both Lies and Yuki, level 11. They hit that fight hard, and Lies 1v1s 369.
He didn't actually quite get the kill
Doesn't
at the
matter.
end. He removed some scurvy and got away with his life, but Lies bullies him out of the fight entirely.
All right. Now, I apologize for my chuckle, but
I mean,
the kick, it was so much chaos. The Nature's grasped the kick, and then
this
Boating.
flash.
I guess it dodges the Sonic Wave.
It doesn't.
But the bullet time zones away. Peanut doesn't care. He's moving away. Look at Lies against 369. He flashes forward. He's so close. And then Knight's like, all right, my time to shine. Even though he gets Peanut, look at Yuki and Lies. So hard to kill.
So super interesting interaction there. I've not seen that before. Yuki, when he uses his Bellows Breath, actually walked forwards through the Azir wall. So the Azir wall blockage, I guess, counts as consistent CC. I mean, it doesn't really impact this game in any way, but it's just an interesting interaction.
Yeah. When you have, what's the actual, what are we actually calling it? Unstoppable. Yeah. Like Malphite. Together. Well, you want to know what I know? After that fight, after this, I guess, quote-unquote success for LGD.
Lies has been found.
We're doing it
He's
again.
A beefy boy, as we've said before. Not beefy enough, though. Knight gets yet another kill for himself. 3, 2, and 4 on the Azir.
Can't really get away with walking into 4 members, even as a Maokai tank. So, bit of an error here from Lies.
I mean, he doesn't really have any MR yet either, and Knight is the predominant factor when it comes to the damage from the side of top right now. He's the one that's been sweeping up the kills in these fights, so once that Spirit Visage comes in, though, it's going to be an issue trying to deal with Lies.
And remember as well, when still not to that point where for the side of LGD with the double tank, they can utilize people like Kramer, where the tanks can be a nuisance, where they can be the front line that Kramer needs, and that he has enough damage to really follow through. So right now for Top Esports, taking every opportunity they can get. A good gold lead at 20 minutes. And expect this to go for a little bit longer.
Just a little bit. 7-7 on the scoreboard. As you said, 3,000 gold lead. And a lot of that is coming from those towers. It's 3 for the side of top and only 1 on the side of LGD. And now Dragon, a minute and a half away. You'd expect that to be the next objective that these teams could clash over.
Give Ocean, as you said, to LGD. And this game becomes interesting. Well, you said it was they were unkillable, but I'm going to say LGD becomes super interesting with an Ocean Soul this game.
They knew it.
Maokai
They
won't
knew
die.
it would be an Ocean Soul kind of game. And they drafted around
I
it.
will say if it was Mountain, I think it'd be worse. Do you think it'd be worse?
I don't know, because you're already so tanky. I think that the health regen is way more valuable. Because you got to think about effective health.
Hang on.
You got to think about how much each point of health counts for.
But
they are 2-manning Baron right now.
Yeah. Pings aren't going down. This is not spotted. But can they consistently do this? I think they need Photic.
Photic's here, though. This is going to be traded for a mid lane tier 1, but I think that's a trade they're happy to make. The ping's now coming down. Karsa incredibly low. I don't know if they can actually finish this one off. Peanut's here. Get the smite.
Oh, no, he's dead.
Oh, Peanut gets it. It's all gone wrong. And Peanut has been the better jungler so far this series. Finds the kill. Finds the Baron, and top get punished for cheesing.
I don't even think Karsa smited the Baron. He ran into his death while Peanut just cleaned up the rest. It's time for a replay, and it's time for LGD to actually just punish mid.
And honestly, what we've learned here today is that Azir is not equal to Aphelios. You cannot just 20-minute 2-man cheese the Baron quite the same. And now the knockups go on through. 369 the target, and it's a pullback straight on tonight. Empress Divide can't come out in time there. And it's going to be a couple of kills going either way, but the tower going the way of LGD.
If your team wasn't comprised of an Ornn and a Maokai, that bullet time would have sent it right back, but low health bars for LGD does not equal giving up this Ocean, it seems. They're going to look for a pick and see if they can find top.
Karsa's here. They're going to be looking for the bait in the brush. Braum is tanky and will walk away with his life. Karsa jumps onto the back line.
Look at Kramer, though.
So tanky. They just can't finish these kills off. Peanut smites for health. Photic getting burnt down by Kramer. Piercing arrow. Just going shy there. That's going to be the Ocean Drake for LGD.
But this is the thing. There's such a heavy front line. That Cannon Barrage not going to kill Chance. There's such a heavy front line, and Kramer's coming into his stride. So top esports, they have to get onto this Varus with the help of Azir, but when Azir's not alive, when Azir can't get towards the Varus, LGD just win the fight.
I mean, one thing you do have to bear in mind is... Oh, excuse me. Photic does not... I mean, when you think about tank shredding AD carries, Misfortune is not the one that you think
Hang on,
of.
let's look at this. Sonic... Now...
And that's all she wrote.
Look, Peanut gets the credit because that was a nice Q. He sniped him. That smite was about to come through, so Peanut, you're a legend. I mean, this guy's got so many accolades behind him, and now he's going to add one to the list.
369 has flash, but it's not going to be able to do much with it. Peanut with yet another kill. 6-2 and 6. This was the head-to-head coming into the game. It was Peanut against Karsa. And in game 1, it was Peanut's favor. In game number 2, he's making the same statement.
Now, look, they're just taking everything. Red buff goes over to Kramer. 5 members top. This double tank comp is spreading the love with upgradable items from Yuki. There's already a Blade of the Ruin King and an Obsidian Cleaver there as well. And if LGD keep pushing, I just think they don't need to stop.
Yeah, they're just going to go for this one. I mean,
0 damage.
Who's going to kill them? Like, realistically, Yu Yanji are just going to get deleted. And LGD, we might be witnessing a 2-0 over top
stopping.
right before our eyes. Karsa goes in, can't do anything. Double kill for Kramer. And now Knight of Photic trying to turn things around. Lai's going to be the first casualty from the side of LGD. Knight once more. I don't think he's going to find it. 369 here. Cannon Barrage on cooldown, though.
Has Flash and has the Emperor's Divide available. He's still looking, but LGD are going to back away. And they get the inhibitor turret.
And just look at the scorelines right now. Karsa is having...
Oh, no.
A horrible, horrible... Oh, no.
Here we go. Are you ready? Ornalt is almost available. They're either waiting for that or Knight to step in range.
Oh, no. Oh, dodges it. Gets away, but for how long? Knight drops his tower, though.
Wow. Okay.
He's going to stay alive.
Pings are going down. Look at the minimap.
369 goes in, but he's a little bit early here. 1v1 onto Peanut. There's no follow-up damage onto the gangplank. Now there is. Kramer finishes the kill off. Lai's happy to tank up all 4 members. He's barely taken damage so far. Aftershock doing so much work.
And there's
the sniper is straight onto
There's a red dot on top of this Lord, or on top of this Maokai.
Top esports so far behind. They're getting artillery support
They're
here.
getting the 6th man in on the Summoner's Rift. A 4K gold lead just about. And I have to say, while there's a bit of doubt towards this composition and where the damage would come from, I love it. I love the double tank. I love the fact that it's purely just Kramer who gets to run free in this game. And because of some really good fights, LGD are in a position where this comp becomes near unbeatable.
It's like, I feel like I'm watching a game of Earth here.
Yeah.
Where it's like, you've just got this brick wall of tanks that are invincible. The laser moving across. There we go, the tower's gone. But it's hilarious because when I was looking at the comp, I was like, okay, where does the damage come in? But the real logic here is you don't need that much damage when the enemy just can't ever kill you.
That's that thinking meme, isn't
You
it?
just outlive them.
Makes sense.
Base damage will do. So
Well,
now the counterplay. Knight and Photic have to start building tank. It's the only way.
Sounds really intelligent. It sounds like the 5-head play.
I don't know if it is.
And when we get towards the late game, like if we even get to that point, will 369 and Knight be able to carry? Will this Azir gangplank be able to match this team? Because it does rely on Knight. It relies on Knight getting into the backline and getting a really good Emperor's Divide. And at this point in the game, we have seen a little bit from Knight, but Kramer's been really, really safe.
And it does feel a little bit like top right now are relying on LGD making a mistake, which is a very difficult position to be in as a team. Because if Kramer steps out of position, they can get a catch. Sure, this is very winnable. But I don't see Kramer doing that. I don't see why Kramer would be, why there would be an opportunity for him to miss position, because this whole comp from LGD just wants to group. They just want to ARAM. They want to fight into 5v5.
It's like the brick wall in front of him as well. Something has to go wrong, and Lies and Yuki speak of the devil right now. They're towards the dragon. This is one off getting the soul.
And this is very much a showcase composition for the side of LGD. Peanut can flex on the Lee Sin. We could have a trade, though. Ocean Drake started up by LGD. Top.
Yuki does this very fast.
Now going to back away from the Baron. They're going to look for a fight instead. But the Ocean Drake still kept going. That means Peanut will be able to get it. Cataclysm goes in onto them. Bullet time onto Lies. He's still alive, though. And that's a knock-up and a kill going down onto Karsa. I don't think they have just enough damage in these fights. And Lies, I mean, he's just not the target, but who is the target?
He just doesn't die, that's right. Up top looking for a pick onto Yuki.
But again, how are you going to get a pick onto an Ornn?
And especially if Kramer is nearby, then that Ornn is going to buy the time for you. The time that you need to turn the fight and get even more. LGD have priority mid, and after that big play, Karsa's not up for 10 seconds. They have a very fed Varus who can just rush this Baron.
I've just had horrible flashes of the future before my eyes. I'm really worried that maybe this becomes the meta.
Well, hang on.
Please not this.
LGD have got the inside track to meta, but teleport coming through.
Juggernaut's coming, I'm telling you. Here we go. Fight on our hands. 4 versus 5, though, right now, because Karsa's nowhere near. Lies taking a bit of damage, but he is Maokai, so it's fine. Peanut gets the Baron.
There's no ult from the tanks, but a good hook.
Flashback from Yu Yanjia, and he gets the kick onto Night Empress Divide. Not enough. And Kramer with 1, but he wants more out of this one for sure. Huge damage from Karsa, but there's just no follow-up whatsoever. Double kill now into the pocket of Kramer, and it's going to be Lies finishing off 369. There's another one as the triple comes on through. Photic slowed, and he knows he can't get away from this one. Give him the Quadra. Nope. It's going to be Yuki taking
Kramer is the happy son, and Lies and Yuki, Ma and Pa, take him to the candy store, give him all kills, give him everything like he deserves. This time it's not Kramer carrying LGD, it's everyone else giving him a rest and giving his back a bit of a massage.
Putting Kramer onto their shoulders and carrying him, not necessarily in scoreline, but emotionally over the finish line here as they take down these towers. I don't think there's much that Top can do about this one. They're going to try, though. Last stand coming out. Empress Divide is massive. And with the tower here, maybe they have the damage. Yanjia against the world. Here comes 369. Can he finish things off? It doesn't look like it, to be honest. He's going to walk up forward. Peanut goes down. Lies actually going to be pushed away. No way do they hold on right here. Yuki trying to finish things off. Ornn is an assassin, ladies and gentlemen. Photic. Oh no, he can't 1v1 him. Ornn is ridiculous. Photic can do nothing about it. And Yuki is going to ponderously knock this Nexus down. Photic's going to die to the minions. Oh, it's all gone wrong for Top, but Karsa's back alive. They've held on.
Somehow, some way, Yuki.
This is a comical game.
This is fantastic. I have to say, LGD have the biggest brain I've ever seen.
Right, I'm telling you, man. If this becomes the meta, Juggernaut's coming back.
Oh, you called it. Let's have a look at this. Peanut. It's just such a stylish Lee Sin. You love to see this pick on him, and even though you got to give props, watch for Photic here, the flash away to get the ult with so much space. It's a really key ability that if you didn't have the composition LGD did, and you didn't have the lead, this fight turns back around. But all the damage source is dead after Photic, and he gets chased down by Ma Pa and the son of Kramer. But with Baron still an open Nexus, boys, it's time we're running it down.
Here we go, straight on towards the Nexus. They've got the Baron and the super minions, but the Baron is about to run out. Peanut wants the 1v1, and Karsa can't do anything about it. That's going to be game, ladies and gentlemen. The redemption comes down way too early, but it doesn't matter. Yu Yanjia tanking up the team, doing some work.
Oh my
days. The kick onto Photic. Peanut is just styling on the side of Top Esports. He knows he's the better jungler, and he's here to prove it.
And the Nexus doesn't get immunity because it is the Atara, so LGD are going to keep going.
Oh, Knight goes in, gets a 3-man knockup. Can they finish the kills, though? The Nexus is getting burnt down. Lies and Peanut end the game, and LGD 2-0 top.
Not what we expected. Top Esports were meant to be a top 3 team in the league. They were meant to be one of the best teams in the league. Yet we got an LGD masterclass, I'm calling it, or at least some form
Mastermind,
of Big
maybe.
Papa, Big Mama, and Little Son composition coming together.
And the cool uncle in the Lee Sin coming out from Peter, who's just styling around the jungle.
He's not the creepy
full
uncle,
Tarzan
he's
style.
the cool uncle, that's right. I don't know what you call the support. It's like your little brother who just wants to tag along. But that was, I think, the best series I've seen from LGD in at least, let's say, a year. Different teams, different players, I know, but that is the best because they just had a game plan and they stuck to it.
Phenomenal stuff going out from LGD. On the other side, though, top. I mean, my power rankings are well and truly destroyed at this point. I said they were going to finish the season first. I was very, very wrong. But that's life, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? LGD 2-0 over top, and I said it right at the start of the day. You can never count any team out. Rogue Warriors nearly did it to IG, and LGD very much do it to top.
That's such a big series win as well. For LGD, who started 0-3 into the LPL split, they have a series win over top, and they are able to push themselves up the rankings, get away from the teams like V5. And I just love that the damage here was so high on Top Esports, but it all went into the tanks. It all went into Yuki and Lies. And double tank's not boring. If you look at one carry, it's super easy to cast, super exciting. And it was actually just like a wet noodle with all the water still inside the tube, and you go to whack the, you whack someone, right? And instead of going, that's funny, you break the noodle on their back.
Wait, is it a reference to the swimming pool things?
Yeah.
I always thought it was like actual noodles.
No, it's wet noodle, isn't it? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, kimchi slaps are pretty aggressive, as we've all seen from the Korean drama life.
Yep.
But
No, I haven't watched it. I'm so sorry. But it was double tanked. To keep it simple, when you have two tanks like that, it's simple to play. You just need to protect Kramer.
Yeah.
But LGD played it out so well, and I think that's it's quite magnificent to see that there is direction on this team finally. That LGD actually know where they're going, and that Peanut really carried that early game and actually gave us his best game that we've seen so far in the LPL spring since leaving the LCK.
And we've been talking about Top Esports being this super team. Karsa coming in, it's going to bolster the mid-jungle duo of him and Knight. Knight had some highlight moments in this series, it has to be said, both on the Zoe and the Azir. He played his heart out, but Karsa just getting sheerly outclassed in the jungle by Peanut.
Yeah, when you have a hype jungle matchup like this, you expect more. The last time we saw, it was not mentioned, but the last time we saw Peanut and Karsa go up against each other was in a main tournament, was MSI MSI Finals, Kingzone versus RNG in 2018, where RNG won out, and Karsa was the better jungler on the day. And since then, we've seen flashes of brilliance when they versed in Rift Rivals in 2019, but apart from that, this was a matchup I was looking forward to, one that Peanut dominated all the way.
And the most exciting thing about this win to me is the evolution of LGD, because when you look at the first 3 series they've played, they didn't look like they were on the same page. It looked like Peanut was making some plays happen. Peanut's been playing great the entire season so far, but the rest of the team just wasn't able to follow up. It didn't feel coordinated. It didn't feel like they had a plan. This LGD today, they had a plan, they came out strong, and they were able to follow up on what Peanut was setting them up for.
Whether it was a better draft or whether it was the fact that in game 1 where they knew what they were doing, where they really highlighted why the poke come from Top Esports couldn't hit LGD where it hurt. And then we got into a game 2 where the tanks were just so oppressive, where I'll look back in that game and 100% I'm going to review that game, because that was like a perfect example of how a really simple composition with a team like LGD, who are still trying to develop themselves, can make shot calling a lot more strong, like a lot more well-rounded, I'm trying to say.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I'm really hoping that we don't start to see these double tank compositions plague the game. We've seen that before in previous seasons. It's not the most fun to watch.
Then we get like Twitches again. And
we get very long
Cogmores.
games. We get very hard to kill people. I love Cogmore, but
Especially
the
with
meta that he thrives in is not a fun meta.
If we have an Ocean Soul, I mean, if that game went on any longer, LGD had an Ocean Soul.
One thing I will say, though, about tank metas, Vayne comes back usually.
Yeah.
And Vayne is fun to watch.
Vayne is fun to watch. A big skill check. And Kramer is a really good AD carry. So teams like this that have already shown us they're willing to dabble in draft a little bit means to me that I think we're going to see an LGD who will get more confident, who are willing to change things up, versing different teams. Like versing top here, their ability to really nullify the solo lane strength, especially in that second game, and just say, well, bottom lane is a slugfest. It's always pretty much even. It just resets after every wave. Let's play to that strength, and let's put tanks in the solo lane, because we know that we're going to skirmish early, and we're going to win them with tanks.
And I like that LGD really pushed their lead once they started to get ahead, especially when they got the Baron. Granted, they did get the Baron off of top, essentially throwing. They tried to do the 20-minute Baron. It all went very, very wrong for them. But then snowballing, getting the inhibs early on, trying to force the end of the game as soon as possible, because they knew that the Azir was going to scale up. They knew that the Gangplank was going to scale up. And once the healing reduction comes on through, there was definitely potential win conditions available for top esports. LGD don't even entertain that idea. But we do have some highlights from Peanut that we can take a look through, because
All right.
if you want to see
enjoy it
stylish Lee Sin, this is it.
So I went on a big rant this game about how LPL is a skill check. And right here, for Peanut, it was a skill check for Knight, who, not sure why he decided to flash there in the end, but a little small shout out to Chance, who we haven't talked about at all. Chance was very consistent this game. A lot of really, really good plays that controlled the tempo of this bottom lane of top esports. And I know we had a little bit of laughing game at Photic versus Peanut, but it's this point here where you realize, like, actually super hard to kill the people on LGD. Like, Lies and Yuki, the boys squad.
It's so sad for Knight there. He nearly goes for the 1v4 if he was just a little bit more fed. But, I mean, that was the moment at which top lost the game. It was competitive until then.
Yeah. Oh, just another good kick. I mean, I really think we're seeing flashes of brilliance from Peanut.
It's not even flashes. It's consistent brilliance at this point.
We're seeing an epileptic flash of brilliance of Peanut. Because Peanut right now is meant to be one of the best junglers in the league. Due to his name, due to his standing, due to who he is. But we don't get that because we have some of the best junglers in the world who have yet to be tested on the world stage.
And we said how this game, this series, was the match between Karsa and Peanut. Who is the better jungler? Who's going to be able to control the pace of the game? As you see it right there on your screen, Peanut was very much the one to win that out in the end. And I think deservedly as well. Peanut is going to be able to grab our MVP for this series. As you can see, I mean, the final fight. Knight
this
gave it such a good effort.
Yeah. But it isn't just Knight versus everyone else. It is about Knight and the team. But of course, let's just quickly talk about Peanut. This was such a good series from him. This was a beautiful game of his Lee Sin. And a reason why, when people think about Lee Sin across the world, you know, classically they think about Insect. They think about Karsa's Lee Sin from the past. But I also think about Peanut's Lee Sin, and I got it exactly how I remember it in that game.
And look at the kill participation. Almost 90% there when it's such a bloodthirsty game as well. Phenomenal stuff coming out from him. There were a lot of kills across the game, and he was part of almost every single one of them.
Peanut again. Well, goddamn. An LGD 2-0. I didn't think we'd be ending the day with that, Munchables. I did not think we'd be ending the day
check
with
the
that.
Script. No, this is
this
is not what that said.
This ain't in the script, and we wrote this. So, yeah. I mean, this changes everything, though. For top esports, like, where do they go from here? What happens from here? Because top are meant to be the team that, you know, once again, make playoffs. They're meant to be a top 8 team. This is just one loss, but this is a loss that affects their standings throughout. Because if we see this again, if we see this kind of, I guess, sloppy gameplay, to call it what it is, from top esports, then down the rabbit hole they go, and down the drain.
And especially from Karsa, this was a really rough series.
Yep.
They went for the first pick Rek'Sai in game number 1. It really didn't work out for him. Game number 2, they're the ones with the Jarvan. What he lost to in game number 1 still doesn't work out. He had a little bit of a shine in the early game there in game 2, but it was nowhere near enough to impact the game. And it definitely felt a little bit draft-focused, especially in game number 2. LGD, I think this was a compositional win, but also just Peanut styling on people, able to get... I mean, it's hard not to say that a lot of this game was just down to that singular Baron play, where Peanut manages to throw Sonic Wave blind, finds a kill with it, and then he's able to get the Baron on top.
Even from there was the execution around, the blue side as well, where even though the tanks come out and gold is even, where the tanks actually have some resources, they're getting some gold on them individually, and they're being the front line that they need to be for Kramer. So I think looking at LGD, it was more than just Peanut, but Peanut definitely got the momentum flowing.
And while that moment at the Baron defined that game, it very much was a game that LGD, it felt like we're in the driver's seat. They were the ones deciding what was going on. But that's going to be the end of our series there. 2-0 in favor of LGD. Not a result I think anyone was expecting. Let's see where that puts us now at the end of the day as we take a look at what's coming up as well. We've got a 2-1 for IG at the start of the day. Rogue Warriors giving it a real valiant attempt there, but not quite enough to push it home. RNG with an expected win over WE. And LGD upset the apple cart to round out the day.
Pays to be on the right side here of the matchup, quite literally. And I tell you what, the first series, one of my favorite of today. Rogue Warriors gave them a hell of a smashing, as you mentioned. But no, actually, I take it back. LGD by far. This second game was my favorite of the LPL so far. Finally,
I don't know, man.
No,
the
100%.
Rogue Warriors IG games were pretty insane.
They were good, but LGD's game 2 takes the cake. By far.
Fair enough. It was a very slow game, but I like the tank picks. Let's take a look at what's coming to your screens tomorrow, starting at the same time as per usual. It's V5 versus E-Stars to kick us off. Top of the table versus the bottom there. And we'll have BLG versus OMG, middle of the table clash, and then VG versus J.
Remember, V5 and E-Star, 2 of the newer organizations in the LPL and 2 of the more unknown rosters. So giving them a chance to shine. In E-Star, as you said, top of the table, 4-1 after debuting in the LPL for 2020 spring. So we're going to see if they can keep going or if EDG knocking them down will silence them and push them back.
Yeah, definitely some exciting matchups to watch tomorrow. I'm excited to see E-Stars on the Rift once again as well. We've seen a little bit of their weaknesses exposed, and I'm sure Dagda will tell you all about that tomorrow. He's their biggest fanboy after all. But it's about time we end the show for today. We've had a lot of games, and we've got plenty more coming your way across the course of this week. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Hysterics.
Apathetics.
Apathetics. I
Apathetics.
apologize.
I'm
the
different tomorrow.
But that's going to be it from us. Thank you very much for joining us along for the ride, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.